Hey, allegedly. Hey, Astro Kid. Hey, Miss Lady K, Sugar Plum. How y'all doing? Happy Monday. Hey, Miss Johnson. Hey, Queen Mo, Scooter High. How's everybody doing today? Hey, True Black, Silver and Black. How you doing? Uh, hey, Miss Vonnie. How you doing? Bob Marley, Miss Brenda. Hey, Jennifer. How you doing? I'm glad to hear that, Miss Lady K. Real looky. Hey, Black Beauty. Hey. If you guys don't mind, would you please hit the like button if you don't mind? Hey, Bowing. How you guys doing? So we got enough people. Thank you guys for joining me. Um, things are crazy right now. I don't know if it's school has started back in your area, but we have a lot of young people in my family. And last year, due to COVID, they were all doing the hey Kingsmina, they all did the homeschooling thing. Well, this year, everybody's gone back to hey Miss T3. Everybody's gone back to school except for my nephew, the ones that has severe asthma. He's the only one that's being homeschooled this year. So it's kind of strange because in my family we kind of all work together. It's about the logistics. Okay, and everybody's got to get back in the swing of things because they all are car riders. We don't do the bus thing. Too much drama happened when my niece when Brendan was in school with those school buses. So we actually stopped doing the even though they want to ride the buses, it's just like a no. You know what I mean? And so anyway, we're dealing with logistics and every other thing, mask logistics and everything. It's been crazy. Getting ready, preparing for school, just getting ramped up again. So it's been crazy. And so yeah, there's a lot going on around here, a lot going on. But the kids are, even though we're afraid of the COVID, and people are, but being, as safe as they can. And I know some of you guys are going through this. You're still afraid. You know what I mean? But the kids, when you look in their eyes, they are so excited. They are uber happy. Around here anyway, the ones in this family, uber happy to be back in school. Don't know how it's gonna go, but right now, they happy. I prefer for them to be homeschooled again this year, but people's grades was slipping, the kids is getting bored. There's a lot going on last year, but so for right now, the biggest thing, like I said, is logistics. And I just want to mention that before we got started, because like I said, hey Ronnie Q, hey Kim, I'm sure some of y'all are going through that as well, right? And so, in a Hamus view, and I just ask that you guys just ooh, child, if you got babies at home, just stay prayed up. Just pray that the Lord keep a hedge of protection around your little ones. Hey Granny Love, as they go off, to this school, do this school thing, you know. And Miss T said, I wonder that too. Miss T said, I wonder how long will the kids last in school before COVID gets out of control. I prefer them to say, I me too, Miss T3, but I couldn't, we couldn't look at them in the face another year without at least letting them try. And I'm just so afraid, and Silver and Black. Yeah, I got a 14-year-old too. Um, when my now 14-year-old was in kinder, okay, the bus driver owner, I root, got arrested for molesting a little girl right at the school. My God. Kept him off the bus. Oh my God. Child, yeah, we don't do the bus thing around here. Disrupting these kids' social life, right? Took a toll on that's what was going on around here, Jennifer. It took a toll, cause see, that we got good kids, they real messy, you know what I mean, but they good kids and their social life is school. Like they don't hang out, like on the street corners and all of this and all of that. You know what I mean? Their social life is school. And but my oldest nephew this time around, he's in he's in ninth grade, and it's the beginning of high school. You know what I mean? And he got a lot going on. He's always been a popular guy, and he's just so happy to be back the center of attention. At school, that's his world. And he a good boy. But last year took a toll on him, especially. And we've got two middle schoolers and a high schooler and a how many elementary? One, well, two technically. One is at home and the other one's at school. Two elementary, two middle, and one high school. And but it's taking a toll on all of them. And so yeah, Miss Jennifer, yeah, you're right about that. We tried the like I said, we tried the bus situation. I done told y'all about the horrific things that came out of the bus situation when my niece and them was bus riders, but we quickly changed that up, and now they will now and forevermore be car riders. Oh yes, and so yeah, I don't like that whole that there's too much be going on them buses, child. Too much, way too much, too much, too much. Kim said, my grandson is starting Head Start, and I am terrified keeping him covered in pride. That's right. Myself and his parents have to. I absolutely understand that, Kim. That's all we can do. And I wonder, is COVID gonna get out of control? Are they gonna be shutting the schools down again, which is gonna affect the children? It's just so much going on. I was looking at the news, and y'all know I'm hyper vigilant. Thank you, Sherry Land. Hyper vigilant about the children and the family, and that's kind of kind of why I was triggered, and we're gonna get to that. But I'm hyper vigilant about these babies. I've been stressing out. Well, honey, we're gonna do what we can do, cause you don't want the gleam to go out of their eyes. You don't want them to come disinterested in school. Especially our babies. So yeah, it goes out to the kid. Yeah, my heart goes out to the kids going through all these changes. Me too. Mine were used to being homeschooled, so we just kept rolling. Well, you lucky, Silver and Black, because nobody was used to being homeschooled around here. You know what I mean? Like I said, the school, that's their social life. They go to school, they be with their friends, they do the lock-ins. They like to do all of that, and all of that was taken away from them. And like I said, they don't hang out on the street corners. I mean, they're good kids. So that's their social life. And so yeah. It's 3 3 I work in childcare, and my 2 year olds were masked daily. Absolutely, it was hard, but you gotta talk them through it, right? You have to talk them through it. Ronnie Q said you hear about that woman who pulled up in Tennessee over social media beef and got shot and killed. No, I didn't hear about that, Ronnie Q. What happened? No, ma'am, I did not hear about that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Wow. Praying for absolutely, Miss Lady K. Praying for all the children, to be covered by the blood of Jesus. No weapon formed. I know, Miss Lady K. I know that's right, and I'm praying for the families too, because they said the Delta variant of this virus, you can catch it quicker than you can catch a cold. So, Lord have mercy. It's just like a double-edged sword going on here. You know, Mine is home again this year, but I let him do karate because it's a controlled environment. Hi everyone, how you doing, Sharice? Yeah, the only one we got at home is my nephew, and he's severe asthmatic, and we just not gonna be able to do it with him. This is like an absolute no. This is not. It's just a no go. Olivia did the suffer due to did they suffer due to school? Yes, school interactions, as well as academically. They suffered. It was hard for them to concentrate, especially my 14-year-old, my nephew. And his sports, his academics, all of it's put to the wayside. And then especially our boys, our young black boys, he got so much promise and so much going for himself. Like we just cannot let him go through this another year. Like he have to move forward. Like this is his future. They're messing with kids' future, their futures, and it just like Lord have mercy. What do you do? It's crazy, child. Mina said, I knew my grandson missed school when he was willing to play basketball in a mask. Yep, absolutely. Practice in a mask, a weight room in a mask, the game in the mask. Girl, everything. We had to watch them play on you. Just everything. You know what I mean? And so somebody said, Oh, Olivia, you don't have any children. Baby, I got a lot of kids. Okay? I got a lot of kids. But I'm glad you said that because that's going to bring us to the point to why I was triggered today. And maybe Ronnie Q would come up and tell us the story when I drop the link or type it in the chat. People don't know, but they be talking about child. But anyway, I got a lot of kids. Whole bunch of them, child. I can't never get rid of them. All right. But we gonna talk about that. Ooh, child. That's crazy. Kids need that socialization for them. Yes, they do, Ronnie Q. You're absolutely right. I can see like all the kids in this family, the older ones, declining, because they had to stay at home. And so yeah, but you're right, they need that socialization. This kind of like that's their world, you know. So yeah. That's right. I agree with that, Silver and Black. She said that, Ronnie Q. That's crazy. I hate to hear it. Social media shouldn't call child. What you said, I agree with that too. Absolutely. But anyway, let me tell y'all the reason for the video, the title of the video. Okay, we know it's a lot of stuff been going on around here, on these YouTube streets. And True Black wrote a comment in my comment section. You don't always give birth. Sometimes you. Absolutely, Kings mean Let me tell you something, child. I done raised a whole bunch of kids, helped raise them, and I ain't never, ever had one of my own. Done had them, but didn't. We gonna get to that, right? Jennifer said, "Get them Miss O." That's how I felt when I used to teach. Yeah, those were absolutely my kids. Even though I didn't birth them, I was. But absolutely, my we'll get to that story because a lot of people haven't heard my story when it comes to me and kids of my own birth children, and so yeah, but we'll get to it. So, but that don't phase me, child. Let me tell you something. I have never been without children. Okay, never, ever, ever, ever have I ever been without children. All right. Cell phones, and the internet was already impacting kids' social skills. Yeah, yeah. How they can't physically go. Yeah, how they can't. Yeah, you're absolutely. I agree with that. Yeah. So anyway, let's get to the topic of the video. Brandy Love said, it's always an arse in the bunch. And Olivia, I hope you. I did. I blocked them. Child, that stuff don't phase me, Granny Love. Let me tell you something. I'm too old to be worried about that right now. Anyway, at this stage of my life, that don't bother me. Cause baby, no ma'am. Demetrius, but hey, Art New Style, how you doing? Hey, Demetrius. So yeah, that don't bother me, child. Uh uh uh. That's right. I call it BS. That's how we do around here in my family. Everybody is the mama. Okay. Woo! I became the assistant teacher to make sure he didn't fall behind. I heard that, Sharice. So guys, let's get to the subject. Okay, so the title of the video is triggered, right? And I want to tell you why I got triggered. I got triggered because the other day, if you guys saw I think it was my last video, we were talking about what was going on the streets, and on site April came up, and she was telling us about what went down about I'm sorry, I was trying to read this guy. I need to read this. It says social interaction is really important during their formative years. I absolutely agree. I don't have any kids, but I feel for my younger siblings. Absolutely, yeah. It's so important. It's absolutely imperative, you know. And so, yeah, yeah, exactly. Needing safe spaces and things. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. The social anxiety is going to be so much worse when they can finally return to school. Yeah, yeah. Now my little king here, the 14-year-old, the high schooler, whoo, y'all, Lord Jesus. The one thing he did, let me see how to put this. The one thing that he didn't lose while he was out, because he was still interacting with their friends. They played the little video games online and all this and all that. And they was doing the outings with the mask and all this and all that, right? And but the one thing that has never left him is his dang on ego. Okay? Honey, that boy stepped when then they went to do the orientation last week. And of course his mom took, and I'm talking about Brandy's son. Child, he stepped in that school. He just is very handsome and very tall. He got that chocolate skin, and he just be a hit, right? So I was like, well, Jabari, do you think you're gonna be as popular this year as you was in middle school, right? And he was like, I done made a couple of contacts. I can't stand that little messy thing. I said, child, if he don't stop the drama in his world. So, honey, he is just so he is just so glad that he can bless his peers with his presence to where he is overjoyed. That's the only way I can put it. He's overjoyed. Yeah, he said he made him a couple of contacts. And when he said he done made a couple of contacts, he talking about girls. That's what he talking about. He done made a couple of contacts. That's the way he put it. But he is so happy that he can bless his school with his presence again. Yeah. that's him. He shine bright like a diamond. All right. And so anyway, so he happy for that, and whatnot. And I'm just Lord have mercy. He get out the car, you have to have and let me tell y'all something else about logistics, right? If your car ain't right, you ain't taking that boy to school. Okay. And so I instructed him. I was like, well, when it comes time when you are able to take driver's ed, you might want to do that. Because nobody shouldn't have to be doing all this, and all that extra stuff for you, okay? I'm just saying. And he loves for his stepdad to take him to school, especially because he got the nicest car around here. All right. So he get his whole life with that. When that get to happen right there, right? I'll be like, child, I can't stand him. But I love him. But anyway, that's part of our stress going on here too. Cause you gotta be right. Cause if you ain't right, it ain't happening for him. It's his world. He get on my nerves. But anyway, I love him. Hey, Robbie on the well said maybe parents can get together to create social gatherings for the kids. Yeah, we kind of did that. Our little bubble. Robbie on the rails when they were out of school. We had a little bubble. Cause where we live, is I don't want to call it a cul-de-sac. Where I live in particular, but behind my behind everybody's house is like a really wooded area. It's not congested. And okay, Tiffany, child, it's got to be washed. Okay, it's shined up. All right, and like I said, he likes for his stepdad to take him to school. He got an Affinity, right, and it's like it's a black Affinity, and he got the black rims on it with the sunroof thing or whatever. They got a family car, but that's his car. That's what he drive to work. And so my nephew get his whole life when he get to pull up to school in that car. Now, he take him? I think he took him this morning. I think he took him. It was his turn to take him this morning. Anyway, child, move right along. It's a mess. You may be able to get some free car washes, Miss O. Okay, look. When it's my turn, I don't do the extra. Okay? It just is what it is. If you want to be a certain way, you better make it so your own self, honey. Because I'm not sweating over nothing. All right, and if the mister can't do it, I sure ain't gonna do it. And he like when the mister take him to school too. Cause the mister got a certain type of a truck, and he like to get out the truck. He like when the mister take him or whatever. I think he just like for the men in his family to take him. That's what I think. I'm trying not to take it personal, but it is what it is. Thanks for the super chat, Cheryl. Cheryl said just showing a little love. And so thank you. Y'all ain't gonna let me Kingsman said, hold on, let me go. I just really had to tell y'all that. Yeah, I wish I could do a video. Lord, y'all just gotta see it to believe it. It's just ridiculous. It get worse too. Tiffany said ain't nobody. Hell said my younger brother is like that too. He got several little friends and thinks he the man. Do you? I hear you, L. Girl, I hear you. It be a lot going on in them brains. They be doing too much, and them little girls think they too cute. You know what I mean? It's just too much. Hey, Miss Philadelphia, it's a lot. It's a lot. And then he got a type. Y'all, I did not realize that I didn't realize that my nephew, the 14-year-old, Silverback says sounds like the QX56. My husband drives one, and the kids very much prefer it to my car. Exactly, Silver Black. Now I don't know about them. If you talk about the Infinity, I don't know the letters or whatever, but I described it. If it sound like that, then okay, girl. But like I said, it's got the sunroof and it's kind of sporty and all this and all that there. Anyway, yeah, we don't want our mama dropping us out. Oh no, you didn't, Maverick. See, that's what I was thinking. If they got the better cars, right? But I think it's like a man thing or something. You know what I mean? Like who knows? And then they get out there in the back, where I live at. They have their little conversations. It be a lot going on. It just be a lot. And so, hey, choreo lover, what was I getting ready to tell y'all? Oh shoot, y'all made me forget. But anyway, I be taking it personal a little bit. Oh, let me tell y'all this. We go get on the subject, right? I'm kid minded today, y'all. Like I said, we dealing with logistics, so deal with me. Yeah, boys is something else. They be doing too. They got a lot going on. Moms want to hug and the kids in a way. Not cool. Exactly. Right. Now, guess what? Now, if I pull up to this school, and my nephew needs some money, or if I didn't have no time to get the actual cash, I give him a little call or whatever. He do exactly. He follow instructions when it comes to the cards or whatever. Or give him that. He'll give me a hug then. I can't get no kiss, but he'll give me a hug. In front of the school for that cash. He don't mind then. No ma'am. No ma'am. No ma'am. No ma'am. If I want to drop him a little coin, I can get a little hug. It'll be all right. Yes, ma'am. Can't stand it. But anyway, let me tell you something. So I realized that over the summer, I just found out who you are. Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing? So I realized over the summer that that my nephew's got a type. He's got a type. The 14-year-old. I said, no, he didn't. He got a type, y'all. So let me tell y'all his type. His type is he like almost all of them gonna be shorter than him because he's real tall, right? But honey, he like the hair. He either like the natural hair. He don't mind the weave either. But he definitely like the nails. He like the feet to look good. And he like a little meat on the bone. I said, oh, he got a type. Okay, all right. He got a type. He don't like him too skinny. He don't like him too tall. He got a type. I said, Lord have mercy, I can't stand him. And he like the girly girls. He got a type, y'all. I said, oh my God. But anyway, it's a lot going on right here, a lot going on. So anyway, let me tell y'all, it's amazing watching these kids. I can't stand them, but I love them. They better be all right. And so, but I'm so happy for them, and I really wanted to work out for the school year. I really do, but I'm so afraid, you know. But thank y'all listen to me get rid of some of this nervous energy. Okay, that's all I'm doing right now is get rid of nervous energy about this COVID, child, and these babies. Car preferences, some new wave ish. My sister's 11 years younger, preferred my mom's car, but I was okay. My grandmother's Thunderbird. I heard that's your favorite, Uncle. Child, what you said? I used to prefer, when I was in school, I preferred my daddy's work truck or my uncle's work truck. You know what I mean? That's what I preferred. I thought I was doing something. Shoot, between my uncles and my daddy, and we always lived in a small area. Between my uncles and my daddy, everybody's scared of me anyway. You know what I mean? So whatever. Can't live with them, can't live without them. I know that's right, yeah. Yeah. Your girls like that, daddy? Child. Yeah, but I prefer my daddy's work truck, and I couldn't wait to drive it. You know what I mean? He let me drive it one time, and I was trying to go forward, and I went back, and I messed up something. That was the end of that right there. But then my uncle taught me how to drive. His work truck, that's how I learned how to drive. My uncle taught me how to drive in his work truck in case I screwed up something. And but the only thing I messed up on my other uncle's truck was I ran into the gas pump thingy. And after that I didn't mess up no more. But he was real calm with me. And I think I couldn't hardly get to I couldn't learn. My daddy couldn't teach me how to drive because he made me nervous. And they call it side eye today. He used to side eye me too much, and it made me nervous, and I couldn't do it. King Peter said I take the day off, the first day for my oldest, grand to welcome in. My girl said how long I'ma do it till he graduate. I heard that, King's Mina. That's the good thing about elementary, girl. You can walk them in and all that, right? Child. Yeah, said I prefer my dad to take me to school. Yeah, me too, But that's because he had the cool cars too. But see, here's the thing around here, because like I said, we live in a small area, and like I don't know, when you get dropped off by your dad, you be expecting him to be in the work truck. That's the only thing I can say. I don't know. There's a lot going on. I don't know. Dang, they call me on my phone. Child. Anyway, your favorite uncle said, younger people have a type. Yeah, right. Thank God. Life teaches you sometimes your preferences are based on some small-minded foolishness. Is that what I really think that we are partially to blame. Your favorite uncle for my nephew, for the 14-year-old having a type. You know what I mean? I think he got a type because he lived because of us. Because of his mom and my sisters and me. You know what I mean? And I think he got a type. And my niece, the one that's in middle school, child, it'd be a lot going on. That's all I'ma say. How you doing, Body Works? Miss Honey said I'm 50 and I don't have any children, but I got a lot. That's right, Miss Honey. We got a lot of kids, baby. We got a lot of kids. When I was having, I'm gonna tell y'all why I got triggered too. I'm glad you said it, Miss Honey. So let's get down to But thank y'all for listening to me about the trials and tribulation of these kids going back to school. At the end of the day, whether they got types or not, my dad was to get her to drop me off. You a mess, Maverick boy. Child. All I know is, well, you know what? My daddy was kind of a pit bull, so like, it's when I get dropped off, my female friends, they was welcome to come up to the car and stuff like that, and everything, the truck and everything be cool. But the guys, yeah, not so much. Not so much. Not when I discovered that when I stopped dressing like a tomboy. Now when I was still dressing like a tomboy, because y'all know in the 90s, we'll shoot the 80s and the 90s early on. Well, the 80s for me, the 80s, yes, the 80s. We still was burning the baggy jeans and all of this and all that, and till I got in the 10th grade, and my mama said, "Hey, you need to stop wearing all those baggy clothes and stuff." And so yeah, it was on pretty much on after that. So I don't know. I don't know. My dad was Nael said my dad was calmer too. So he taught me how to drive too. My mom stressed me out. Child, what you said at Tiffany? I will walk before I'm in small spaces with hollering. It's I move around. Well, Lord, ride to school. We had to walk. Woo! Is that right, Robbie? Good God. Child. That's a long walk back and forth. That's 12 miles a day. Ooh, child. Ooh, ooh. My dad was a neighborhood dad. Yeah, he picked everybody up. I missed those days. All right, I know that's right, Miss Jenny. Yeah, we always had like the house. You know what I mean? And so, anyway, y'all, let me read this. My dad taught me how to drive. And I taught both my nieces and nephew, aka my kids. Right, Miss Honey? Miss Bodywork said, said, you're a best Kings Mina. My dad would take me in an old 50s car. And stupid me was so embarrassed to ride in that car. I sure wish I still had it. I know that's right, body wants to still be running, I bet too. For real. Child, it still be running. So let's get to it, y'all, right? Right, your favorite uncle? Favorite uncle said, at Robbie, really? Yikes. Right, 12 hours a day? I cannot, no ma'am. No, sir, I can't do it. I don't understand. 12 hours a day? Child. That's too much. Even for a kid, it's too much. But you know what? Back then, your kids could walk that distance. You know what? But this day and age, child, it ain't even safe. They be trying to snatch kids off the bus stop. Child, they ain't safe these days. My mom's best friend husband taught me to drive in the wife's car. She was so bad. Right to be told said, oh no, Robbie said, well, it seemed like 6 miles. I may be exaggerating a little bit. You a mess, Robbie. Right to be told said, my mom tried to teach me to drive. A stick shift, and we almost died on the first. Child, what you said, right to be told? My dad took me to college my freshman year in his work truck. Is that right, Miss Honey? Child, my friends had a crush on my dad from 7th grade. From 7th grade on, and I thought it was sick, right? They didn't even like my big bro until we got to college. I heard that L. Ooh, child, let me tell you something. One of my friends, her name was Tasha. Girl, her daddy was fine. Do you hear me? That man was fine. So I understand what your friends was going through. When we were young, we walked all over. Yes, we used to be what they call it these days of free range parenting. When you let your kids, just like roam free and all this and all that. Well, honey, we was free ranging back in the day. You can't let your kids free range these days. They might not make it back home. They might snatch them up off the street. What they call it free range parenting these days. It ain't safe to free range no more. Miss Honey said, it is not safe. Yeah, it's so bold and brazen now. Yeah, they real bold and brazen. It's a scary situation. You can't let your kids free range like that no more. Child. Mm, mm, mm. Uh-uh. My mom did those things. Right to be told said my dad left. He said left me drive. I guess he let you drive the stick shift. And my 9-year-old brother had to drive me back. What? Had to drive you back to the house. I was so bad at sticks. I'm not good at them either. Right to be told, I stripped the heck out some girls. It's just I'm not comfortable. I will if I have to, but I'd rather not. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I took my daughter for her first driving lesson. She crashed into the gate. We never left. It make you nervous. See, True Black, you probably made her nervous. Like I told y'all, my daddy made me nervous. I couldn't fall. He was side eyeing me. I couldn't do that. You made her nervous. That's your fault, True Black. I don't blame your daughter. I blame you. I do. I blame you. So the mom said, "Oh, oh wow." Sister Moon said, "The man who fathered me never taught me anything except that I am not good enough. Um, I thank him though for helping me learn to depend solely on myself. My God, God bless you, baby. Free range kids here. I walked, rode the bus, and trained by age 10. Right, King? We had more freedom back then. It's a shame that, a lot of these, the kids, they can't be, just can't go all up and down and around and everywhere no more. We used to be everywhere. When I was young, all up and through the woods, dang on down in caves, just everywhere, everywhere. You know, and so yeah, this would be everywhere. I was taken. Hold on, I am. Let me stop. Video was playing there. How that? Oh, I heard that true black. Free range kid here. I know that's right, Casey. I read that one. My mom did the same, yelling the entire time. I almost took out the whole right, right, Jennifer. I was like, ooh, that make you nervous with the extra stuff, Keep my eye on their electronics too. Yes, you absolutely have to keep your eye on the kids' electronics. Or snatching them that way too. Yes, they are. They will. They will pied piper your kids. Yes, they will. Hey, where me? You right about that, Miss Honey. Yes, ma'am. You do have to keep your eye on them electronics. But anyway, let me tell y'all your last comment, right to be told. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I'll go back up. Right to be told said, but the kids are so sheltered and can't handle tough situations since we don't let them outside. Well, we let ours outside, but it have to be. They can't just be all over creation. You know what I mean? Like we used to be. They have to be going to an event or chilling at somebody's house or preferably at one of our houses. The mall for the older ones. Something like that. They just can't be out. But we was just out and we had to come home when the street lights came on. You know what I mean? And so yeah. That's right, Miss Honey. Kids nowadays will never know the freedom of being free range. They sure won't. It's not safe. It's just not safe, and so that's why. And I also think, but I understand what you're saying, right to be told. But I also think that when COVID hit, like I said, the kids around here they like to go to the lock-ins and at the Zumba place. They had to lock in around here. They had to lock in at the place where the jump jams and places like that. They would have the lock-ins and do things like that. And but they had to stop doing that when the COVID hit. And like I said, that I felt so bad for them. Before the street light, yeah, the street light. That was our rule too. Before that street light come on, your butt better be at that house. You better be. That's right, your favorite uncle. Oh, it's gonna be hell to pay. Oh yes. Now me and my sisters was young, and we used to be at our grandmama's house, right? We used to hide from my grandmama, right? My grandmama, she had a house, but she had a whole lot of land, and she grew vegetables, mostly corn, and so we would hide in the field from her, and she'd be calling our names forever, but we wouldn't be nowhere. We just be in the field picking with her, and we used to do that a lot until until my uncles started coming in the field and scaring the heck out of all of us, and then we stopped hiding from her like that. But child, we used to have my grandmama going with her mean tail. Your favorite uncle says C19 has changed the world. Yes, on every level. School, shopping, visiting friends. I absolutely agree. And it's so crazy. Tiffany Wright said, right. At least on the porch. Yep. By the time the lights came on. That's right, Tiffany. At least on the porch. In the yard. You better be visible. You better let them know you're there. Or it's going to be a problem. But that was our one rule. Be home by the time the street lights come on. And so yeah. But anyway, let me tell y'all real fast. So, and thank you guys. I like these conversations when we get to talk about how much fun we used to have, because kids these days, child, I feel so bad for them, like I really do. I really feel bad for them. And so yeah, it's just bad. I heard that Miss Honey. Miss Honey said as a young kid, if I couldn't hear my mama holler, you went too far. I heard that Miss Honey, but we used to go exploring, especially me and my oldest cousin. He was older than me. He passed away now, but he was older than me. Child, we used to be everywhere. Okay, but I tell you one thing. I don't know if I told y'all this before, but we used to love to go down in the caves and stuff, right? And the reason how I got out of going down in them caves and stuff, it wasn't because nobody was chasing us, but we was down in there in one of them one day, and a bat boo booed on me. Did y'all know that bats the boo boo is yellow? That thing boo booed on me, right? And so when I got there, we was at my grandmama's house, so the bat boo booed on me. I gets back to the house, like really grossed out and all this and all that. And my grandmama told me I couldn't wash my hair because when the bat boo boo on you, it's good luck. So I couldn't, she won't wash my hair till the next day. And that was the last time I went down them damn caves. I'm gonna keep it a buck. So yeah. But that was my world, child. She said it was good luck. I was like, oh my God. I went home and told my mom about it. I was like really upset about it, right? But I went home and told my mama, and she was like, well, I told you to stay out of them caves. That was the sum of it. That was all she said. I told you to stay out of them caves. It's just crazy. But anyway, y'all, let me tell y'all why the name of the thing is triggered, right? And so, but I like talking about the old days because a lot of these kids, they don't have no idea, you know. And so yeah, it's just bad. It don't make no sense. I feel so bad for them. It's like they're trying to lock them down or something. I don't know. First secret I was going. She said, "Good luck." My first secret rap I was going through. I guess King's Media got to finish writing it. But yeah, y'all, it was a lot going on. But yeah, that bird, that thing on back doodled in my head. I'm like, child, huh? Anyway, give me the shiver still thinking about it. The reason why I did the video, I titled the video, we're gonna transition. The reason why I titled the video is because I don't know if you guys seen my last video, but if you did, on site April came up and she was telling us a little bit of YouTube history, right? And she was talking about when she let everybody know that she had a baby child that had passed away early on, and she was like, that girl over there took her story and all this and all that, right? So on site, she had sent me a couple of messages. I wish she would pop up right now, but she sent me on site. I hope you go back and listen to this. I might have to put her name in the title so she can listen to it. But she had sent me a couple of messages, in the comment section, um, saying that I had her permission to play the audio, which because she told me she had did a video about the situation. She told the story about what happened with her child. How you doing? Clyde has proudly announced. Girl, that's a lot. But how you doing though? He said, "Good luck." My first secret rep. I didn't read that. I caught that part. You caught that part of the live? Yeah, okay, so you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, she was telling us, what happened, the story, how old girl had stole her story and all this and all that, right? So she wrote me a couple of messages in the comment section under that video, and she was telling me I can play the audio of the story. And I asked her, the name, the title of the video, and all this and all that, right? Hey, Liz, and so I went to the video, and the title of the video just says a capital T and a capital F on the right. And it's from a year ago, right? So when I got to listen to the video, and she told me the minute mark, she said it was a 17-minute mark. And on site, you brought tears to that. When you was telling your story, that video triggered me, y'all, right? And I can't play the audio on my channel. That's why I wish on site could pop up right now. And on site, if you hear me, thank you so much. And but I would love for you to come on here and tell the story yourself. When you hear this video, I hope you'll hear it. If anybody can get in touch with on site April, please let her know of what I'm talking about, right? But I can't I can't play that video. It's very triggering to me. And her story is so sad, and it's a lot going on, to the point to where I was triggered by that video. And the reason why I was triggered by that video, probably, as I'm talking to you guys now, is because I am such a mama bear auntie, right? And so, and another reason why is because on one part of on-site story, she's telling us how she let her baby go see the father's mother or something like that, right? And a couple of days after that, the baby passed away, and on site was saying the baby was brought back by the paramedics. I believe she was saying, "Hey, Stage girl, And for months the baby was in the hospital. And she said when the baby either passed away or was getting ready to pass away in the hospital, the father's mama fessed up and said because she wouldn't let on site have the baby, she put a pretty much took the baby and got a root put on the baby, uh so that the baby wouldn't feed from the mama and or something like that. She said, I was like, wow. When I said the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and y'all know it's some stuff that I can't do. All right, and that's one of them. And I was like, And so I was on site to because I was like, what? That was crazy. I was like, oh my God. But look, y'all, if y'all want to hear that video, and she said a whole lot of other stuff too, but it was that part right there, that part that did it for me. That was it for me. I was like, oh my God. I was like, wow. Woo! No ma'am. No ma'am. No ma'am. I was absolutely triggered by that video. And then yeah, right, chills, right, Tiffany? I was like, no ma'am. I know how roots work, okay? And if on site said that lady did that, wouldn't have that done to that baby, she wouldn't have that done to that baby. Okay, she ain't lying about that. Okay? But the thing is, you don't be thinking about the consequences and repercussions when you're doing something like that. I know she didn't want the baby to pass away, but you can't play with stuff like that. Because you don't never know how it's going to end up. And so I was like, I don't even want to play that audio on my channel. That's how no ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am. I don't play like it, y'all. So I was triggered. And then um after that I went back, Lady Tia's t-shirts and designs. She was saying that, she was listening to that video when on site was telling her story. And absolutely, Corio, I agree. Absolutely. I was speechless too, L. It shocked me. I was like, whoa. I didn't even want to finish playing the video. I don't even want it in my head. I don't. That's a lot. You know what I mean? Girl, child, no ma'am. So after that, a little bit after that, Lady Tia t-shirts and designs. She said she was looking at the video. She made couple of comments in the comment section. She said she remember when all that happened with on site with the old girl stealing her story and everything. And then she said that she had a baby that passed away from SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. And I offered up my condolences and whatnot. You know what I mean? And that was kind of triggering for me too, which brought me to this video today, because you never know what somebody is going through. And if you have been a long time subscriber of mine, I told y'all why I don't have any birth children today. It's not that when it comes to my story, it's not that I could get pregnant, but I couldn't stay pregnant past the first trimester. And so and after I had my last miscarriage, they told me if I have another miscarriage, I could bleed to death. And so I've told this to my, if you've been on me for a while, and you've been on my channel for a while, guys, we done talked about that. But it brought up between what on site was saying and what Lady Tia's t-shirts and design, what she said about her experience. Yeah, I don't like it either, Jennifer. You know, it is, Miss Honey. I agree, right? It is. My middle sister, she lost a son to SIDS. D'Angelo, he lived 3 months and he passed away from SIDS. And I had that night that baby passed away. I had a dream. I couldn't figure out why I was dreaming about him in color, and he was in his little stroller, in my grandmama's kitchen, you know. And I got woke up by a phone call, and my baby sister was screaming on the phone, telling me what had happened. So I understand, you know, I understand how devastating it can be. Because D'Angelo, like I said, he lived 3 months and he passed away from SIDS and everything. I was the first person to hold that baby, and I actually put on his clothes before they put him in his little bitty casket and everything. So it's absolutely devastating. It's absolutely. But like I said, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to me and kids, I could get pregnant and but I couldn't stay pregnant. You know what I mean? And but the first baby that I lost was a boy, and he was I was 4 months. I was 1 month into the 1 month into the second trimester when I lost that baby, and because I was 1 month in the second trimester, um, they actually bought my baby to me. They had put him in this little. It's this little bitty thing. It looked like a box, and it wasn't a box though. But I don't know the proper name for it. But it was white, and inside of it was a blue pillow, a light blue pillow, and they had laid him on it and everything, and they let me and my husband see our son, and um so yeah, that was my that's how I was, you know uh, yeah, and this just looked a little bit something, and kind of looked like a he had his little legs and his hands and stuff forming, and but that's why I was triggered. It made me think about all that kind of stuff, and with school starting back, and we scared for our kids, and it just be a lot going on when it comes to these babies. You know what I mean? And oh no, Almighty Isis, it's fine. It's fine now. I was really I was what I think I had been married for maybe 2 or 3 years when that happened. I think I had been married 2 or 3 years when that happened, and but the Lord has truly blessed me, and I was blessed by my sisters, and you guys know that me and Brandy is and my grandmama. She got me up out my funk. She told me, I might not never have no birth children, but I have a whole bunch of children, and some women are meant to mother the world. And so it took me a long time to realize what she was saying, but I get it now. You know what I mean? And my baby sister, she was so crazy. If you've been, I told y'all about my baby sister and my middle sister. They had a plan, okay, to get me. Chad had a plan to get me a baby. It involved a turkey baster and my husband's sperm, and my baby sister was go crazy. It was like a whole elaborate scheme. I wasn't going, you know what I mean? But that was gonna try it. So when that fell through, and I really think to this day, my baby sister had Brandy for me. You see what I'm saying? That was my baby. She pretty much gave me Brandy, and might as well say, because soon as when Brandy came home from the hospital, I think my baby sister, the longest she might have had Brandy was oh yeah, Miss Almighty Isis, I'm better now. I know you're better now, Miss O. I remember you saying, yeah, I was triggered when that part came up about the Wendy Williams, and yeah, it always triggers me. You know what I mean? Tiffany said, by any means necessary. I think that was that was their thinking, Tiffany. Like they went, yes. I was like, nope, nope, we're not gonna do that, nope, because that's like my sister having a baby by my husband. No, that was a lot. Empaths who don't have biological children are very sensitive. It's the gift and the curse. I know that's right, Miss Honey. Miss Honey, I'm hyper vigilant when it comes to kids. You know what I mean? That's why I love that saying. It takes a village, because it really does, right, Jennifer? And so, but like I said, when it comes to Brandy, Brandy has all. I don't even know if I always watched over her or she always watched over me. You know what I mean? I really don't know how that's working out, but I think the longest my sister had Brandy was, I think maybe like a month and a half. You know what I mean? And then after that, She started dropping her off at my house. Um, I love you and Brandy's relationship. I have so many favorites. Oh, thank you, Miss Honey. I have no biological children, but adopted daughter in Kenya. Oh wow, that's wonderful. And many here in the U.S. That's awesome, Liz. She said that's so heartbreaking. I will never forget my first day working at my local children's hospital, and this family lost their baby to see. Yeah, absolutely. When I was, you guys know my career was in social work, and at one point in time, they had so many drug babies. Do y'all remember that era when all those babies was being born drug addicted? And we would volunteer. The women and the men in our office would volunteer to go sit with the babies because they was in the hospital so long. They had been taken away from the mothers, and we would go, sit with them and rock them, and show them some, personal, touch, for a couple of hours at a time. We did that forever in the office, because of those babies. And so, yeah, that brought up that memory for me right there. When you mentioned that, Miss Honey. Uh-huh. Miss Honey, not bad. I have $3. I worked at two different children's hospitals. At this point, and to this day, I cannot handle seeing family lose their babies, especially the kids. Oh my God, my family was devastated. When we lost D'Angelo. Like I said, I'm the first person to hold D'Angelo, and I put his clothes on before they put him in the casket. But when I got to the hospital, they let you, how they let you, sit with the baby and stuff. And my sister was dead, beyond. They had to sedate her and everything. And I went in there and and I sat with D'Angelo for a long time, and talked to him, everything, and told him it was gonna be all right. And all of this and all of that. And it was a lot going on back then. It was a lot going on. And so yeah, it was a lot going. I can't remember. Yeah, my grandmama hadn't even passed away back then. And so, and so yeah, there's a lot going on. It's devastating. It's like you can't even. Yes, I did, Choreo Lover. Yes, I did. I named my son. I sure did. I named him after his father. Yep, this is Junior. Yep, I sure did. I sure did. Yep, yep, yep. We buried him too. We had well, it was me and him. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I ain't even gonna tell y'all where we buried him, but it's a lot. And so, but anyway, uh on-site April's story just reminded me of all of that. It's a lot. And you really never really know what somebody is going through. You know what I mean? And it's you know, yeah, Jennifer, I had talked about it before. I talked about it a couple of times. It's been a long time. And and then I want to talk about it today because like I said, we heard April's story, and then Lady Tia's T-shirts designs. She told her she shared her story, and like I said, I want to talk about it today because I was triggered, and you don't never know who else is listening that may have been triggered as well. You know what I mean? Especially if you're younger and you're still like going through it. Because I know when I was trying real hard to have a baby, I was going through it. You know, and it took me several miscarriages, and the doctor didn't ever tell me that my life was literally in danger. And my husband, he put his foot down, and he was like, "If you don't do X, Y, Z, I'm gonna do X, Y, Z, because I'm not gonna let you die." And all of this. Now, this is like a lot going on back then, but yeah, I just want to reassure everybody, especially if you're in the midst of going through it, that it's always a brighter day, and that you are, you may have other kids, just cause you done lost one baby, or you may be one of the lucky ones like me and Miss Honey, that are picked to. We are blessed to pretty much mother the world. We got a lot of babies. It's because we don't have none that we birthed, encouraged to term. And so, but you got a whole lot of babies. And so, yeah, I'm sure it made you and your husband's bombers. It did. I hear it every time you speak about it. Absolutely, Tiffany. Absolutely. That man has been my rock so much. I done took that man down through child. 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 But you're right, Tiffany. Absolutely. Hearing stories of my mother's. Miss Honey said, hearing stories of mothers who position their kids to be harmed. Oh my God, Miss Honey. I told you I'm hyper vigilant about that. So, absolutely, it was really hard for me when I was doing social work. You know, I know that's right, Coriel. I'm very sporadic when I come on anymore. That's right. That's right, Miss Honey. We create the world's children. Absolutely. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I'm good to play my position because I have been blessed not only sharing raising so many kids in my family, to the point to where my sister gave me Brandy. I'm not that child. She kept dropping that baby off every time I bring it back home. She'll drop the baby off. I bring the baby back home. Honey, Brandy done been with me so much all her life. The first time she called somebody mommy. It wasn't her mama, it was me. Okay, that's how deep it get between me and Brandy. And so yeah, I have been I honored, and so that's why I say that, and then now to the point to where I am the matriarch of my family, because all of my elders have passed on, and I have heard people say, messy folks, well, your niece wants you to get out of her kids' lives. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. Trust me. No, they don't. We good. We good over here. We good. Okay. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I just want to, let somebody that may be listening that, God is good and it'll be all right, and it's like a lot, but you can get through it, you know. Thank you, Almighty Isis. Yeah, she thinks she my mama now though. Oh yes, she does. Uh-huh. It's dangerous to leave them alone, though. Ch- Child, the misinformation let get thrown out here. It's horrible. It's hard to be a choreo lover. Yep, I have two rainbow babies in my family. So if you're reading this, and you've been struggling with fertility, don't give up. I know that's right, El. I absolutely agree. Should never give up. I don't know about that. That's pretty sick to me too, Adrian. Right? I agree. That's why he said this is why I say, you do good work out here on these YT streets. Don't let these one trick wonders delay your purpose. Thank you, Miss Honey. I appreciate it. Thank you. But just pretty much what I had to say. I just wanted to share that, and I wanted to share it because, like I said, when I heard on-site story, you don't never know who going through it. You don't never who gonna be triggered by it, But you just have to stay the course, and just because you might not have no birth children, that doesn't mean you have to be without children all your life. You know, it don't mean that. And like my grandmama told me, and Miss Honey know, and a lot of people know that just because you don't have no birth children, don't mean you don't have no children, okay? Because I got more than enough, around here in my family. And like I said, when I was doing social work, it was real hard on me. And I was a foster parent for a while. I did foster parenting until my husband said that's enough, because I was getting, I'm, mama burned over them too. I was worried about them and everything. And so, but when it was time when he said enough was enough, it was just enough, And so I did that for a while. And I still, them foster babies that I had, which are now grown now, those little people, I'm still in contact with two of them. As a matter of fact, so they went home to they family, but they still fool with me. They still come down and okay me a ass and see my family. You know what I mean? They still come because they part of the family. Once come into this family, child, it ain't no getting out. It ain't no getting out. All right. So I give props to celebs like Gabrielle Union for being so open about her fertility issues and surgery. Absolutely, more people need to speak up so people can see that they're not alone, and that's the reason why I want to do the video, because you don't never know what somebody's going through. And when I say that I have been baptized through fire, not only when it comes to kids, but a whole lot of stuff in my life, shall I mean that. So I come across to some people as being battle hard, but guess what? I am battle hard. Okay? Trust me when I tell you this. All right. And so yeah. But if you are truly the righteous, you know that you don't always have a choice and some stuff, but you realize the lessons, the hard times, they only make you stronger, and you have to be battle hard for a reason. And so yeah. LOL, same here. My stepkids, my step, my stepkids are you familiar? I know that's right. You can still mother without giving birth. Absolutely, absolutely. With temperance, of course, absolutely. I ain't dragging nobody up here. I heard that. Yeah, you right, Miss Honey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so yeah, we are mother to the world. We are special. And I realize that. Jennifer said, thank you for sharing your story, Miss. Oh, you're welcome. And ladies in the chat, that was a great combo. Let me act like I'm on the clock. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you. Let me ask. Thank you, Jennifer, for joining us. I appreciate it. How you doing, Dovey? Stephanie Hart. How you doing, Stephanie? Hey, and Miss Olivia, and someone not having kids. She said, and someone not having kids is not a read, especially if because of physical health. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely not. Child, I never understood that either. And so yeah, it's gone in a way this sector finds it funny to use women who have no children to read them. Child, okay. Some women, that's right. A lot of women are choosing not to, especially a lot of young women today. They are choosing not to have children. Okay, they are choosing, academics and career over children. Yes, they are, because we see all the stuff that's going on, these days, especially in our community with these men. So they are choosing not to deal with that. And they're, like I said, they're choosing academics and, education and career over children. And they at first when I first got on YouTube, they used to have, and they still have it over there in the part of the black sector that I was in, the Madison and all that. They drag the heck out of single moms. Everything in the world, everything that the beta male, the dusty black man is doing, it's all due to the fact that he was raised by a single mom in a single household. Even though if he wasn't raised, and even if he was raised in a two-family home, it's still the woman's fault. If he come out and do some messed up stuff, it's got to be the woman's fault, child. And I couldn't believe I was hearing all this stuff when I first came on YouTube, right? I had never heard no conversations like the gender war. I was like, oh my God, I had to get caught up, child. And so like I said, and a lot of these young women now, they done been hearing all that kind of stuff, all that disrespectful stuff forever. So they're choosing not to have children at all. You know? And so yeah. That's right, Tiffany. It's not always a woman's decision. What if you don't have a choice? What they say, mama's babies and daddy's babies? What if you don't have a choice? Okay? Child. Miss Honey said not having kids can make you bitter. Hold on. Can not having kids can make you bitter. And folks use that vulnerability as a weapon. Personally, I find I find it disgusting. I mean, and then you know what I hate, but I have seen women that grow bitter. You know, I really have because they don't have kids, and I just thank God that's not my testimony. You know, what I mean, my me not having um birth children made me hyper vigilant when it comes to other people's kids. Okay, and especially hyper vigilant when it comes to the kids in my family. You know what I mean? And so yeah, Miss Olivia is some country. You're allowed to have 3 kids. You're only allowed to have 3 kids, Miss Doggy. I know they used to have it over in China when you could just have the one. But I heard that you can have at least 2 now over there. Cause the male to female ratio was out of whack. And they was choosing all them to keep all the boys, and there's not enough females to marry them over there on it when they were just able to have 1 kid. Single mother, I read that one. I chose to have a career family. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Liz. Nothing. Nothing is wrong with that at all. You know. You know. Nothing at all. L said, oh, I want to read this. Neil said at this, oh, I love all my kids, but honestly, if I could go back, I would have tried to have been financially stable, absolutely. First and married. I was a teenage mom, and it was hard. Absolutely, it was hard, but you made it through, and that's what counts. But you are absolutely right. It's always best, but we know that stuff happens, you know. But Mia, you made it through, and you're here to tell the story, and that's all that counts. And I'm sure that you did the very best of your ability, you know. And it be hard because we got a whole lot of we got a whole lot of 6-figured broke people around here, and but the most important thing, I always feel like when it comes to kids, especially, the most important thing that you can give your child is not a material thing; it is love. And when your kids see you out there working hard and doing the best that you can do for them, you know what I mean. They love you even more, and you still come home and you still love your babies, even though you tired, honey. They come out just fine, whether you are a single parent or a 2-family home. You know, and especially when it comes to them boys, you got to be careful with them boys, because they'll grow up thinking they the man of the house. No, you're not the man of the house. You're my child, and you don't need to take on that burden. You know, but sometimes I think that if moms, don't catch it quick enough, and it is true that you can see some moms so attached to their kids, it'll be like almost, well, that is the man of the house, but you should never let your kid, bear that type of burden, and so yeah, and so yeah. But we all have to do the best that we can do when it comes to these babies, in my opinion, and so yeah, it's a lot. Miss Honey said folks will shame you either way. Absolutely. Living your truth. Disarm the weapon and embrace it. Amen. God honors that. That's right, embrace it. I'm so mean and surly, child. I will not be moved, honey. Never have been. All right. But I'm too old now. It don't matter no more anyway. All right. These kids, it's so many kids in this family and in my dang old neighborhood. In my world, just let me say that. I be needing a vacation sometime. Just let me put it that way. Sometime I be needing a vacation. I don't have to know all their business. Okay? It is not necessary for me to know every last bit of your business. All right? Some things I don't need to hear. And so yeah, that's just how I feel about it. Sarah Patch Kid said, some moms get bitter because it affected freedom and financial status. You just never know. Yeah, that's true. You never know. And I think that it's absolutely it's a blessing. When you have a child, in my mind's eye. You know what I mean? And but some don't feel that way, and that's just the reality of it. They go for men and women. Mia said, yes, I did my best. I'm still out here hustling for him. Amen. I still do my best, even when I'm overwhelmed. That's right, Mia. That's right. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. You know, them babies know that you love them, okay? Because every time you go out that door and make it happen for them, you know, you let them know that you love them, and don't never forget to tell them, you know, because love is free. It don't cost nothing. You know, it don't cost nothing. And when you see your kids see you trying, child, they will love you even more. And you might not even never know, but kids intake everything. They always watching. Even when it seems like they ain't paying attention, child, they paying attention. They paying attention. I was telling y'all earlier about my nephew and his type. You see what I'm saying? That means that he be paying attention, you know. And so yeah, he be paying attention because his type is how we present the women in my family, how we present ourselves. So now that's his type, you know, and so because they be paying attention, you know, and so yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely said at me is my brothers and I are grown, and my mom is still hustling for us. That's absolutely a mother's love. I know that's right, Jeff. I know that's right, child, child. But I wish that all the moms could just realize that they got a blessing and just do the best for your babies. You know, you don't have to be perfect because, like I said, love is free. You ain't got to be rich. You ain't got to be perfect. You making away from them babies. You know, and you showing them affection and you letting them, you know, you actually raising them and not trying to be their friend. You know, and they notice and they know. You know, they know. You know. Hey, Miss O. Hey, Lady Tia, I'm just talking about you. Uh-huh. Tell them how you triggered me today, Lady Tia. Because you're going to have to go back and roll the ball back. Miss Honey said, I don't like kids, but I have a heart for them. 90% of my prayer list is for them. You don't like... Miss Honey, you don't like kids? Or you do like kids? What? I'm confused. Yeah, it said that Corbin lover. I got older ones and little ones. So I be like, ugh, all over the place, trying to run them here and there. Ooh, child, what you said? I told you we was talking about logistics. Mia asked when I started the video, child, we was talking about logistics cause Scooter started back. Child. She said, now that's honest and I respect that. Elle said, my mom and aunts had children very young. So most of the women in my fam made it a point to break the cycle. My cousin didn't have her first child till 35. Wow. When she was married and financially set. That is awesome. Yeah, you have to roll it back when you get a minute, Lady Tia. Uh-huh. True earnestly, do your best and it'll work out. That's right. Do your best and it'll work out, you know. So yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna wait until 35, but I'm not rushing. I heard that L. She said, no, I don't like them, but I love them. I know that's right, Miss Honey. Well, you know, I done told you about my nephews and my nieces. I don't always like them, but I love them. Sometimes I be wishing it was like the old days. You could bust them upside the head. I'm just kidding about that, but oh Lord, they be oversharing sometimes for me. I don't need to know some stuff. It's like it's not necessary. Okay? But then I would never tell them that, you know. But some stuff ain't necessary. I be having to bite my tongue. I be like, oh Lord. Whew. Child. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. I'm saying it in my head. Do you have to be real calm when you get to answer? Have y'all ever had that conversation with y'all kids that them conversations that they be oversharing? Oh Lord. It be a lot going on. But I'd rather them talk to me than get some misinformation from somebody else. You know, Miss Honey said the best thing you can teach your kids is that you will love them no matter what. Absolutely, Miss Honey. No matter what. I got your back. You know, no matter what, I got your back. Amen to that. That's right, Tiffany. Sometimes it be too much info. I love other people's kids, LOL, because I can play with them and send them back home. You know what's right? I thought that now Brandy them and her sisters in there, right? You know they grown in and started their own brood kids, right? But um, you know, you can play with them, take them on a trip, but eventually they would go back home sometime and all of this and all that, right? And but this brood of kids, like they just come in and out whenever they want to. They come in, my nephew. I got a grown nephew too, right? Honey, they come in, their little friends come in. They think it's a diner. They want food. They want hot wings when the game come on. Cause the Mister, this the spot. They want. They be wanting too much. I be needing a vacation, but I guess you gotta be careful what you wish for. I don't know, but I love them. Sometimes it's oversharing though. It's a lot going on. I don't know. Yes, because you want them to always feel that it's okay to come. Yeah, you always want them to feel it's okay. Stephanie, I be biting my tongue sometimes. But like I said, everything, I don't need to hear everything, but God dog it, I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it. Lord have mercy. Ooh. At me, I have 6 ranges from 14 years to 2 months. Oh wow. It gets crazy at times. But at this point, I have a good system going. Otherwise, I wouldn't have not one nerve left. I heard that silver and black. They coming out my house like a revolving door, especially the older ones. It'd be a lot going on. That's why my house growing up, my mom was everybody's like, yep, 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 Tiffany. I think that's where I got it from too. You know, my mom was always feeding the neighborhood. You can always come get something. Then my grandmama house, she didn't have nothing done to cook, like a whole meal or something, chicken or anything. You go always to the stove, and it'll always be some biscuits. So you can get you some biscuits and some honey or something, or you can get you some cornbread, and it always used to be something, something to snack on. And then she would always, but by the end of that day, you could always have you something to eat, and so that's how the old ladies did it back in the day, you know. But me, you gotta catch me on the right day. Don't come in the house ordering me around. I need at least an hour's notice. So when you come stumbling in, you better tell me ahead of time because you might be out of luck. I don't know. I don't know. I can only do what I can do. I'm only human. Child, I'm only human. I'm just only one person around here. Shit, but I love them babies though. But yeah, I really want to share that with you guys. And I know I don't come on here and but people that have been with me for a while, they have heard my story. And since I heard, I read what Lady Tia said in the comment under April's video. Hey, Miss Alfreda, how you doing? I just kind of wanted to, I was triggered by it, and I felt like, and I didn't want anybody that heard that video you being the sandwich and messing with me. I know that, right, Tiffany? They have to tell me ahead of time. Why? It was like, yeah, it was, yeah, Stephanie, you know the most. Hey, that's how she had it. If you couldn't eat nothing else, you would get you some warm biscuits, hook them up. Definitely some cornbread. It wasn't never not no cornbread on my grandmama's stove, but she always had something waiting for you. But like I said, if you stick around long enough, by the end of the night, you get a meal then. Lady Tia said, Lord, I'm tired. Got everything done. I sit there. All right, Lady Tia. Child. Elle said, well, to all the mothers in the chat, you all get the utmost respect from me. Absolutely. Because child parenting is not for the faint of heart. It sure ain't. What you said? Let me finish reading it. Let me find. Hold on. She said it's not for the faint. Parenting is not for the faint of heart, especially single mothers. I know that's right, Elle, right? I live on list, chore list. It's that time of the year for us. Like I said, we doing logistics around here. We trying to get back in the swing of things. Miss Honey said my babies are older. But trust me, when they start driving, they don't care about the make and model. Trust. Okay. I always had some bread at Big Mama. That's right. That's right, Ronnie Q. We did. I always had some good cornbread, not that jiffy cornbread stuff, the real cornbread. You can warm you up some cornbread, put some butter on it. You know what I mean? Something like that. You could get you some biscuits, put some honey or some jam or whatever else, And after she seen it start piling up, my grandma, she just come and with, make us something, And so yeah, but she always had some bread on the stove, be it biscuits or like no jiffy, the real cornbread, Ronnie Q, you know. And so yeah, that's how it used to be, child. But anyway, Ronnie Q, do you want to come up and tell us the story about the person going to somebody's house from off of social media and said it was in Tennessee? Because I didn't hear about this. I didn't hear about it. Let me know if you want to come up and tell us what happened. Cause ooh, honey. My babies are 30, 40, and 50. They feed me. I heard that's right. I know that's right, Miss Alfreda. They better. You making some biscuits today, Bowie? Cat's head biscuits and gravy. That yes. What, you can't go wrong with some biscuits and gravy. Okay. You always want to learn how to make you talk about the hot water cornbread. Oh Lord, that hot water cornbread is the bomb, baby. Oh yes. Oh yes. This sure is Coreo. You can't go wrong with just a good hot water cornbread, some fresh picked brown beans, or some white beans. I'm gonna fix me some white beans. Some white beans with the onions in it. Ooh, child, that's some hot water cornbread. Ooh, y'all done got me going. Ooh, I think I'm gonna have that for dinner. I'm gonna fry me some chicken wing. Oh, it's too late for the beans though. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have to do it tomorrow. I want me some white beans with some onions and I guess some chicken and some hot water cornbread. That's gonna be my dinner for tomorrow. I'm gonna pick them. Soak my beans out. I got some beans. In the cabinet. I just gotta soak them. And yeah, I'm gonna have that for tomorrow. I might put them in a crock pot. Let them simmer up real slow. You know what I mean? Let them simmer up real slow and for all that for the juice to get thick and stuff like that. Here I come, Ronnie Q. Then it got me thinking about food, Ronnie. I was like, ooh, I done got sidetracked. Ooh, child. Ooh, cat bitch, is that right? My grandmama made hot water cornbread every day, and my grandfather ate it with buttermilk at night. I used to love to stay at my grandma's house because when my granddaddy come home at night, we would always eat. His thing was blackberry ice cream. And I know this sounds gross, but his thing was blackberry ice cream and spinach with sausage in it. So my granddad used to come home late at night. I was always wait up for him because he gonna eat his blackberry ice cream and his spinach with sausage, girl. That was his thing. Let me get this link for Ronnie, y'all. Hold on. Let me try to, because I hadn't heard about that story Ronnie was talking about. I hadn't heard about that. Let's see here. Hold on, Ronnie. Here, come. All right. There go the link, Ronnie. Because, girl, I hadn't heard that. Miss Alfreda said my mom made that hot water cornbread. You can't stand the hot water cornbread, Miss Alfreda. I love hot water cornbread. LOL. Well, my mama just called to let me know she was done cooking. I'm 52 and married. I know that's right, Adrian. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, Ronnie Q, I know about being forced to pick up the peas. Hold on, y'all. This might be, I think this Ronnie right here, but let me, I know I got to You better safe than sorry, child. Is that you, Ronnie?
Hey,
Ronnie?
yeah, I'm here.
I can't. Oh, you know what? My phone. Okay, go on and hold on, Ronnie. Let me put you back. Let me take this thing off. Okay, and I'm gonna have to hold on 1 second. Okay, Ronnie,
Uh-huh.
before you get started, because I want to hear you. Somebody had called a minute ago, and let me fix this. Gonna talk to them about them crowded peas while I get my volume back. Okay,
Oh, I wasn't
hold on one
forced.
second.
My
If you
I
can hear
wasn't
me anyway,
I was
I'm gonna have to do.
I
Oh,
wasn't
it's a
forced to pick
process.
crowded peas. My grandmother had a garden,
I have to
and
do
it was like, I don't know. It was huge. I wouldn't call it a garden. It was like a field. But she would go up there every morning, and she grew some of everything. And we would have to shell them. We would have to shell the peas and snap the beans and stuff. And she had them big old silver pans that you had to do the beans and stuff in. And but we didn't have to pick them and stuff, but gardening was her thing. But yeah, and she would put away her peas and her beans and stuff like that, and she would blanch the greens and the pea and the green beans and stuff, and put them away in her deep freezer and stuff. So yeah, my people are from the South, so they always had vegetables and stuff put away. So I'm real familiar with them crowder peas. But my grandfather and my great uncle, they used to make moonshine, and boy, they used to make a killing off of their moonshine. So they yeah, I'm real familiar with that too.
I can hear you now, Ronnie.
Yeah, and I remember like it was a season when the potatoes when like all my dad and all his brothers, they used to go and they used to, when the potatoes were ready to you had to harvest the potatoes for the moonshine, and
Mm-hmm.
they used to all set up their vacation time. So we would go down south, and they would all harvest the potatoes. And then when we got older, and then they was like, y'all want to go out to the field with us? And then I thought, like, we was gonna have fun and stuff, and and then they were like, okay, you gotta crush the red dirt, because it's that red dirt in the south, and you gotta make sure no potatoes in there. And I was like, I ain't doing this. Like, are you serious? Me and my sister was like, okay, no, we don't want to do. No, we don't want to do this. It's like, this is too hard. No, we want to have fun.
Oh my God! I know when we used to go to we used to visit our family in Georgia. My middle sister used to love to eat that red Olivia, take your headphones out and plug them back. She used to love to
We
eat that
can't hear
red
you.
clay dirt.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
She used to love to eat that red clay dirt. Child, I never understood it, but she used to love to eat it. They say it's good.
I've
You know,
never, I've,
huh?
I've never eaten it, but I've heard of people who like to eat.
Yeah, my sister she used to love to eat that red clay dirt. And she she did it took her forever to stop eating that dang on cornstarch and stuff. Ronnie, red clay, I thought mainly pregnant women like it. Yeah, Bal, my sister like it, right to this day. Uh-huh. But she only likes certain types. You must be talking about. I think Ronnie sound went out, y'all. You must be talking about in Georgia, Ronnie Q. I thought about that red. Yeah, that red clay dirt. Yeah, they love it. Some people do. Ronnie, you back? To this day, I eat cabbage rinds and raw sweet potatoes. That's a good way to get worms. You a best Astro kid. I don't think she never had the worms from it though. Lady Tia said my granny had me. Ronnie, you back?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. We couldn't hear you before, baby.
Oh, I used to spend all my summers in the South. So between my mother's and my mother's and my father's side of the family, and they had hundreds of acres of land, and we used to always just be out on the land, and we used to
Yeah,
play like we were Swiss Family Robinson, exploring the land and stuff.
yeah,
And
yeah.
the only restriction we had was we couldn't go by the pond because they didn't want us to get bit by water moccasins because there were snakes and everything, but we never ran across snakes or anything. But when we went back to school, we were always walking with our heads down because it became a habit forming to walk with our heads down because in the fields out there, we were always walking with our heads down not to step in some cow manure. So when we got back to school and in the city, we were walking with our heads down because we were doing that all summer, so we wouldn't step in cow manure. So
Oh Lord, oh Lord. I know
yeah.
about the cow manure and that horse manure and every other kind of manure, and yeah, you gotta watch. And we ain't gonna talk about that chicken shit.
Oh yeah, we had all kind of animals. Except for goats, we didn't have goats, but we had chickens and all that stuff. But we never ran into
Ronnie, you went out again. If you can hear me, you went out again. Any words from the
you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you again. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, but what the article was about this lady in Tennessee,
Uh-huh.
and she in Dixon County, and
Uh-huh.
she was having a problem with they were having a problem with each other on social media about a post in social media. And so she pulled up to the woman's house and it was other people there. And she went around to the back of the house and she brought her daughter with her. And she was 38. And the woman she went to meet up with was 41. And the 41-year-old woman shot her and she ran off in her car, shot and killed her, the 38-year-old. And then the 41-year-old woman ran off in her car. The police caught up with her. She had drugs in her car. She had two substances in her body. She said she was on, I think it was crystal meth and cocaine, and they were saying it was crack cocaine and a little alcohol. She said she claimed that she didn't remember shooting the gun, and it was over a post that she put on social media. Uh,
Right.
Somebody interviewed her, a reporter interviewed her, so she claimed that she don't remember anything about shooting the gun. She had never met the woman personally, but she was lying because she was going back and forth between saying she knew the lady previously, but she hadn't seen her in a couple of years, but she had known her in the past, but she hadn't seen her in the past 3 years or so. And then she would go back to saying she had never met her before. And then she'd go back to saying, well, she hadn't seen her in a couple of years. So I don't know. I'm unclear if she's never met her or she just hadn't seen her in a couple of years. But either way it goes, she shot and killed her. She's saying that she doesn't remember the shooting, but she does remember waking up in jail, being arrested. They have her on first-degree murder, and the woman showed up to her house behind something that was posted on Facebook. They didn't go
Oh
into
man.
much detail about what was posted on Facebook, and
Mhm.
I was trying to understand that, but that's what the news article said.
Wow, this
Trey,
is crazy.
the
I'm sorry.
blogger the blogger Trey King was the one who I first heard it
Mm.
from, but then I read a couple of articles trying to find out more about the social media side of it. So it's very vague on the social media side of it, but it is in the paper in the article, in the news article, that it is behind social media. So it's just like
Wow.
really crazy.
Oh wow. That is crazy. Thanks for
And
the super chat, Lady Tia.
and the
Jabari! Come here. Sorry about that. Lord, I'm sorry I forgot the mic up, y'all. I always cherish the memories. They can help you get through hard times, missing those who have ascended. Absolutely. Have a great day. Thank you, Lady Tia. Um, did she bring those what do you call it? That meat that I wanted. Them oxtails. Yeah. Did she bring them? Okay. All right. Say hi to the peoples. Okay.
Hey, people.
Hey, Jabari.
I'm tired.
You tired from school, right?
Yeah. I hope this is the right time. This is the only time they had.
Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I told y'all we doing logistics over there. There's a lot going on.
Is that Brandy?
That's the right time.
Yeah, put them in the bottom for me.
That's why I was gonna ask you where you want them in the
bottom
or the fridge.
No, the fridge.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it in the bag though. So
item.
No, I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna go get it and bring it back. She didn't even tell us about it.
Right. She probably forgot because she's not paying attention. But go get it from me.
I'm gonna go get it and bring it back. I told you, Barry, I'm not easier than the front. Okay. But I told you, Barry, because he is hurt and he been at school.
I know.
I told him he don't gotta come back with me. Since the back is easy, I'll put it and get it, come down here, bring it back, and then bring the key back.
That's cool. You need some sun, fam.
Well,
your legs, you look like a ghost.
So
girl, it ain't cold. It's August.
I said it's gonna get cold soon, so they're gonna be lighter than this. So be happy.
Well, I mean, I know, but I'm just saying ahead of time. You look like a ghost.
Well, when October come, I'm gonna be like that. So
I know.
Be grateful of the color I got.
Just a little bit. Let you go, Irene. I was telling them about you said you made some contact. You done made some contacts at school.
What you mean by contacts?
I don't know what you mean by it. What did you say you made some?
On my bus though.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, so I was wanting to tell them. I know. Did you ignore him?
Of course.
It's not worthy. Okay. I'm sorry. You know he gonna be hating on you if you got to knock him out. But don't knock him out at school though. Once you get home.
In my contacts, I mean I know people. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna say I'm popular. I know people.
You know people.
People know me.
And people know you. I was telling the crowd right here because this is my company, and I was telling them how you are so happy to be gracing your school. The people in your school with your presence again, and that you had made the contacts or whatever. What's it? Oh, okay. Oh, you got that for the shaved ice.
So.
Girl, you a fool.
If you don't call me and tell me how it turned out, then I'm gonna feel a certain type of way because you
said you having this conversation online.
Well, because you said
I'm gonna have to call you after the whole. Oh, strawberry, I want that too.
Yes, I'm cherry. They only had
that's
They usually have orange too, but they didn't have that one today. They just had them too.
Cool.
I got you 4 pops. Guess how much they want for them pops now?
Oh, how much? For real? $2.99. They ain't on sale? Girl.
Boy. For about 4 of them.
Ooh, that's a lot going on. Thanks for doing that for me, though, y'all. I really appreciate it. Because
I'm glad you didn't feel like it. When I got in the kitchen, I was like, dang, she only got one in her.
Yeah, I didn't feel like it. Anyway, let me get off of y'all. I'm having a whole conversation.
So I can get up here.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Everybody, have a good day. You're going to the room, going back. Sleep.
You going to sleep?
Yeah. I enjoyed it, but it wore me out.
Well, you better go to bed. You know you need that bedtime because that's why you tired right now.
I took it and I took some I can talk to double.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Give me a minute.
While she taking a minute, I wanted to tell you guys the lady who got killed, she got killed in front of her daughter. The lady who did the shooting, she has 5 kids ranging from the age of 21 years old to a year and a half. So she has 5 kids from 21 to a year and a half, and now she's on first-degree murder charges. And the one who got killed, she has 2 children, and I don't know the ages of her 2 children. So just a whole mess behind social media. So that's all I had to say about the killing.
Hey Ronnie, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm sorry. Thank Almighty Isis. Like I said, we got a lot going on around here. Yeah, people be running from. What'd you say, Ronnie?
I was telling the chat while you were gone that the lady who was killed in the this killing, she had 2 children. She was killed in front of one of her children, and the lady who did the killing, she has 5 children, ranging from the age of 21 years old to a year and a half. So all these children are also the casualty of this senseless killing as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All over a social media post. Was a post on fake? Was it probably was a Facebook post, right?
I think they did say it was a Facebook
Yeah,
post.
Facebook is the devil. I don't fool with Facebook. I refuse.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have nothing to do with it. I left that stuff alone the reason why I got this. How I know Facebook is the devil. And Ronnie Q, I know you done heard me say that before. A lot of my old people have heard me say it. But the reason why I call Facebook the devil is because before I got off Facebook, it was this my Brandy's friend and her mama. Like they got in on a whole knockdown, drag out, just a whole family fight, girl, on Facebook. I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that girl was typing to her mama like that. I can't believe the mama was saying that stuff to the child. I didn't know her mama was like that. I said, oh no, we're not gonna do this. Oh no, ma'am. Oh no, ma'am. I don't fool with it. But that's crazy though. And I hate that happened to that woman. I'm like, wow.
Somebody in the chat
is wondering what was behind it though. It's got to be more than the post.
Somebody in the chat is asking where they're arguing back and forth. They didn't go into if it was a back and forth argument. They said it was behind a social media post. So
right, but it's got to be something else, don't you think?
I don't know. Yeah, it has to be more than just one post. Yeah. And somebody is also asking, did she show up to her house? And yes, she did show up to her house.
That's why you can't show up to people's house. You don't never know how you're gonna be greeted. Mm-hmm. Was she black or white?
They both were black.
Oh, for real? Mm-hmm. Oh wow! Oh wow! Child, Rona's driving people crazy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me explain real fast. And I'm sorry, Rona. I was going to say Rona. I'm sorry, Ronnie, and everybody else in the chat. Like I told you, it's a revolving door in my house. Sometime, and I have to get them oxtails on for these people. So that's what they want me to cook, and I have to at least get them on. But I got my niece Brandy, Jabari's mom. She supposed to be sending me that I want to put them in that thing. What do you call it, Ronnie? It's a
pressure cooker.
It's an up-to-date version of the crock pot. I don't have one, but she got one.
Oh, that what does that call that thing?
It's an up-to-date version. I can't think of the name of it.
Not the Yeti. But it's like a pressure cooker.
Yeah, it's like a pressure cooker. Exactly. I got of course I got a regular crock pot, but I want to use that one. You see what I'm
saying? What you're talking about. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so she forgot to send it to me, but if they want them dang on
Instapot.
Yes, Yolanda, exactly what it is.
Somebody in the chat wrote it. Yeah.
That's what it is. Instapot. And I have never used one before. And so yeah, I want to use it. But if they want them oxtails, they're gonna bring me that Instapot or they won't be getting them. But they'll come back down with it because they want it. And Mr. Barry had to come back down here just to make sure, he's seeing what he's seeing. Everything got to be right. I told y'all he real particular, Well,
all right, Miss Olivia, I'll let you go. But since you was from Tennessee, I just wanted to know if you had heard of that.
No, I hadn't though. I hadn't heard it. It's been so much gone. I've been fixated and obsessed over these children. But no, I hadn't heard that. I was like, wow, what?
And then, and since we have been talking about pull-ups lately, so okay, Miss Olivia, well, you enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye, chat. It was nice.
Thank you, Ronnie. Ronnie, before you go, let me ask you this. Did you hear about that man that was trying to hang him, that black man, and he fought him off? And he got now he in trouble for fighting them off.
And you know why he got in trouble for fighting them off, Miss Olivia? Because they were trying to make him sign a plea deal where he would drop the charges against the people who were trying to hang him for over a year. That the DA was trying to get him to drop the charges, and he refused to drop the charges. And then the FBI came in and filed hate crime charges against the man. And then so the state DA told him that if he didn't drop the charges, that they was going to put charges on him, and he refused to drop the charges, and that's exactly what she did. But in the meantime, the feds came in and charged the white dudes who tried to hang him with a hate crime, and they got it on tape, and that local Indiana DA still charged that black man with a crime for defending himself, and you hear them saying, get a rope.
Sure
and
did.
You see them have him pinned up against a tree.
Lord Jesus. Hey, I was reading it now. I didn't hear any. I wish you could pull up some audio for him. You probably don't have time, Ronnie, but I wouldn't mind doing a separate video about that so that you could pull up because I'm on my phones, if you could pull up the news up, if they're talking about it on the news or whatever, because I've only read about it, but I haven't looked up any audio about it. You see what I'm saying?
I can see what I can find, like that's not in a blog or whatever about it. Mm-hmm. And when are you coming back on live?
Oh Lord, I don't even know, Ronnie. I don't know. Can you do it today, or you ain't got time?
Oh, I'm not busy today.
Okay. Well, go on mute and try to find it. Try to find the news article. The news report of it for me.
Okay.
So that we can go and talk about. But go on mute for a minute.
All right.
And then somebody was talking about what you say, baby?
Well, you can go on and talk about something else, and I'll see if I can find it.
Okay. Miss Honey, because this I heard about that too, Miss Honey. You said, what about the aunt who had the dead niece and nephew in a trunk, mental illness? Now I seen that. I really didn't get into it, but I seen that on what is her name? Nick at Night's channel. I hadn't heard about that either, but oh my God, I couldn't believe that. And then I seen one where they said the grandmama was saying the mama and the daughter need to be put down. But oh my, nobody checked on them babies. Child, that was horrific to me. I couldn't believe it. But that thing about that man though, that was crazy. I hope Roddy Q can find the news report on that so y'all can hear that for yourself. They tried to hang this man, and he fought him off, y'all. And he got charged with like assault or something like that because he was fighting for his life. I couldn't believe it. Miss Honey said, how do you bring a black man with the hate crime when he failed the initial hate crime charges? Make it make sense. Yeah. I think she was saying they charged the FBI came in and charged the men that was trying to hang the black man with the hate crime. They pretty much had to override the decision of the local DA. The mother spoke about the kids in the trunk. Oh, did she? Child, the DA would be filing charges against me for dealing with my aunt. You talking about in the case with them, but I don't even know. Yeah, that's what they said, Miss Jenny. The mama of the sisters, her two daughters, she said they need to be put down. I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, people losing their minds these days, honey. Yeah, who was checking on the babies? I'm like, well, how what? 2 years and nobody questioned anything? Like, I don't understand. If I go to sleep at night, you best believe I done heard from every young person in this family. If I lay my head down. All right. If you ain't called me before I go to sleep, I'm gonna think something wrong with you. and they don't want me to worry about them. So they even take time to call. Even my oldest nephew, the one that's grown, he called me. If he ain't calling me, he calling the mister. Let somebody know what's going on. And so yeah. I know that's right, Corio. She says with the aunt, she at least would be missing something, girl. And what about the mayonnaise that called the cops on the bikeman with his son looking to buy a house? Cops. The cops put him over with guns drawn. Oh my God, I didn't hear about that either, Jennifer. And Sonny said no, they charged the black man with a. Oh, they charged the black man with a hate crime charge. Oh Lord, I thought they charged the Anglos with the hate crime. The FBI did. Now I know the DA was trying to charge him. Child, I'm confused. I don't know. But Ronnie Q gonna find it thing so we can How you doing, Jean Grey? I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking, love. If the mother said put them down, something ain't right. I know that's right. Enjoy life. I'm like, that was. I mean, I realized that this didn't happen, but for her to say that, out loud, and not just in her mind, like she said it out loud. I'm thinking, well, maybe the apple don't fall far from the tree. Maybe. I was like, wow. Ooh, child. The aunt that killed the kids has been on her own since she was 13. So I'm side eyeing the grandmother too. Right. I'm thinking for her to say that out of her mouth. Ooh. Yeah. That's suspect right there too. Child, it's crazy. We live in a crazy, like we was talking about earlier. We've been talking about kids all day and how you got to be careful with them. But I can't understand. So I'm assuming the mama was on drugs or something, and the aunt, she gave him to the aunt, I guess, to look after him. You know what I mean? I'll be listening and not listening, but how could you not know?
Miss Olivia.
Hey.
Yeah, the aunt was on drugs, and the mother was on drugs, so that's why the mother wasn't in contact and half in contact with him. So I just put the link to it where the FBI was investigating this report, but I could not find the story where from a news outlet where he was charged. So I can find it from other bloggers. So I didn't want to give it to you from another blogger because I didn't, what I'm saying. So, but I do have it where the FBI is investigating and where you can see a video of what happened to him and why the FBI were investigating it as a hate crime. So I may
come back when I can, and I may come back when I can and just cut on the computer, and so I can just read the article.
I put the link right here in the private chat in the back chat.
Saw it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So if I can find the link to it that's not with another blogger, I can. But I just didn't want to. I wanted to find a news link instead of another blogger's.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You're right. That's what I was wanting to find out.
Now I can find I have a news link without the video where you can read it. I can give you that.
Yeah. You want to pull it up and read it? You want to pull it up and read it to the peoples so we can go and because like I said, I don't know when I'm gonna be back on, but I was like, what? When I was reading that, and I'm reading, you glancing over it because I hadn't heard about it, but yeah, that's crazy. Like I said, I don't know when I'm gonna be back. So,
okay, I'm gonna put it in the back so you can read it. That's the second one. You can read it. You got it.
Well, so can you read it? Can you read a little bit of it to the people?
Okay.
Okay, Ronnie gonna read it, y'all. Hold on a minute. Let me go on Mike's.
A black man in Indiana who was almost lynched by a mob of white men in the woods is now being charged for defending himself during the attack. As the Griot previously reported, the man identified as Von Rush Booker on Facebook detailed the July 4th encounter he had with a group of drunk white men who claimed that he and his friends were on private property last year. The confrontation turned violent when the mob of reported white supremacists attacked Booker and attempted to lynch him as he sought to retreat from the area. A total of 5 people reportedly jumped Booker, dragged his body, and pinned him against a tree. The hate group tore off some of his hair as they beat his head and body, and one of the males yelled, "White power." During the attack, one of the men pressed his full body weight on Booker's neck. Thankfully, Booker was saved when bypassers showed up to intervene and begin filming, which caused the attackers at first to get more aggressive. "We're going to break his arms," Booker recounted one of the attackers saying, then stated to members of the party several times, "Go get a noose," amongst other choice slurs. The onlookers managed to get the attackers to leave, and some white allies were able to stop the violent racist mobs from following Booker and his friends. Booker reportedly suffered minor contusions, cuts, and bruises, and had patches of his hair pulled out, according to reports. He later wrote on Facebook, "We were calm and polite, but looking back, it now seems that they wanted an attack to occur." Okay. The official stated that they contacted prosecutor's office, who relayed that there was no immediate arrest made to anyone and that officers would simply file a report. Booker said on Facebook, "I'm gravely concerned that if any other people of color who were come across this path could be killed." The FBI ultimately opened a hate crime investigation into the attack, and Sean Purdy and Jerry Cox II were charged on July 17, 2020 with criminal confinement, battery, and intimidation, as reported by the Atlantic Constitutional Journal. Special prosecutor Sonia Lee Camp also charged Booker, the black man, with felony battery and misdemeanor criminal trespass last week. "It is unprecedented," added attorney Catherine Leal, according to the Washington Post. "I've been practicing law well over 30 years in this state, and I have never seen a special prosecutor open a new case and file charges a year later." Booker believes the charges are in retaliation for his refusal to sign a confidentiality agreement and participate in a powwow mediation with the racists who tried to kill him. "There is nothing more American than charging a black man in his own attempted lynching," Booker said Monday via the Post. "For the entire year, the special prosecutor has pressured and bullied me at every turn that if I didn't engage with the restorative justice, if I didn't let charges be dismissed, that she would charge me," Booker said, the Post reported. "It wasn't out of any new evidence or any shocking revelation. It was simply that once again, a black person telling a white person no, and that they were going to punish me." Okay, and that's the end of the story.
Wow. Ain't that something? I mean, do they think they was in the 30s or 40s or something? Even the 50s? You know what that remind me of? Last night I was looking at that movie Detroit. Have you ever seen that movie Detroit? About when it was a Detroit riot and the police officers or whoever they was, they bust up in the hotel and they killed. It was a whole lot of black boys in there, and they said they was looking for a shooter. It's supposed to have been a sniper, and they bust in this hotel, and none of these boys, they was all black, and none of the boys had anything to do with it. But they killed several of them. And the ones that survived, and there was also a black man that was an officer involved. They tried to charge him, set him up, and charge him with the killings. And but of course they got off. I think that would happen in the 50s. It was a true story, based on a true story. And you saw that choreo, and anyway, they got off with killing all those boys in that hotel.
And
they what they did was they intimidated that black man and those other boys too, so they wouldn't tell the truth on.
I remember seeing that movie. Yes.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of when you was reading that story.
And most people don't know that the birthplace of the Klan is in Indiana. Most people do not know that.
Child.
Most people think the birthplace of the Klan is in the South. The birthplace
I
of the
thought it was in Tennessee.
No, the birthplace of the Klan is in Indiana. Now, if I'm wrong, I can be corrected, because I was surprised to find this out, and I was like, "What?" I thought it was in the Mississippi or somewhere, but it's actually in Indiana. It's actually in Indiana.
Oh wow! Oh wow! I didn't know that. Yeah, I always thought it was in Tennessee. Oh wow, child.
Granny Mom said yes, it is in Indiana.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I was like, what? Because it surprised me, because I was like, I thought it was like somewhere in the deep South.
I thought it was right here from my home state. That's what I thought. Well, I thought it was from Southern Illinois. Live and learn. Did you think it was Southern Illinois? Child. But yeah, thank you, Ronnie Q, for so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ronnie. Have a good day. Thank you.
You guys too.
Okay.
And then when you come back, see, we need you over here in this sector, Miss Olivia, because these interlopers over here, trying to spread information and getting a platform to spread their information and their racist theories and their racist tropes on Black people and all this type of stuff, and just getting free reign and stuff, and trying to make people like me who giving real information, trying to say that I'm dumb and ignorant and all this type of stuff. And while they spreading their racist theories about Black people and trying to make all Black, this one person said that this is the only place that they have gone to where people freely talk about their criminal past and their criminality and stuff. And I got up on the panel and I said, who? Name a person who sits here and talk about this Nina person who is always on, of course, Pizarro's channel, Bree's channel, and sit up there for hours to calling Black people maids, and I wouldn't let you shine my shoes and this, that, and the other. Talking about Jay Dunn's grandfather is this, that, and the other. When I get up there and ask her, what do you know about Jay Dunn's grandfather? She can't say a word, and then turns it into, Ronnie, what do you know about slavery and Jim Crow? Stay on topic. What do you know about Jay Dunn's grandfather? Oh, you don't know the difference between slavery and Jim Crow. But see, trying to change the topic because you don't know about Jay Dunn's grandfather, great-great-grandfather, but you're sitting up here talking about Jay Dunn's great-great-grandfather, but you have nothing to know about Jay Dunn's great-great-grandfather. But then when I ask you, you have no response, and then you're going to turn it into slavery, always talking about she's a white chick. First of all, she's a white chick. She has no experience.
Well, Nina, wait a minute. Nina, do you want to hit the link? Because this is the first time I'm hearing it. Now, what did she say?
She's in here?
Yeah, she in here in the chat right now. Can you tell me?
She has me blocked. Okay. Now, now she has a habit of talking over me. Now, how I first came to her is when you, Jay Wilson, and what's that? Grown Folks TV. You guys were talking about the problems of Africa. That's where you guys fell out, and you guys were having a conversation about what the problems with Africa was, and you were talking about the money problems. Grown Folks TV was talking
she said you
about.
always try to twist her words. Well, Nina, you gave the link. Well, wait a minute, because over there at JW's, we was talking about what was we talking about? Gaddafi.
You were talking about the money with Gaddafi, but the primary conversation was what was the problems with Africa. You guys weren't talking about Gaddafi. The conversation was what was the problem with Africa.
Yeah,
that's what the
it led into the Gaddafi conversation. You went out again, Ronnie Q. We can't hear you, love. But no, I didn't hear it. Nina, did you say all that stuff? And I'm reading in the chat right here, and you're saying you're black. What in the world?
You and Grown Folks TV got caught up in why Gaddafi was killed, and he was saying that a warrant was put out on his head because of the flight, and you said no, he got killed because he wanted to change the currency. You guys got caught up in that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The conversation started with what was the problem in Africa.
Right.
Okay, that's how the conversation started. Right, and Jay Wilson had his own opinion about what the problems were in Africa. So before you guys got caught up in why Gaddafi was killed, the initial conversation was what were the problems in Africa. So while you guys were presenting what were the problems in Africa, historically, this bitch goes, oh, do any of them sound like they know what the problems in Africa was? So she was shading all three of you.
Oh,
said, wow. Do any of them sound like they know what the problems are in Africa?
Oh,
so
well,
so I wrote to her in the chat, well, Nina, can you tell me what the problems are over in Africa? And then this dumb bitch writes back, well, the Biden administration. Now, so we talking about the problems in Africa. And she shading y'all, talking about historical problems in Africa and trying to shade y'all. And so I asked her, well, what bitch, what you know about it? I didn't say bitch. I just said, well, do you know any problems of Africa? Since she want to shade y'all talking about historical problems. So I asked her, what do you know about it? And then she gonna tell me something about the Biden administration, but she trying to shade y'all talking about historical events in Africa. So that right there tell you what you dealing with. She was trying to shade y'all. And then, so the next day, after y'all got hung up on the Gaddafi thing, and then Grown Folks TV left the panel. Then the next day, she gets on a panel and then tries to further. See, she the white bitch, and she tried to act like black people don't know what the fuck they talking about. The next day, she gets on there and says like, and then Grown Folks TV, he was trying to say that Gaddafi brought down some flight, and I don't even think that happened. And I'm gonna say that it didn't happen. Well, bitch, it did happen. It did happen. Bitch, and in real time, me and other people were saying Gaddafi did bring down that Pan Am flight, and it did happen in 1988. In real time, in that chat, we were saying yes, it did happen. And this bitch is on a panel in the chat. On the panel, and I'm gonna say it didn't happen, because I never heard of it, and Gaddafi didn't bring down a flight. And then the next day, after she had time to Google it, after she saw everybody in the chat telling her it did happen, she's gonna try to recreate history and say, "I did say it did. I never said it didn't happen. I know." She's a dumb bitch. She's a dumb bitch, and she always trying to use black motherfucking stereotypes to paint black people like they're stupid, but she's a dumb motherfucking bitch. She sits up here and then try to say, oh, I wouldn't let you be my maid. Oh, call Hispanic people, and trying to say that they're only light-skinned people because all light-skinned people are, she said there were no Africans, there are no light-skinned Africans, and no real African people are light-skinned. It's all to rape it's all due to rape or to white ancestry. There are no true light-skinned African people. It's all due to white blood. So there are no true Africans. All light-skinned Africans. So Ethiopians and people from Ethiopia, Syria, all these light-skinned African people are not truly African blood because they have white blood in them. Gaddafi, a true African who she wanted to talk about, he's not a real African because he has European blood in him. All these people who are real, true, 100% blood African, they have European blood in them because of their phenotype and all this, and they travel to Europe and they have, and then she even tried to bring their Muslim religion into it. I said religion does not have anything to do with your your heritage, your race. That doesn't have because they're Muslim and they traveled and they came back to Africa. That does not have anything to do with you being African.
Right.
You are an African. You are a light-skinned African. There are no real, true light-skinned Africans.
Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Like and
then she tells me, Jay Dunn grandfather. I tell her what does she know about Jay Dunn's grandfather? And then she goes, well, what do you know about slavery? What do you know about what do you know about what is it? Excuse me, I have a mind fart. About
hold on a minute, Roddy Q. Hold on, pause it for a second. Hold on 1 second. But there are light-skinned Africans. Just hold on a minute. Hold on 1 second. Oh, y'all got me nervous. I can't hardly hear what I'm supposed to hear. Nina, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead, Ronnie.
What do you know about slavery? What do you know about Jim Crow? I'm not talking about slavery. I'm not talking about Jim Crow. I'm talking about Jay Dunn's grandfather. What do you know about Jay Dunn's grandfather? She says nothing. I said, exactly. You know nothing about Jay Dunn's grandfather. And then, oh, you see, she doesn't know the difference between slavery and Jim Crow. I never had a discussion with her about slavery and Jim Crow. I came up and I asked her a question about what she was talking about. She was talking about Jay Dunn's great-great-grandfather. And she turns that into, I don't know the difference between slavery and Jim Crow because I did not buy into her deflection of speaking on slavery and Jim Crow because she asked me about it to deflect from the fact that she knew nothing of what she was speaking on. So then the next day she goes further. Oh, she doesn't know the difference between slavery and Jim Crow when in fact I have traced my family roots to slavery, when in fact I have an aunt who sat at lunch counters to tackle Jim Crow, when in fact she knows nothing about me, but she's sitting on panels telling people that what I know and don't know, when in fact she sat on a panel and said she didn't know that there was a problem with the police until the George Floyd incident. Does this
will I be able to speak?
No, when I'm done speaking, and that's another thing she does. Continue to talk over people. You don't speak until people are done speaking. That's common communication. That's common communication.
All right, I just asked if I will be able to, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's communication. You'll be able to. I'm sorry. I just want to tell her that she'll be able to speak. Absolutely. If you could just, if you don't mind, if you
absolutely.
Could just Ronnie to go ahead and get it out so you can respond.
I'll put myself on mute.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead on Ronnie.
And see, that's the thing that I'm talking about. And then she sits up and called somebody who's a Hispanic person a housekeeper. And then she wants to say, oh, it was just a socioeconomic reason. She used all these racist tropes and say, oh, I just use socioeconomic reasons because I know it's going to get under people's skins and it's going to bother them. How would you know it's going to get under somebody's skin? Because you know nobody's socioeconomic standing in here. So what makes you think that a socioeconomic read is going to get under somebody's skin automatically? No, you use racist reads because you're in a black sector and you're using racist reads that you know is going to get under black people's skins. That's what you're doing, because you have no idea of anyone's socioeconomic status. You know of how no one grew up, and oh, they're mad at me because of how I speak. Nobody cares about how you speak. People care about what you're saying, and what she is saying is a bunch of racist shit. And then when I call her on her bullshit, then what's the first thing she go to? Oh, I wouldn't let you clean my shoes. I wouldn't let you clean my house. Bitch, I wouldn't clean your shoes. Bitch, I wouldn't clean your house. Oh, you couldn't get the security clearance I get. Bitch, I don't need the security clearance you get. I have the security clearances I have that I need for my life. Bitch, I don't care about the things that you're talking about. Well, I care about the facts. And the facts are you're a racist white bitch who did not even know that there was a problem with police brutality until the George Floyd incidents. But you want to sit up here and tell me that I don't know the difference between slavery and Jim Crow. And you don't even know shit about me and how I live my life. And you don't know shit about anything about the black culture. See, and this is what's going on when you take breaks. This is what's troping around in this sector. A dumb bitch like this.
Well, Ronnie, do you want to give her a chance to respond?
I'm done. I'll step down. Have a nice day.
You gotta step down. You might want to say something back.
On mute. I'll put myself on mute.
Yeah, put yourself on mute. Well, Nina, Ronnie, come back up. Go ahead and respond, Nina.
Okay. Well, first, I'm black. People have been questioning my blackness since I've come here. The first few weeks, I was okay with it. I thought eventually they'll realize that I'm black, but I started being, put in this box, and I was constantly defending my blackness just because of the way I sound. Nothing else, because I didn't say anything to offend anybody at that time. And then an issue happened with Jay Dunn, which I'll hit up on. But my interaction with Ronnie Q started in another chat room when I was talking to somebody else about the African talk that you guys were having. And basically, what I heard you guys say, or Grown Folks TV say, was that Gaddafi was actually killed because of the Lockerbie bombing. Now, for me, that sounded ridiculous. You and Uncle Claude, corrected him on that, but not all the way. So my issue with what he said, what Grown Folks TV said, was that, of course not. He wasn't killed because of the Lockerbie bombings. He was killed because of the Arab Spring that had happened 1 year before his death. Right? So in 1988 was the Lockerbie bombings. And for him to think, or for anybody to think, that the CIA and MI5 didn't have enough resources to kill a third world government leader made me feel like, no, there's not in-depth knowledge of anything in this.
Let me can I just stop before you finish? If you will do a little reading, you will as plainly as I can put it, Gaddafi was killed because he wanted to change the world banking system, and he wanted to make the gold dinar the gold standard. And we know it in the bombing happened in 88. They wanted to kill him about the bombing. They would have killed him way before he was killed in the first place. But up until, and he was a tyrant, He was a very tyrannical leader. But what got him killed, and they did it under the Obama administration. What got him killed was the fact that he wanted to change the gold denari,
Well,
because we know that the largest deposit of gold is on the continent of Africa, and it would have absolutely upended the world banking system, and
right.
they didn't
But
want that to happen.
Gaddafi,
So it was
okay.
about money. And but anyway, go ahead on. I just want to stop you right there, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Uh,
Go ahead.
Well, Gaddafi was loved and hated for many reasons. One of them being that he was a tyrant and he, suppressed his people, but he also wanted a more one Africa, right? So
Right.
he was against the
Yeah. Well,
West. So the
let's
West.
not get let's not get stuck on Gaddafi, but just go ahead on and respond to,
Okay,
because
so
Ronnie
so
Q
my
said a
main
whole
thing,
lot of
so
stuff.
my main thing with Gaddafi was that he was part of many uh, countries in Africa that had Arab influence, that had uh, a bunch of leaders killed in 2011. This happened. It wasn't just Libya. There were many. Either they
Right.
were taken down, or they were killed, or
Right.
out of office, and that was directly because of the Arab
He
Spring
was
that
no
had
better
happened.
or worse. He was no better or worse than Saddam Hussein. He was no better or worse than Osama. No better or worse than Osama bin Laden. Like I said, they were
So,
all
so my main
leaders.
my main point with that is that he
Mhm.
was killed because of the association with the Arab Spring, which was a huge
Yeah,
deal that
no, he was
happened in
good about
2010.
the money, but we can debate that at another time.
Okay,
Uh, but
okay.
moving forward, I want to ask you to respond to some of the very problematic things that Ronnie Q is
Well,
saying,
I will.
that you have
I'm
been
going to
saying.
respond next
Okay.
with the African, and I think maybe you and her agreed on this, and this is something that I don't agree on. I do
Mm,
believe the origin of man started in sub-Saharan Africa and East Africa, and that we are melanin-rich people that come from Africa. And as man migrated out of Africa, there was less melanin needed for the absorption of the sun, for the vitamins that the sun's uh, provided, and that's why
mhm,
light skin came about. And the reason why there are light skinned Africans in Africa today is
mm,
because of back migration. But the original people were melanin rich. Now she continues to bring up all these Arab influenced countries that,
mhm. Hold for a
e-
minute. Hold on, Nina. Hold on for a minute. Hold on.
okay,
I'm sorry.
that's
Miss Honey,
okay.
Miss Honey, is this you? Miss Honey, hold on. Miss Honey, is this you?
Yes, ma'am, it's me.
Okay, I was just double checking. Sorry to interrupt you, Nina. Go ahead.
Okay, so yes, this has proven that it's back migration, Afro-Asiatic trade, the Ottoman Empire being in Africa, that has a blend of cultures that bring about light-skinned Africans that are there currently. She continues to bring up Ethiopia. Ethiopia itself says that Queen of Sheba, which was African, and King Solomon, they trace their lineage back to that, who was Middle Eastern, again with back migration. So, but the original people of sub-Saharan Africa, the origin of man, are melanin rich. So that is something else. And then we go with the Jim Crow versus slavery. I said Jim Crow, that she didn't understand between Jim Crow and slavery, because we were talking about slavery, and then she mentioned Jim Crow. Even today, right now, when she mentioned, that her relatives sat in a lunch counter, fighting Jim Crow, she doesn't understand there's a difference between Jim Crow and the civil rights era. So yes, obviously, you're getting these timelines.
Well,
No,
I
I'm
have
not
to
getting
let
Oh
me
my
anything
just.
gosh.
confused.
I
I
have
mean,
to.
look, I don't want to argue, but basically I
Yeah.
am a black
No,
woman. I'm a very
obviously you do
proud
want to
black
argue.
woman. No, I don't
Obviously,
want to
you
argue,
do
but
want to
you had
argue
the
But,
because
timeline.
I
but
didn't mention Jim Crow at all. You mentioned Jim Crow. I
You
mentioned
mentioned Jim
Jay Dunn's
Crow.
grandfather. I
You
mentioned
you
Jay
mentioned,
Dunn's
you said
grandfather.
Jay Dunn's grandfather during the Jim Crow
I
era, and
didn't
I said
say
we're
anything
listen, man.
about
You can
Jay
go
Dunn's
listen.
grandfather during the Jim Crow
Oh
era because
Jesus,
I don't know
Lord.
if Jay Dunn's grandfather lived during the Jim Crow era.
You
I
can
don't know
mentioned
I ask y'all what
anything
the
you
deal
did.
is with
about
Jay
Jay
Dunn's
Dunn's great
grandfather?
grandfather.
Hey, wait a minute. What is the deal with Jay Dunn's grandfather? Can we start there?
because she was speaking
Miss
on
Olivia, can I
that
speak?
she knew something about him. And that was my question
But
to
where did
her.
that come
What
from?
did she know of him? Because she
No, but
didn't
why
know
y'all talking about
anything
her granddaddy though? Did Jay Dunn
that was
say
my
something about her
question.
grandfather?
Miss
Yes,
Olivia.
Hey, Miss Honey.
Listen, can I let me just speak and I'm gonna drop down. I
Yes,
really
ma'am.
enjoy the chat. I promise I'm gonna drop down. But let me just say this.
Take your time.
Listen, Ronnie Q, push through. Okay, push through. All right. It's about the distraction. It's about the distraction. What Ronnie Q is talking about is not about all of these little finite details that you're talking about, Nina. She's talking about what the original focus was and how that original focus was distracted.
I don't.
Okay? And I say push through, Ronnie Q, because you speak truth to power. Period.
Okay.
It's good work being done out here if you want to hear it. But we have these distractors. Okay, I'm sorry that I'm speaking at such a high volume. Please, please forgive me.
That's all right. Speak your truth.
It's not about those finite details. That's how you get caught and bogged down and logged down in the minutia.
Exactly.
Well, I'm happy.
Okay, it's about what she's talking about is the original focus. Okay, and how it was spoken to, and then after it was spoken to, there was this distraction. There's always this distraction every time we go down these educated, woke, high level, vibrational journeys. There are these distractions. Okay, yes, what you guys are talking about is needed.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm
okay, it is needed. And Ronnie Q, shout out to you. Keep speaking truth to power. Do not let people drag you down these rabbit trails. Okay, if you're from the country, you know what I mean by rabbit trails. Okay, you don't let these people get you distracted down these rabbit trails, baby. You are on target. Stay focused. Stay focused, Miss Olivia. Stay focused. Amen. I'm out. I'm out.
The reason why we were fighting for civil rights was to get out of Jim Crow, you dumb bitch.
See, it always goes back to the insults.
Now, wait a minute before we start arguing.
This is it. I can't. I'm so sorry. Like, I really respect your platform, Miss
Because you need to be insulted.
But
because the reason
anytime she loses an argument or she's wrong about a timeline, she goes back to the insults. And I'm not going to entertain your foolishness anymore. Ronnie Q, I am not a bee. I'm not a hoe. I'm just somebody who knows the difference between slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and freaking civil rights era. You go learn that and make it your business.
Wait, Nina, wait. Nina, what? Why'd she leave? Anyway, child, I don't know why she left, but let me tell y'all something. There is a lot of
because she doesn't know anything about the Black experience. What does she think we were fighting for civil rights for?
She didn't give me time. I wanted to let her finish, so that I could correct her, especially concerning the Jim Crow era and the civil rights movement. Like you said, the two are intertwined. You can't separate the two. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there would not have to be kind of Jim Crow era law situation going on right now. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you're talking about the Jim Crow era and you're talking about the civil rights era, the two really merged because yes, a lot of the Jim Crow laws were overruled, but just because those laws were overruled, it still doesn't mean that they are not. It still doesn't mean that they are not acting under those rules. It still doesn't mean that we are not being judged and unfairly treated and oppressed via those Jim Crow era rules. And as far as the and what I want to say was, she said you didn't know the difference between the Jim Crow era and slavery. We know that slavery. Okay, after slavery came the Reconstruction era. Blacks started doing well on their own. After the slaves were released, even though some of them still were bound, but after the majority of slaves were released, they started founding their own towns. They started becoming upwardly mobile for themselves. They started competing with the white man, and because they were doing so well, because the white man thought they couldn't live on their own, they couldn't make it on their own. But when they started doing well and competing with the white man for goods and services, and started establishing communities, the white man he became threatened, and that was in the Reconstruction era. They were doing so well, and that begat the Jim Crow laws. It's because they didn't want us, our ancestors, our elders, to be able to compete with them. All right. And because of those very restrictive Jim Crow's laws that not only allowed them to say a white woman was raped in your town, let's burn down your whole town. Let's steal your land. Let's give you 24 hours to get up off your land, or let's give you 24 hours to sign your store over to me, or I'm gonna kill you and burn down your whole town. Okay, it's because of all of that. Let me lynch you. Okay, because you're doing better than me. All of this was Jim. It never stopped. Slavery, generational wealth, and people destroying generational wealth. Okay, and all of that just came to a boiling point, and that begat the civil rights movement era. Okay, but we have been fighting to come up under the thumb of oppression and the Jim Crow's laws and every other type of law, and the fact that black men are still being modern day lynched. Right today, you just read a story about the man that had to fight for his life. We are continuing to have to deal with these things. So one thing runs into the other, and you can't differentiate the two. That's what I was trying to say.
And let me also say this. And why were
as far as this woman supposed to be black, let me finish. Since she ain't coming back up, but you can come back up if you want to, Nina, because I really want to talk to you. And it does. That's right, Maverick. It destroyed generational wealth. You see what I'm saying? And then let's say she is black. Let me put it that way. Let's say she is black. Okay, if she is black, she is white identified, and that is a conversation that I would like to have with her. Because she could be black, she could be mixed, she could have, and what I mean by white identified was, let's say she's mixed or even black, but she's been raised by some very racist Anglos, okay? So she is now white identified. She now, whatever their mentality, the mentality that she was raised around, that is, like Candace Owens. Hey, on site, we was just talking about you. Whatever mentality they have, that is a mentality that she has, and she could be just some kind of interloper, running around, saying that she's black or whatever. It could be a lot of stuff, but if she is black, it's unfortunate because she's clearly white identified. But when you go around calling people maids and saying, these socioeconomic reads and all of this and all that, that is really more saying that's saying that you feel inferior to whatever it is that you got going on in your head, Nina. You feeling inferior. It sounds like, especially when it comes to black women, and that's unfortunate. Hey, 77 says, because if you think any one of us can be your maids, then WTF are you doing here with? Yeah, what the fuck are you doing here with us? If you think something, then for somebody to be, you don't sound like you some bumbling old woman. Like 70, 80 years old, a maid? I mean, like, what? It don't even sound right. I'm confused. But I had no idea that all this stuff was going on. It's crazy. Let me see this 7, Ronnie Q. Hold on. I'm glad you brought it up because I had no idea. I'm like, what the hell? Is she okay? Sure. 7, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, okay. What you mean you been incognito, girl? What's going on?
Look, I'm chilling. I rarely, pop up these days, but this whole thing just really, the whole Nina situation kind of bothers me, and it's more so with her so-called socioeconomic reads, because she'll come in here and she'll say things like, well, that's all I got. That's all, that's the best I can do. And then she'll say, you don't have my security clearance, and your job must be very stressful, because for you to hop on here in the beef sector with all of us, unsatisfactory negras, so to speak, you know what I mean? It's like, well, you want to take your anger out on us? Like, what is that?
She is black. She's white identified. She probably live in a trailer park somewhere. If she is black,
I absolutely believe she's black.
She probably live in a trailer park somewhere. Maybe she has a white husband. And those reads are very old. You say something about shining somebody's shoes and a maid. Like, do you live around old white people? Is that who you live around?
That's what I was thinking. I was like, she must be from Nebraska or something, because there's no way she's in a metropolitan city talking like that. And we got Mexicans and Cubans out here doing all that, doing the shoe shining and doing maid service and stuff.
And I want to say something. I also want to say something.
Who signs shoes anymore anyway? Like, don't the shoes come these days already shiny?
And another thing about her is that the thing about people come on here and talk about so freely about their criminal past, and this is the only place that I can go because I don't run into that in my regular life, and this is the only place I can go where that happens. And then when I challenge her, I said, "Who does that? Tell me who." And then she's quiet as a mouse. And then everybody,
Ronnie,
yes.
Let me tell you something. You got to stop getting mad at trash, okay? You got to start.
Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Just one question, just real quick. But she says that this is the only place where she can go where she can hear that. But you notice she never hears the college educated people who come on here who say what they have a degree in, but she only hears that but she can't enunciate one person who has done that. But I hear you talk about your degree. I hear Jay Wilson talk about his degree. I hear numerous people in the chat talk about their degrees, but she only hears these people that she can't name talk about their criminal records. But there are many people I hear talk about their college experience and their degrees, but she can't name these people who talk about their criminal past. Isn't that funny? Isn't that odd?
Girl, let me tell you something. What was you going to say, 7?
I just think she's, I had a little fun with her the other night when she was in Pizarro's chat, and she was kind of, we were asking her a bunch of questions. We wanted to know, like, does she use edge control and stuff like that? I wanted to, is she going to keep her black card, or are we going to take it from her, And I think she should really go that route, because she can be a likable person. I don't know where she gets off with all this trolling. To me, it sounds like she's down here slumming it up with niggas. You know what I mean? That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, that's why I say that she is black. She's white identified. Do you see what I'm saying? She may be biracial, and but she's absolutely white identified if she's black. It sounds like she's got some kind of inferiority complex. And Nina, I wish you would hit the link again, honey, and come up here and fight for yourself. Because if you are in fact a black woman and you got these people question you, because a whole lot of people in the chat don't appreciate what you run, the trolling, the type of trolling that you run around, doing what you're doing. And if you're strong enough to throw out all these insults, why can't you defend your stance? That's what I'm wondering. Do you see what I'm saying? And so yeah, I'm confused at that. But as far as those reads, the reads that you're calling socioeconomic reads, when you're using terms like slay, made, and shine your shoes, honey, that is very old. Are you okay?
So old school. I mean, even Terry P will sit up there and hit you with she'll hit you with you want food stamps and stuff. She don't,
Right.
her Nina's reads don't make any sense. It's like, where do you live, lady?
Right. I'm confused. Like,
she out there with the Amish people or something. Did she get
right.
did she get adopted by them butter churners? You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
That's crazy to me. But like I said, when she was up on that panel, there was a lot of things. I can tell she's like between like 40 and her 40s and her 50s, because a lot of the music that she was referencing was back like in the 90s. You know what I mean? A lot of the TV shows was back in like the 90s and stuff. So she is an older lady. I do believe she's Black. I do believe she's in a different time zone, so she's probably like 3 hours ahead of me. This is all the stuff I'm just clocking while she was up there drunk on that live. You know what I mean?
Right.
But like I said, she should go another route, because she's obviously knowledgeable about some things. I don't know how true it is. I'm not getting into all of that, but she doesn't have to be this troll. Like, that's just crazy to me.
I think maybe if you're white identified, or even not all, but some interracial people, I think they really want to fit in, some of them, and because they were raised by the Anglo side of their family, they don't know how to interact with Black people, and maybe that's my type of our type of Black people. Let me read this. Nina said, Olivia, I've defended myself for months. People believe what they want. If you're believing Nina, I'm giving you the opportunity to explain yourself, to properly articulate your stance. You know what I mean? Because if you're telling people, if you're saying things that problematic, then I'm wanting to dig a little deeper. Because I can hear what's going on behind what the things that you're saying. But she said, I don't associate my Blackness with servitude. Well, we don't either. It's unfortunate that other Black people feel that way. No, we don't associate our Blackness with servitude either, love. I don't know where you're getting at, but like I said, once again, that's another old way of thinking about Black people. We don't associate ourselves with servitude either, love. I don't. Like I said, are you white identified, Nina? Can you answer me that? I'm not trying to call you a B. I'm not trying to argue with you. I was just really trying to help you. Are you biracial? Are you having a problem being able to communicate with Black people? Are you Blackish? So I don't know. Were you adopted or were you fostered? By white people.
She won't talk about that. She won't talk about what race her, spouse is. She won't talk about if she was adopted by whites. Those are things she won't talk about. And she can sit up there and say it's in fear because she doesn't want to be doxxed, but
one thing you don't have to do about it, do it to other. I mean, you're not gonna. That's no doxing information. Letting us know if you were raised, by the Anglos or whatever, or if you're biracial.
I have no real interest in doxing her, but I'll say this, and maybe because I'm sympathetic, because I understand what it is to be told you sound white and have people tell you that your whole life. But my whole thing is,
well, you are. Let me stop you right there, Sylvia. You are very articulate, okay, and but you also in the midst of being, and then you're from California, you know what I mean? And but honey, you Black to me. I've never thought that you wasn't Black. I've never thought that you were white identified. I don't get that from you. I get that you're very articulate. You're a very articulate Black woman. That's what I get. Okay.
But the reason for that, the reason for that, and what separates me from like a Terry P or You know,
Right.
like a Nina is because not only am I book smart, but I'm hood smart too. Like I be
Exactly.
out in the streets. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
These women don't know anything
Exactly.
about the hood.
Right.
Nothing.
No, clearly she
They-
doesn't. She's going back to servitude, and you're absolutely right about that. You know, you would never, nobody could ever imagine how far exactly I went to school. But you best believe I can code switch. But I don't have to code switch when I'm talking to my people. Okay, but you are book smart and street smart.
Shell Smith say you sound black, Seven. Well, thank you, because
Well, you sound black. You're
I've
very
been working
articulate.
on it. I've been working on it. Y'all been telling me I sound like a Valley girl now.
I mean, you sound black to me. I mean, a Valley girl, black girl. I mean, you still black. You know what I mean? I don't. You're not white identified. Is what I mean by that. Take Kay Summers down. She's in the. Yeah, it's not about being articulate. It's not about the voice. Kay Summers is she
So
young like
ridiculous.
7. Kay Summers is Southern, and even though she's Southern, you can tell that she's very well educated. Just like 7. You know what I mean? Like me, the way that I talk to my people, you probably like, well, Lord, she never graduated high school, but you best believe I went all the way through school. Okay, I can code switch with the best of them. All right, but I shouldn't have to do that with my people, and I don't have to throw up my education. I don't have to talk a certain way. I can use my ebonics and my broken language. I'm from the South. Okay, people be saying I sound like a slave. Okay, it ain't stopping nothing.
That's right.
So anyway, whether you sound like 7 or you
Now,
sound like me.
Let me talk to Shell Smith. Shell Smith, let me tell you something. The only reason you think I sound black right now is because Nina was just on the platform. Because before there was a Nina, y'all was telling me I sound white. Come on now. Y'all have been telling me I sound white, I sound Valley, I sound this. Oh, she's from the Valley. I've never lived in the Valley. But because Nina was on and she sounds way whiter than I do, now you're saying, oh yeah, she sounds black. So come on now.
Listen, it's always something. It's always something. Okay, it's not really about the something either. It's about your purpose. 7 has extremely.
Miss Honey,
Go
can
ahead.
I read this?
Yes,
Kay
ma'am.
Summer says it's not about being articulate. Nina's voice doesn't have any seasoning, like at all. Now, I would agree with that, Kay Summers, because you hit the nail on the head. Because I'm very glad you said it, because no matter how 7 sounds, she has seasoning in her voice. You can tell she black.
There's no like real pizzazz with Nina's voice. You know what I mean? It sounds very, very.
It's drone. It's drone.
I don't have a seasoning cabinet type of white. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
that's right.
That would throw people off. Yeah.
That's right. You're absolutely right.
What I was going to say, Miss Olivia, is it's not even about the dialect. People will distract you in all types of ways.
Right.
It's about her discernment. Now, 7 did a read, maybe 2 or 3. I'm in the bushes. I stay in the bushes. Okay. I'm executive assistant in the bushes. Okay. But 7 has an immense amount of discernment. It is because of how she grew up. Okay.
Right.
She can read it. She can smell it when it comes in the room.
What Nina just said, she said, yeah, I'm not black. I'm not a baked chicken or whatever. Well, Nina, I mean, you could have came up on the panel and said all of that. If you're saying all these problematic things, because that's very problematic, please feel free to hit the link and say it on my channel. Now, you're twerking down there in the chat, you know what I mean? But you're not twerking up on the panel. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't be scared because you over here.
Yeah.
Say stuff on the panel over here.
And according to Nina, she doesn't run. So I'm trying to figure out.
I can't tell.
But this is what I'm saying, Miss Olivia. It's about the distraction. Anytime you get into some deep conversation, here they come. Here they come.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying about 7, she has a strong spirit of discernment.
Right.
Honestly, when she does her, just her casual lives where she's just coming in and she's just talking about just shooting the ish, whatever, it's rich material.
Right.
Okay. And she has a gift and she has a calling for it. She has a strong sense of discernment. She did a read like 2 or 3, maybe, I don't know, 1 or 2 reads ago. Baby, she went in. I mean, it was a long live, but she got into this place where she got into the zone and she or both. Okay, this is what they hate. They hate when we get on serious topics, serious issues. They come in with their bullshit, and it's to distract you and it's to get you bogged down. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you something, and then I'm gonna go. It speaks directly to who you are as an individual. Ronnie Q, Olivia, and 7. People don't want you. People don't want you. Okay, to educate, to elevate, and to help people evacuate out of the minutia. I'm telling you what it is. It is a distraction. Sometimes it can be fun. Sometimes it can be entertaining. But baby, stay the course. Stay the course. Okay, 7? Okay, Ronnie? Miss Olivia, stay the course, because you see you get the most pushback when you come in here trying to elevate and enlighten, okay, and engage the people about things that are going on right now, the vaccine, okay, what do you call it, Brazilian butt lifts, all this kind of stuff that's got our people bogged down and distracted. You come in and you start talking about this stuff, you start picking apart these different personalities, these asymptomatic, antisocial personalities, and that, baby, when I tell you, it makes them, it's like the Bible says about heaping hot coals. It burns them up. It burns them up.
Absolutely.
Okay, stay the course. I'm telling you, it's just a distraction. It doesn't matter how it sounds, whether it comes in with country or northern or friggin' Californian, whatever they call it. It don't even matter. If it makes sense, it makes sense. That don't make sense, damn it, it don't make sense. I got questions. That's it. That's all. I'm gone.
Thank you.
You're right, Miss Nina. Thank you. I mean, Miss Honey. Nina said, Olivia, the Oracle speaks. I'm actually enjoying listening to you for contemplate and theorize about me. Well, Nina, I don't care nothing about you, love. And as soon as I end this live, I probably won't be talking about you. I don't think about you now. You're just a troll in the comment section to me. But it's I hadn't heard all of this stuff, and I'm glad Ronnie brought it up, because clearly she been getting you together. And so that's the only reason why we're talking about you right now. Now, I don't know what's going on with you and other chats, and I really don't care. But if they are sitting there and let you speak, use their platform for all of that nonsense, that says a lot about them. They clearly don't know their history, because you scared to come up here and talk to me and 7, and Ronnie Q on this panel, because we would really have to educate you as to your ignorance. Now, you sound like you trailer park trash. I'm just saying, and you sound like you got some kind of inferiority complex. You're probably an interloper. I'm thinking you're getting your whole life over here, because when you say those very problematic things, that it is going to evoke emotion out of people. But just know, Nina, I don't want to have to. I don't let interlopers speak very often on my panel. But because you said you black, and I believe you could be black but white identified. But because of that, I am allowing you to hit the link and come up here and articulate your stance. And I don't understand why you're refusing to do that if you done said all of this stuff. You just said something about you don't have something about baked chicken. Is that a read? Like, I'm confused. Like, how are you around here causing all of these problems with these lame reads of yours? Because this is the B sector, and we know that in the B sector, a lot of people are asleep. We don't have a lot of woke people around here. So now is your time to shine. Now is your time to shine, on somebody's channel like me, because I am pro-black. So if you got something to say, you ought to hit the link.
No, she's not going to come up here. She's going to go over to Pizarro's live, because she thinks Pizarro's stupid. She can get over on people like Pizarro. I want you to come up here, Nina, and tell me what seasoning she got in your seasoning cabinet. That's what I want you to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
Miss Olivia, prime example. Okay, now she can say she talks all these black stereotypes. So we're on Miss
Mm-hmm.
Bizarro channel, and
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
now
put
hold on, wait a minute, Ronnie Q. Now you telling on yourself, Nina, because Nina said at Body Works, I've learned in my time here, that African American people have more sensitivities than thought. Baby,
see
if you was
see,
black, you wouldn't be using the term African American, okay, boo? I'm
and
just
you
saying when you're talking about your own people. I'm
and
Yes.
you
you
people and
you
you
Cause
telling
people.
on
let me
yourself,
tell you something.
homegirl.
I ain't never been to Africa, so the term around here is black.
Yeah,
And you
we black here in America, okay? Choreo lover, is that you?
Yes, ma'am, but I
Uh-huh.
have a sore throat, but it's me.
Okay. I just want to let you, I just want to take that a
It's
better.
it's it's me, but I
Okay, go ahead, Seven. Let Seven finish, then you can talk choreo,
Oh
okay?
no. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, choreo.
okay.
Let me take this.
Hi, Miss Olivia. It's always a pleasure. Hi, Ronnie
Thank you.
Q. Hi, Seven.
Uh,
Um, I just wanted to say that I've seen Nina in a lot of different chats and on panels, and I really think that she's a nice person. She
mm,
does at times sound a little condescending, and some of her reads are questionable. But I think the one thing everyone is missing, for me at least, and I have good discernment, is that when she's not doing all of that, she seems to be a very nice person.
mm,
And I understand her and Ronnie Q, they woo bang back and forth in every chat they're in together. But I think that when you say white identified, I really
mm,
think Nina is black. I think
mm,
maybe she was raised in an affluent family of black people,
mm,
and
mm,
maybe she
mm,
grew up
mm,
around white people in that
mm.
being
But
affluent.
no. Even
Because
let me
I
stop
know
you right
before.
there. Choreo, let me stop you right there. Even if you, I have a lot of friends that have been raised in affluent black families. My family is hardworking people, and they live in predominantly white neighborhoods. They go to predominantly white schools, or even all white schools, or even private schools. Even those black people, they even code switch then too. But amongst their people in their $1 million homes, they still have seasoning. Okay, like K Summer said. So don't be fooled by that. All right, they still black at the end of the day.
No,
You know.
I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
I grew up like that, not millionaires or anything, never a
Right,
millionaire, but
right.
both parents worked, and my dad was the first person in our family to graduate college.
Mm-hmm.
But some people have the luxury of having family and friends and parents that want to maintain and educate them in their roots.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mm-hmm.
sometimes there are some black people that become affluent and they try to
Yeah,
push that aside. They're
yeah,
embarrassed by it. I'm not saying that's you, Nina. I'm just saying there are
yeah.
some black families that become affluent, and they want to leave that behind, like,
Mm-hmm.
and forget that their parents are from the South and maybe how they grew up. But what I'm just
Mm-hmm.
saying is, um, maybe we ought to cut her some slack a little bit, but she does say
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
condescending and
no.
worrisome things at times that
Mm-hmm.
gets on my nerves, but at other times she's very nice. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you, but I'm not cutting her no slack.
I'm not cutting no slack either. I'm not either.
Uh, you
Let me
know,
just say this. Let me real quick. Like I said, I think she's dealing with frustrations and she's taking them out here. I think she lives a very structured life. I think
Mm,
she's living a very compliant type of life. And she comes on here and, she's getting out all her frustrations and she's trolling black women. She might
mhm,
be looking for some black peen. You just never
mhm,
know. But
mhm,
I'm going to tell you a story. Up until I was 12, I lived out in Phillips Ranch, which was like predominantly like a white Asian area. Okay. A couple of Mexicans every here and there, but that's how I was. And, you know, up until I was 12, you know, after, you know, I left my situation of, you know, when I was 5 or whatever. So I didn't know anything about the hood. You know what I mean? I didn't know anything about, you know, low income areas or anything like that. It wasn't until they moved me out when I was 12 to Compton. And I'll never forget the culture shock that I experienced being out there. But I will tell you this. I was slumming it up with the niggas because I didn't want to fucking go home at night. I was out there having the time of my life in this Black culture. You know what I mean? It's, I'm telling you. When I moved,
I know what you mean by that, Seb, but I get it.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, when I moved out here,
yes, ma'am.
I only wanted to hang out with my new Black friends.
Yes, I get it. I get it.
So
Because I was raised in the country, right? And then my dad got a job with the city and we moved into the city. We moved to Nashville, right? I had never ever I had a culture shock, okay? Just let me say, right?
Right.
And we were, like I said, we was my family is a hard working family, but baby, the first time I went to a predominantly Black area of town, and I'm Black, I got a culture shock. So I didn't even want to go home. Changed my whole world.
Exactly.
But
exactly. The first time
it let me know who I was. Okay.
Yeah, I went to the skating rink. I went to my first cookout. Like I was so in love with the Black experience. And I think that's what's happening with Nina. I think she's virtually, you know, living out, you know, some sort of fantasy because she can't do it in her real life. She's not going to these places in her real life. So she's living it out virtually through us, like vicariously through us. That's what I think.
So if that is true, then why would
she feels uncomfortable?
But if that is true, well, why would she use what she calls socioeconomic reads on people and call people maids?
Well, you just heard her say that her Blackness has always been up for debate. She said my Blackness is always being attacked. And I think she's sick of it. And I think that's her way of trying to get people up off her. But if you know anything about this sector, it's just going to make it worse. So I think I honestly think she likes it down here. You know,
let me tell you something, Nina. I got country white girlfriends that's Blacker than you, baby. Okay, just let me say. Anyway, y'all go ahead.
I'm not buying. I just my personal thing.
Okay, I'm kind of not. Well, it was the African American comment for me, and that kind of got me.
Everybody can have their viewpoint, of course. You know, I don't have no problem with it. I just am where I am with it and how I see things. I'm a people watcher, and everybody have their viewpoints of it, and I'm just stating my viewpoint of the situation. And
like I said, if she is Black, she's white identified for whatever reason.
It's just weird to me that she sits up and she says all these things that say they're socioeconomic reads, and she equates Black people to being alcoholics and all these derogatory terms to mean poor and destitute and all these types of things. So I pulled out my stereotypical derogatory white reads, and I started using them on her. And then everybody was so appalled at me for using stereotypical white derogatory reads on her, like when are you gonna wash your dirty feet? How many people do you share your toothbrush with? does your dad beat your mom in front of you, or does he do it in private? How often do you sleep with your cousin? You know, these are derogatory stereotypical reads of white people. And then Pizarro got all in her feelings, like, oh, you said she's a domestic violence you said that she gets beaten and this, that, and the other. She didn't even hear what I said. You know, I said, no, I asked her, when does her father beat her mother? You know, that's a stereotypical thing that, you know, white men beat their wives. You know, that's she can use stereotypes about black people, but when I use a stereotype against her, you know, I'm wrong. And then Pizarro had the nerve to say, well, you guys use a stereotype about me that I'm on welfare. That's just like you guys use a stereotype about me that I'm on welfare. I was like, no, bitch, you said that you on welfare yourself. So why you get mad at us? That's what you put out about yourself. You know what? Pizarro's taking up for her and mad at me because I'm using white stereotypes against Nina, but she don't get mad when Nina used black stereotypes against the whole black chat room. So I don't.
Let me answer this question. Ronnie Q. Let me answer this question. Granny Mom says, Miss O and Ronnie Q. If she is black, does anything change? Just asking. No, it don't change, because that's why I said if she is black, then she's white identified. So no, ma'am, it changes nothing for me. Okay.
Let me just say that
we have a lot of. Let me tell you something. You have a lot of ignorant black people, you know, that are from the hood, that are black people that know nothing about who they are. Especially, unfortunately, well, no, I'm not gonna say it's a lot of black people don't know who they are, and because you don't know who you are, you have some kind of self-esteem issue going on because you don't know who you are, and you start to identify, or you don't see anything wrong with some of the problematic things that have been coming. Evidently, they have been coming out of Nina's mouth. You see, and you start to try to defend her. But if you know who you are, okay, and when you're comfortable with who you are, then you know that the way that she's talking is problematic. And Nina says, I'm not white identified, I'm a black woman and identify as a black woman. No, you don't. You know, and I don't even think you black now. You know, and if you are black, you white identified, which means you a black white woman. Okay? Because the way you said African American and not black, if you are ADOS American, if you are black and in America, you don't call yourself African American, honey. You call yourself black. And that goes throughout the social, any type of, from the lowest income status to the highest level, you black in America, because we have a problem with being called African American because we are descended from slaves, yes, but we are Americans. Okay, we are black here in America, and our blood is in this soil. That's why we call ourselves black. Africans that come to live in America, they don't consider themselves black. They consider themselves whatever they call they consider themselves to be whatever country they come from in Africa, but they don't identify with being black. Okay.
And let me just say this. We are doing ourselves and our race a disservice to ignore people who do this, and to let our children ignore people who do this to ourselves and to our race. We are doing ourselves a disservice to stay silent when this is done to ourselves.
Well, they don't know no better. You mentioned certain panels that she be on, and she get away with it, and she's not been corrected. That's why she keeps doing it, because she knows these people don't know who they are, and so she keeps making these the shots and stuff. And I'm assuming that's why she won't hit the link again, because she knows she can't get away with it up here. All right, not on my channel.
And Miss Olivia, I had always said I would never hit Pizarro's link, but that's the only reason I hit Pizarro's link. That's the only reason, because nobody was challenging this type of ignorance that she was spewing. Nobody was challenging it, and we do ourselves a disservice to let this type of ignorance go on, and we cannot allow this type of self-hatred, this type of talk to permeate our mindset. We cannot let this permeate and go on and breed down our children and our self-esteem. That's why I spoke out about it. And more people need to be vocal about it and understand who they are and understand the undertones of what this woman is saying when she speaks her racist agenda, her hidden agenda, and she tries to say that that every light-skinned person has some type of white rape culture in their genes, as opposed to acknowledging that every white person comes from the blackness of Africa.
So that's plumb ignorant. I'm hoping she's saying that to be argumentative, because she know it's not. So I'm gonna try to give her more credit and say she know better than that, but perhaps she don't. But hopefully she know better. But let me read this. She said, and Olivia, using the term black, a term the white man gave anyone that wasn't white, isn't that appealing to me? I'm African, I'm American of African descent. It is what it is. It is what it is. Well, I disagree, because black people have turned several very racist terms. They've turned it around from a negative and turned it into a positive. And when I say we don't call ourselves African American, we call ourselves black. That is what I mean by that. Do you see what I'm saying? They called the Moors over there on the across the pond. At one time they called the Moors blackamoors. So I understand what you're saying, but it's just like the word nigger and nigger. There's a difference between nigger and nigger. Do you see what I'm saying? There are several terms that black people diffused and turned it into a positive. So I don't agree with your statement. I disagree. You see what I'm saying? And so that's just how I feel about that. Ronnie Q fell off. Let me but y'all turn this girl up in the chat. That's all I know. And Nina says, Ronnie Q, hold on. Let me go back up. She says, Ronnie Q, you're lying. People are constantly arguing with me on every platform. You follow me from Miss CT's because you're obsessed with me. I think you irritate some people, Nina, but you don't bother me. Either way. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I said you could have hit the link if you wanted to. And if you are white identified, maybe you're trolling black people because you don't know anything about your blackness. And if you're Anglo, you're nothing but an interloper. And either way, I'm not. Yeah, it's nothing special. We used to it over here. What'd you say, Seven?
I said you're not impressed.
Yeah, we're not impressed at all. I'm not impressed.
Well, they said, I think it was it. I heard Brianna say it first, and then Pizarro turned around and said it. I don't know what is true, but they're saying that when Nina went up there, when she was backstage, that she flashed her skin or something like that, so that they knew she was black, or she had some sort of camera slip or something. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's true or not.
Because like I said, I heard Brianna say it first, but then when Pizarro, I'm like, Pizarro, did you just hear that, or did you actually see that for yourself? You know what I mean?
Right. But like I said, if she is black, she white identified. That's just how I take it. And you trolling because you feel like you don't fit in. A lot of biracial people, not all, but a lot of biracial people feel like they don't fit in for whatever reason. And they feel they feel what do you call it? They don't feel comfortable around black people for whatever reason. And they feel angry with black people. Because they don't feel comfortable. But we don't have anything to do with how you were raised. That's a personal issue. I have biracial people in my family. My cousin has 2 biracial children. And they are not white identified at all. They are black. They identify as black people. because they was not only raised around their mother's side of the family, they were raised around us also. And so, yeah, that's just how I feel. I understand. I'm very when I say white identified, there's a lot of people down south that are white identified, that are biracial people. You got a lot of people down south that are white identified, and they black people. They come from black parents, and that denotes insecurity, to me, and so yeah. I'm not saying you're biracial, Nina. I don't know if you're biracial or not. I was just simply using it as an example. You don't have to be biracial, honey. You could be all the way black and be white identified. I'm sorry, Seven. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask a real stupid question about down south people, but no,
go ahead, ask it. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
No. Ask, because you are all the way over there on the other side of the world in Cali. So ask the question. I might want to have a question for you. Ask it.
Yeah, because when you're like down south, don't they deal with like a lot of inheritance down there too, like things being passed down from generation to generation, and that might play a part in like the white identification?
Yeah, I mean, especially if you are, we got a town. Let me give you an example, and you're right about that. We have a small town here in Tennessee. It's called Athens, Tennessee, right? Mm-hmm. And I visited Athens, Tennessee a couple of times. And the thing about Athens, Tennessee is I think that everybody down there is darn near some kin to each other. Now they black people, right? But they are all mixed race people. They are all mixed race people. And yeah, they are all mixed race in this town. All of them, right? They dang some of them, well, a lot of them are passing, right? But what I find interesting about Athens, Tennessee, is that you have a few white identified people down there, but you have more of them that are, I'm gonna say black identified, because they all mixed in that town. But that directly stems from, there was one there's a plantation down there. And the one man, and then now when it comes to Tennessee, there are a lot of poor black people in Tennessee during the time of slavery, right? There were a couple of plantations in Tennessee. So this plantation where these people came from, I don't even want to say that they all some kin. Do you see what I'm saying? But I think a lot of them originate from that plantation. And so they kind of settled in that small town. It's very interesting. I ain't never seen nothing like it, but so when you ask that question, yeah, it is passed down for some people. Yeah, in that town it's passed down, and I know exactly what you mean by that. Yeah,
that is very interesting, and that's one of the things I want to do. I want to travel, and I want to see these places. Like I'm talking like Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana. Like I've never seen a plantation before. I've never seen.
Oh, really?
Hell no! I'm from California.
I said, oh, really? I don't know why I said that. We got a museum. It's a museum in Florida, and I've never been to it, but I would like to put it on my bucket list. They say they have it's a museum, and it has a lot of items that were used on our people during slavery. Now I have went to actual, so yeah, they.
Oh my gosh, I would probably leave that bitch crying. Do you understand? Like I get real emotional.
The first time I visited a plantation, it was in South Carolina, and you would think that it wouldn't be emotional, but it's emotional. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's really emotional. Listen, we got a museum out here called the Museum of Tolerance or something like that, and they dive into like the Holocaust, and the Holocaust got their own museum, and I was up in there like, damn, like the way they treated the Jews. So I know if I run over to you, what'd you say that museum was in Florida?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh my God. I would probably be in tears, but it would be a life-changing experience for somebody like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And this a lot of young people, a lot of our young black people, I think that a lot of uh older black people my age and older than me, they have become so assimilated, they stop teaching the younger people who they are, and when you stop teaching a people who they are, they lose the essence of who they are, and they don't see anything wrong when you have somebody like a Nina, say all of these very problematic things, and Ronnie Q, she gets upset because she knows the things are problematic and it pisses her off. But because I've been in Tennessee all of my life, I'm pretty much used to it by now. It don't bother me. I done been called everything, but and including a child of God when it comes to Anglos. Okay, they don't ruffle my feathers, but I will get you all the way together. But a lot of people don't even know that there are black people that live up in the Appalachian Mountains. There
Yeah.
are black people up there. We're all over the place.
We're literally everywhere. And it's funny because they'll say things like, oh, we're going to be wiped out with all this biracial cleansing and
I
stuff. And
know.
I'm like, nah, black people, then we're everywhere.
Yeah,
Literally, like
yeah,
that. If it happens, it's going to be like decades from now.
yeah.
But
Well, you know what? We were the first, and we're gonna be the last. I think it's that way on purpose. And I'm not gonna get into my pro black talk or whatever because people don't like to hear that. But we know that we were the first, and we are going to be the last. And it's just how it is. And who was that said? I think Cloud said it. He said it perfectly when he said that Anglos have a symbiotic relationship with black people. And the reason that is, I think, and the reason why they can't let you alone, even when we having conversations like this, even when you go back to talking about Jim Crow, or even when you're talking about something like Black Wall Street, shoot, even when you're talking about something like TikTok. Okay, my nephew was explaining to me why the black TikTokers, whatever that is, went on strike about dancing or something like that. That is because they are the reason why they are clinging to you. It is because um
it's
oh, how can I
cultural.
put this?
Yeah, it's
Uh,
cultural.
huh?
It's cultural.
It's cultural, and a lot of Anglos don't have their own identity. A
Yeah,
lot of the
exactly.
Anglos' identity was stripped away from them. Their
Yeah.
cultures and stuff was stripped away. There's a book called White Rage that explains how that they had to pretty much assimilate into America's version of whiteness to be accepted under the blanket of white supremacy racism. So if you were Italian, or if you were like what Irish, or if you were Scottish, or whatever, you weren't that anymore. You set that culture aside and you became white, to be accepted under the blanket of white supremacy racism. We see it right today with the Asians. Okay, they want to be accepted under the blanket of white supremacy racism, to the point to where, they have to hate everything black here in America. You see, that's why you see so many videos on YouTube and wherever else about, black people going in these Asian shops, and they're treated really badly, or they think we gonna steal from them, and all of this and all that is because they have been educated under the guise of white supremacy racism, and to fit in and live a more comfortable life in this country, you have to assimilate yourself if you're anything other than black, into the system of white supremacy racism, to have a little bit of peace around here. Because if not, you're gonna have a problem. You're gonna have a problem. Nobody wants to be identified with black people, because we're
No,
public enemy
they
number
do.
one.
Culturally, they do because on like okay, culturally we dominate as far as like
Yes,
what we're putting out. You know what I
yes,
mean? You got
yes.
like
Because we are fully formed human beings in every way. I would like Nina to come up here and explain she wants to make all these derogatory comments. But the part of the reason why I was trying to say that they have a symbiotic relationship with us simply is because we know that the Anglos pretty much come from the Caucasus Mountains, and we were born fully formed human beings. We didn't have to evolve from the Neanderthal, to the Cro-Magnon man. Okay, and if it wasn't for African explorers exploring different parts of the world, they still got a little bit of some of them have a little bit of I'm not trying to be funny, Neanderthal DNA in them. But if it wasn't for our people exploring, it would be interesting to see, how they would be. And they try to say that black people have a violent gene in their genome, when actually it's not true. It is the Anglo that has that violent gene in their genome. It is because in the DNA, they still have, some of them still have a percentage of Neanderthal DNA in them. So when it comes to them not leaving us alone, want to absorb our culture, want to absorb the way that we look, won't let us live in peace. They simply cannot live without you, because they want to evolve. They are still trying to evolve into you. But I find it interesting how, we are fully formed human beings, but we want to assimilate into something other than who we are. But that is because of white supremacy, racism. That is because they have been so heavy-handed and so
everybody, you come out here to the West Coast. I don't know how it is everywhere else, but everybody's in an interracial relationship.
Yeah. I had a friend named Megan in school, and she always used to say that she wanted to have, and she got them now. She wanted to say she always wanted to have mixed babies, not fully white babies, because she wanted them to have curly hair, but she still wanted her to be like blonde and curly, and she wanted them to be, she wanted to have them, dark complected skin and all this and all that. Now, when you hear that at first, you would think that it's very racist, but because of where we live and how we live down south, some of us, it make perfect sense. She wasn't even being racist. She was just ignorant as hell, and and she only played with black babies. It's a whole thing going on with my friend Megan, but she got her little mixed babies with the blonde curly hair. Just let me say that she got what she wanted, and it's just a lot of it is cultural, it's regional. But see, she was one of them poor white people that was raised around all black people. Do you see what I'm saying? And so she wanted to assimilate, because she couldn't fully assimilate into us, because we was all she knew. She wanted her kids to be more us than she was. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But you know what? That makes sense to me. Like, okay, recently Carlton, the guy who played Carlton on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, came out and said, the black community turned their backs on me once I got a white wife. And I'm thinking, first of all, I don't think any of us ever thought you were going to be for us.
Okay.
I think we all knew you were going to have a white wife. Like when we figured out that wasn't an act, that's really how you are. We all knew you were going to have a white wife. We all knew you were going to have biracial kids. So I don't understand where you get off saying something like that. Like we turned our backs on you. Like that's crazy to me.
Don't nobody care about Carlton. We know he's white anyway.
Carlton. As a matter of fact, I was like, he's one of the ones nobody was really checking for. If you want to be real.
Child. Now I would have felt the way. I would have had to side eye somebody like a Will Smith if he would have had if he would have.
But here's the thing. That's the point I'm trying to make. Sometimes it makes sense. Like if you have a Carlton and he sticks out like a sore thumb,
right?
I would expect him to get himself a white woman.
Right.
However, if you got somebody over here who's like a young jock,
Right.
Or Noriega or something, and they pop up with a white wife, and she's like bread and butter. It's kind of weird. It's like, wait a minute, she ain't got no seasoning. What's happening here? You a whole dough boy. Like, that's crazy to me. But that's what's happening out here in California. You have
Lord.
these extremely hood ass dudes, and they're popping up with these white ass. I'm talking lily white ass fucking girls, and it's like, where are you finding these girls? You know what I mean? It's not a mulatto, because I guess she's half black, but somebody take like a mulatto, like somebody like a white girl with her attitude. That makes sense to me. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or like the Asian girl. Damn, I forgot her name, but she was on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Yeah. There was an Asian girl with a build a body and all of that. That makes sense to me, because obviously she is assimilated into our culture. You can tell.
Right.
But when you get these people who are not, that is very strange to me.
Right. I know what you mean by that too. See, I get the assimilated into our culture. My friend Megan, she's assimilated into our culture. Even now, she don't have a lot of white friends. She got white family, but she is assimilated into, how we live. She cooks like we cook. She eats like she just the whole thing is just whatever. She just is white. And so I know what you mean by that, assimilated into. But I have seen, even down here, you will get a black man that is gonna make a beeline for the most racist white woman in the crowd. That's the one that he wants. It's because he hates himself. It's something going on with him. But somebody like Carlton, we willingly give Carlton over to the Anglos. He can go over there and stay because don't nobody care.
Willingly, yeah. So that's why I was kind of shocked that he even said that. Hey, let me ask you something. Did you remember when I told you about Tariq Nasheed and how he was supposedly coming up with this I think it's hidden history or something like that? He wants to build a museum out here on Crenshaw, right?
Yeah, you told me.
So he's let me see. I guess he's going to buy up the land, and then he's going to need more money for the actual museum. But he is up to like $300,080, right? And he's trying to get $1 million. He has 10 days left. And I'm a little shook, because I'm like, I can't believe he's gonna meet his goal. And I'm like, he's gonna actually pull off getting $1 million within like 20 days.
Wow, I believe he's gonna meet his goal too.
He's definitely gonna meet his goal. So he's saying it's all going towards this museum. We need a hidden history museum for foundational Black Americans. And I was like, I should donate just so I could get my name on that wall.
Yeah, but we already got one of those museums. It's up in Washington, D.C.
I don't know. He's claiming it's hidden history, so I'll see. But here's the thing: it's $1 million, I guess, to just buy up the land. He's gonna need 7 million more to build the whole thing. So he wants 7 million. Now, if you know anything about construction, especially in LA, it's gonna take twice as long to get it done, and it's going to be like half of the more of the money. So if he's asking for 7 million, it's easily going to be like 14 million. Easily.
Lord, do you believe that?
I don't know, but which is worse?
Do you believe that he's trying to build a museum?
But here's the thing, which is worse, Dr. Umar's school or his museum theory?
That's what I was thinking. He's trying to pull a Umar.
I don't know. He might get it done, though. He might actually do it. And then I could see him bragging about it now. Like, Dr. Umar couldn't even get his school up, and I done built the whole museum. Like, I could see him talking that shit. Someone said it sounds like a scam.
but you know what? I can see it happening too. I really can. You know, with the following that he has, with those hidden color movies and stuff. Yeah, I can see it.
I don't know. I'm keeping a close eye on it, but I just wanted to tell you that real quick.
I find it fascinating. Well, I can't get over him and the whole. Well, you know he. Oh, I don't trust him. I'm just gonna put it that way.
You know what? Part of me is skeptical. However, I want to believe that is true. Now,
I do too.
The other part of me is like,
I actually donated to Umar when he first started talking about the school and stuff. I actually donated, you know.
Oh no, I never donated to Umar.
I'm not gonna go lie. I had to take the L. I actually donated early on when he was old Umar, you know, Facebook Umar. You know what I mean? And so yeah. So I don't know, but after the whole Umar situation, I've grown skeptical, and I side out Tariq Nasheed, because my thing is, if whatever generational wealth he's garnered, you know, and he always talking about the, you know, black families and foundation of black and all of this and all that. But when you die, all your generational wealth that you've garnered is not even going to go to your own community. So you're talking out of both sides of your neck. Like, I don't get that.
A lot of people have a problem with the fact that his mother-in-law is Jewish. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. That's just real funny to me. I don't. Ooh, child. We're gonna have to see, but I believe he's gonna raise that money though.
Yeah.
I mean, he gonna raise the money. We're gonna have to see if he gonna follow through. Is this his exit strategy, or is he really wanting to do this?
Hey, you know what? I was thinking that too. I was like, what if this is an exit strategy for him to just disappear? Because I can see him doing that shit too, low-key.
You know what I mean? He tired of hustling. He just gonna make one big one. He got a
new house. He got a new house. He got a Bentley. He got a truck. He's currently on tour right now. So he done went to Dubai. Now he's in Turkey. He's just touring all around this place.
Yeah, he's doing Umar.
No, Tariq.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He's doing the Umar tour, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know about the Umar tour, but he's doing his tour. He's like traveling everywhere, him and his whole family. And I'm just like, okay. But, you know, but he's already had money from the butt breaking thing. So that he, you know, that could be pre-planned. I just don't know.
Yeah, you're right, Sam. You got to watch him. But
I wish somebody could look into his finances for us. Like, I would be so interested to know like how much money he does make, because it is really all one big secret. You know what I mean? But he makes a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, he does. Oh yeah, he you best believe he's starting back with when he changed over from you know, the hustle from trying to be teaching people how to be a pimp, teaching men how to be a pimp, how to pimp women. When he turned over to the Mr. Pro Black America, when he turned the corner on that, and he's he got an awesome gift for gab, and whatever else he's doing over there, you know. But when he changed over to what he is now, that's when he started garnering his wealth, in my opinion. And that first Hidden Colors movie, I mean, that set the tone right there. He's been climbing even higher ever since the first Hidden Colors.
He had to switch it up though, because he was writing books on like pretty much how to pimp women and play women and all that shit. And then pretty much what was happening was like Viacom, you know, VH1 and all of them, they were hiring these dating coaches for the shows, but they wasn't giving him his props. They were using his material and having like the dating coaches pretty much like recite his material. So he got tired of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what show was that he was on? One of those shows, wasn't he, though?
He was on Charm School with Monique.
Yeah, Charm School, right. He did one of them. And like you said, he got tired of using his material and stuff, and he switched over. You know, the climate started to change too. you know.
That too. But you know what? It is refreshing to know that like all of our OGs are out here making like good money. Like
Yeah.
I've always thought that was pretty cool.
I mean, I think it's cool. I just think that here's the thing. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of, Bob Marley said, but he's backed by white people. He reminds me of one of these mega church, like these mega church pastors, like a T.D. Jakes or a what's the white guy's name? Or the one
Joel
yeah,
Osteen.
Joel Osteen. He reminds me like he's like the modern day version of a mega church. That's how I see. That's how I see.
Let me tell you something. Ain't nobody got shit on Joel Osteen. That they said this man made like how much money? Anyway, he owed like 14 million in taxes or something. So how much money did he make? I could be off, but he made a tremendous amount of money last year, and he owed like some crazy back taxes.
Well, see, here's the thing about that. A lot of that money is tax exempt, right? But his personal monies are not tax exempt. The church's monies are tax exempt, and the government done started because of the mega churches, and they done start cracking down on it taxes. They will still tax exempt the church's money, but you have to pay taxes on your personal money. So you get you get paid for being the pastor in the church or whatever, even if you get a salary. So they're charging the salaries is what I'm trying to say. And so if he owed 14 million in back taxes, like you said, how much is he paying himself? How much is Wood paying him?
Yeah, I could be wrong, but it was a lot of money. It was a lot of money. I have to look it up, but I was just like, dang, Joel Osteen, like it pays to be white and to have a mega church. That's all I'm gonna say.
Shoot, it pays to be black and have a mega church. Look at the Potter's house, T.D. Jakes. Girl, he got so much money. His daughter even went into the business. His daughter is a pastor now.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they passing down that generational wealth, honey. Oh yes, they are. His daughter is a pastor now. She's speaking now, and she's good too. She's just as good as her daddy is. I was like, well, you go, girl. And so yeah, but he reminds me of that whole thing they got going on.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep an eye on that though. I wanna see if he makes his goal, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I did enjoy talking to you. I haven't talked to you in a while.
Oh, thank you, Seven Girl. I enjoyed talking to you too. I don't even know how we went from over here. We always start off with one subject and we started talking about the other subject. But thanks for coming up and giving me some info about the Nina chick, because I had no idea all of that is going on. Cause I be seeing her in my chat, but I've never heard her type down in there like she was typing today. So I guess you start feeling the way, and she just let her problematic self fly or whatever. I don't know, but she's never done that in my chat before. Not until today. I was like, oh.
I don't know. I'm trying to be real diplomatic when it comes to Nina. Like I said, I'm empathetic to the fact that she, she ain't got no flavor in her voice. But I'm trying. But if you keep doing all this, it's because of me, and they're here for me, and everybody. Yeah. It's like, girl, we know what you're up to. You know what I mean? You want to get up on channels. You want to make a fool of yourself. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on now.
But you had a wonderful opportunity to do it over here, Nina. I'm wondering why, girl. Why you didn't hit the lane, girl? Are you okay?
Because you're not dumb. Like I said, she views Pizarro as an idiot. And she goes over there because she knows Pizarro. So all she's going to do is read the chat. She ain't got no real interview questions or anything like that for her. She's going to read the chat and she's going to let Nina, stay up there as long as she wants. And she gets to cuss people out in the chat and stuff. Like, that's why. But she knows she can't do any of that over here. So.
Yeah, she says she don't like being attacked. She'll attack back. Well, girl, now we don't mind fighting over here on my channel, okay? So if you felt like if you don't like being attacked and you was going to attack back, you could feel free. Feel free to. That's what I meant by properly articulating your stance. Okay, and if you have to fight, you fight. That's what we do around here. You know, we learn to fight on the playground as little black girls, okay? In particular, all right? We
For
understand the pecking order, child. You can defend yourself. You hear me, Seven?
That is funny. No, for real, we do learn how to fight on the playground. Shit, I learned how to fight when I was 12. When I came out to Compton, and I was like, somebody like rolled up on me real tough and stood over me and was yelling, and I said, "Bitch, what the fuck?"
Okay.
You know, I was scared, but I was scared as fuck. I was like, did she really just like do that in front of like everybody? But when I got into that first fight, I realized very quickly that if you throw them hands, they will stop fucking with you. And once I learned that, I was the Tasmanian devil all throughout.
Seven said that inner blackness came up out of because who the hell she thinks she is?
I was in shock. I was like, did she just do that in front of everybody? And like the boy I liked was in class and everything. I was just like, what?
You didn't realize how black you was, did you, Seven?
Oh no, I was still, you know, talking in my little voice, real timid, you know, real shy. They'd be like, "Oh, why you sound like that?" And I'll be like, "Why do I sound like what?" You know what I mean?
Well, no, Nina, it's not a win for you, baby, because you dropped down, you ran. You know, you ran, baby. So you didn't. You got to. We windmill for the gods over here. Haven't you seen our Thunderdomes?
Nina, if you think you won, you're delusional. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I'm sorry, homegirl. You didn't win today.
Not only are you dried chicken, but you're delusional, girl.
This ain't no win for you today, Nina. You made yourself look bad. You ran from Ronnie Q and 7 because I didn't even go in on you.
That's crazy. Nina, what seasoning do you use on your seafood? Is it A, onion powder? Is it B, Old Bay seasoning? Is it C, Lawry's? Or is it D, none of the above? Pick a letter. Why you said that? Jose, goddamn, that was for Nina. Yeah, he fucking ruined it. I'm sorry, I'm cussing. He ruined it. Jose. Rodriguez knows Old Bay, and Nina probably Jose.
That's bad when Jose know what to put on the food. Now, come on now. Come on, Nina. It's bad when Jose Rodriguez know what to put on the food.
Nina said 7, I'll ask my maid. Girl,
that is so lame. See, here's why here's another reason why you didn't win, Nina. It's because you ain't moving no mountains over here. You make yourself sound silly, love. You do, but it'll be okay. I'm not even mad at you. I view you as like trailer park trash, like somebody the type of trailer park trash that have all the beer cans all around the little trailer and stuff with the broken blinds and stuff like that. Is that how you living, Nina girl? Are you okay? Ooh.
Like, who jokes about having a maid? Like, that's weird.
This is so lame. It's like old people, white people say stuff like that.
No, the real question is, why is your maid cooking your food? That's what the fuck I want to know. Like, shouldn't you have a maid and shouldn't you have a chef? Like, that's weird.
And why are you spending your time on YouTube? Are you looking, Nina? Are you searching for attention? Are you black? But you're married to an Anglo and he's not loving you at all. I mean, what's really going on? Do you need some love in your life, Nina? I'm confused. We just want to know. That's why we were talking about you for an hour. You're a very interesting test case.
Nina, you are interesting. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I do like. I really wish you would have came back up here so that we could talk. But
me too.
You're crazy. I think she thinks
want to talk to you, Nina. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna drop the link 7 because you want to talk to her. Hold on. Somebody said it's the attention seeking. Right. That's what it is for me too. I think she needs some love in her life. This is her. Ooh, Nina, are you sequestered to your home and you don't have anything else to do? Are you one of them types of people that really want to fit in, but you just don't know how to go about it? So you become defensive and then you start trolling. Like, what's really going on, girl? We can't help you over here.
Well, you know what? Okay, listen, I have a Netflix suggestion for you guys, okay?
Okay.
It's called it's called Kings of Miami Cowboy. Damn, it's like Coke Cowboys or something. Like, it's Miami King. Listen, it's about these two drug dealers like in the 80s.
Oh,
and they were spending so much money. I'm talking like
hey, what happened to my
probably over $1 million a month. They were oh
wow.
my God.
Oh,
they
wow.
were paying on people's college tuitions, all type of stuff.
Plug. That was a plug, right? Say, hold on. Is this you, Nina?
It is.
Oh, that's okay, Black.
It's Nina. How are you?
Now, why were you afraid to come up here?
Oh God, me and Ronnie Q have been at it every platform, God knows how long. Like, she's been on me this whole week, and I'm tired. It's like I've explained myself to her. She continues to be upset with me. There's nothing that I can do to. She just is very upset with me. She's emotional, and I don't want to fight.
Someone said, am I talking about the Cocaine Cowboys? Yes. Y'all have to watch it. When I'm telling you, I remember when Tiger King first came out. That's exactly how I felt when I was watching this. I was just so stimulated the whole way through, and how like the government kept messing up the case, and they had to do all these appeals and stuff. Oh my God, y'all have to watch it
because the government was stealing the dope. You see what I'm saying? And then you know, they say Miami, the city of Miami, was built with drug money. You know, and there was so much money running through the 90s causing them cocaine cowboys. Girl, the government had excess money to give you, okay? There was so much money flowing through because of drugs. The government was selling drugs, was trading guns.
You guys have moved on from me. I think.
No. Stay right there.
No.
Okay. I'm answering the chat because the chat's like, are you talking about the Cocaine Cowboys? Yes, I am, and I want you all to watch it if you haven't seen it, because I swear to God, that miniseries was so freaking good. Oh my God! But okay,
I'm gonna watch it.
Okay, so Nina, the last time we talked, we were talking about how you didn't use edge control, and I was ready to snatch your black card. Remember that?
Yes, I remember you mentioned something about edge control. I don't use edge control. I don't think it's necessary.
No. But then I found out a lot of people don't use edge control, and I was like, what the hell? I don't know what's happening over there in Miss Conspiracy Theories chat, but people don't like cheesecake. People don't use edge control. It was just very weird. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone.
Have you ever tried just conditioner and then like a scarf, you know, and then it's just laid down perfectly?
Ma'am, no, we use edge control.
Okay. All right. Well, whatever. I don't. It just gets too sticky, you know. I tried it one time.
And a scarf. What kind of conditioner?
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Olivia. She's not a regular black person. She lives differently. No. She lives a little bit differently than us. And I feel like, I know you're not going to tell us, but I feel like you're like in the middle of like Nebraska or something.
Okay, Nebraska. There we go. You know I'm not going to tell you.
You live near like Amish people, like honestly.
Possibly Amish people.
Hey, am I getting hot?
Girl, yeah. It's very hot over there near the Amish. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not.
I know you're not going to tell me. Listen, I want you to win in this sector because, like I said, I have a soft spot for you, but you got to stop with all the trolling, Nina. Like, what is that?
I'm literally not trolling. I'm thinking I'm doing just fine, and then I'll say something, and then they'll turn, and you'll be like...
Well, somebody said you were sent over here for a project, or experiment, or some type of social experiment Did I hear that somewhere?
No, I just came here to have an experience like everybody else.
Right. So if you came to have an experience, and like I said, I still, if you are black, you are absolutely white identified.
I'm
But do
not
you
white
troll?
identified. I
Do you
mean, it's
troll
not.
because but wait, let me finish, baby. Do you troll because you feel insecure
I'm
in
not
your
trolling.
alleged blackness? Like,
I'm not trolling. I just literally go from place to place and I have a good time and I connect with
oh
some
no, you're
people and I.
definitely trolling because let me tell you something. And for as long as you've been over here, you have had you've had to have picked up on the social cues by now. Now I understand you may be socially awkward, and even if you're socially awkward, you will have had to pick up on the social cues by now, and you would have stopped trolling by now because
Well,
you
it's
said
the
you
only.
were.
Okay, so is it about the maid thing? Because the maid thing, nobody ever says. The first person I called a maid was Leak You, who's a white woman. So my definition of maid or servitude it's not associated with blackness. But nobody ever mentions the fact that I called Leak You a maid, just like I called anybody else one. So I think people are projecting. I'm
What
sorry,
is
but
your
I don't.
fixation with?
can
What
tell
is
you,
your
I
fixation
did
with
not
me?
know. I didn't know that you called her a maid.
Yes,
I'm
she
only
was the first one that I actually called a maid at what's his face's thing. And it's nobody ever mentions that I've called a white woman a maid. Bring on anybody. I mean, it's not good. It's socioeconomic. It's
Yeah,
elitist.
what is your obsession with the
But it's not
socioeconomic
racial
reason? But what is your obsession with the socioeconomic reads?
because people have it in their heads of what they think I am, and that's the thing that bothers them the
So
most.
so you go to socioeconomic reads because
Because I don't know how to curse.
okay, so that's not making sense to me.
Right, because I don't know how to curse, like somebody else is very good at cursing, I
Mhm.
wouldn't do well. But if I hit them with a socioeconomic read, they get very upset. So that's what I'm
Mhm.
better
Why do
at.
you
So I
feel like
stick
they
with
get
that.
upset? Why do you
listen.
feel like they get upset?
I'm trying to be very diplomatic here because I can be like very ruthless. However, I'm trying to turn a new leaf, and I think I
Mhm.
understand where she's coming from because
Mhm.
what's happening is some people are very very good at roasting and gagging. I'm not one of
Mhm.
them. Okay,
Mhm.
so sometimes when people roast and gag me, it takes me a minute to register what's going on because it's like, wait, what? What?
And
Like,
then,
and then I go back to my platform and I talk ish. But here's the thing: you're saying you're not good at cussing. I think you're just not good at roasting and gagging.
okay,
Right.
I'm not good at roasting and gagging. Then I'll go with that, whatever that means. But basically, whatever's going on, the bee. Oh, Tracy, hey girl, I see you in the chat. Just want to say hi. No, I'm not good at the bees and the hoes and the ends and the this and that whatever. And they're just going at it. And I'm just standing there like, I'm not gonna, the see you next Tuesdays. I'm not gonna call you all that. I'm not good at it. So I'll say something else instead. I'm not sure why that doesn't make sense.
Oh, it makes sense. I'm making perfect sense of it. I just feel like you're down here slumming it up. You got you a couple of hood rat friends, and it feels good to you. You know what I mean?
I don't want to call them hood rat anything. I do enjoy I'm
Yeah,
enjoying it.
you like it. Yeah, you like it. You like that because it's some hood rat shit that you're not accustomed to.
It's different. I don't know
So
hood
you're
rat
black.
shit. I
So
think
you're
that's
black. So
derogatory.
you're black. So you're black, but you weren't raised around black people.
I'm
Okay.
telling you, she's been deprived of. She's not going to answer that,
Right.
but I'll tell you, she has been deprived of the black experience. You can
Yeah, I can
tell.
tell. Yeah, I can. You can tell. I just wanted
The
to
black
admit it.
experience is so varied, right? Like I'm black and I've had an experience and, it's different. But I mean, what
Okay,
is the
what is
black
your experience?
experience
Oh, wait a
really?
minute.
There's no
Stop.
one black
Stop. Stop.
experience.
Stop. Explain to us your version of. Explain to us your black experience. We're
Well, if I
simply trying
explain
to understand where you're coming from.
right, I guess my black experience and without telling my personal
Nina,
details.
can you pause for a minute? I'm sorry. Jose, I like the lady in the middle. What is her name? Her name is Seven Stars, love.
Oh, that's
Um,
Rodriguez.
do you know Jose? Seven?
Hey, I love Mexicans. If that's what
That's
you
what I
are.
was gonna say. Could this be your future baby
I'm
daddy?
from California. We love us some Mexicans.
There you
Okay.
go,
Okay,
Southern.
girl,
There
go
you
in.
go.
Get your...
He cute. You cute, Jose. You want to come
I
up here and talk to my girl?
hope that's your real picture. But anyway,
Oh,
go ahead.
okay, Jose. This is funny.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and get that number, girl.
We got you on the big screen, Jose.
Yeah, now don't try to change the subject, Nina.
What? Okay,
I did that. I'm sorry. He said he was feeling 7 in the middle. I was like, hold up, wait a minute.
I like the lady in the middle. What's her
Right.
name?
I believe in love, honey. I believe in love. Come on now.
I know I'm still looking for my prince. even though Pyro
Might be Jose Rodriguez. Who knows?
I'm still looking for
Jose, you can feel free to hit the link if you want to.
Come on, Jose. We want a love connection, love match.
Now wait a minute.
No? Okay, I'm gonna sit back.
Nina, you come, you sit right here next to me. Now you said we were talking about your Black experience, right?
Right.
So you got to.
We want to know your Black experience. I'm sorry, Seven, but I was asking her. We want to know your Black experience, right?
Okay, I guess my Black experience is more of okay, so maybe not interpersonal as much because just the my surroundings, the schools or institutions that I've been a part of, maybe there wasn't a huge group of Black people to ingratiate myself with, but like as historically, understanding the history of being Black in America, just basically, I think I did this too academically, right? Like it wasn't an emotional connection with struggle. Like this is the one thing that I'm missing. I've noticed that these microaggressions that are being felt by other people from me, I'm not meaning them. Like this isn't. I would never think that if somebody called me a maid or something like that, it had to do with my Blackness, and that's totally stupid, right? Because I'm not doing it in context. When I think of a maid, I think of, I don't know, multicultural, maybe possibly, like if I really thought of a maid, I wouldn't think of a Black woman, right?
So let me ask you something. Let's say you're at an all-white party, right? You're the only Black girl there. You're walking around in a cocktail dress, you know what I mean? And somebody stops you and says, oh, can you take these plates to the kitchen? Or can you, clean up after? Like, they pretty much assume you're the maid and you're at an all-white party. Would that affect you?
I mean, I would have to, if I was dressed in a cocktail dress, then yes, I would think, what the fuck, whatever. But if I was dressed differently, possibly not. Like,
I think you would be super offended.
Absolutely. If I was in a cocktail dress and I was dressed like every other guest at the event, then yes, I would believe that this person was pointing me out. Now,
but Nina, you know that people, when they have maids, they like to dress them up in dresses and stuff when they have like.
You can tell when you go to an event who is serving.
We can tell, but they can't. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
they can tell.
I think when you go around and you tell people like, oh, you could be my maid, even though you don't associate Blackness with servitude, that's still pretty that's like degrading a little bit. You know what I mean?
I mean, obviously I'm doing it so that I could, make somebody, insult somebody. And believe me, like, this is not happening in the midst of like common conversation. This is happening when somebody is screaming at me at the top of their lungs and we're in the middle of battle and we're saying all these things. And also the fact that everybody calls each other the N-word, which I would never do, or compare each other to jungle animals, which I would never do. Hearing that, and I'm offended by that. For people to suddenly have these delicate sensibilities about maids and maid service, I think it's disingenuous. you know, a little bit too, because it's just like people say so many things in here that are almost inhuman. But here I am saying maid to not only a black woman, but a white woman, any other type of woman, having it totally not associated with blackness at all. And people are still feeling this microaggression that I'm not throwing out. This is not about blackness. And it makes me sad even, hold on, I'm sorry. It really makes me sad even that people, like, is that what's going on? Is the black experience walking around thinking that, you know, anytime anybody says anything like that, it's about you?
No. Okay. Listen. Where we're at right now, we're in the beefing sector. This is not normal. This is virtual. This is something that we've created for entertainment purposes, and it is designed to, you know, entertain. Okay. This isn't the real world. This isn't the actual black experience. I can tell that you have done a lot of studying of like black culture, but you haven't been enthralled into it. You know what I mean? You haven't hung out around it. And I think I feel like that's what's happening here. It's like, okay, you can study something all you want to. Like I said, you could be book smart. But like I was talking to Olivia earlier, I feel like I'm book smart and I'm street smart because I've lived both lives. But you haven't lived that street life yet. Not saying that it's necessarily a bad thing, but I think you need that. I really do.
Oh, I don't know if I can. I mean, you know, I would not. I don't feel like I would do well in the street life.
No. But it's not necessarily. It's not always a bad thing. You know what I mean? It's not. It's not a situation where you're going to be out here in the streets and you're going to get strung out on crack and somebody's going to pop a cap in your ass. Like, that's what white people who write these scripts teach you. You know, when you know, it's not like that always. Sometimes you get around some people, you know, I got a friend right now. She's crazy as shit. She's like real hood, but you know, she wouldn't hurt a mouse. She like, these are things you have to learn. You have to learn the street smart part of this ordeal as being a black person. And you're older. You know, I had the luxury of learning it when I was young, when I was like 12 years old. But you're a little bit earlier, but you're yearning for, and I want to say it's kind of like a camaraderie, if I will. Okay. You know, you need that camaraderie. You need black people in your life, and that's why you're down here, quote unquote, slumming it up with us.
And that's your quote. That's your words, not mine, right? Can we give a disclaimer about that? I never said I'm slumming it.
That's why I said quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Cool. Because you know they'll put it on me.
Yeah, I know.
Everything that you just said, you know, you just pretty much verified if you are black, you just pretty much verified for me anyway that you're white identified. Because you said you've read a lot about black culture, and you know where you went to school there weren't, I guess, other black people, or a lot of black people, or either the black people were like you, and that says white identified to me.
Well, I think I am self-identified, right? Like there's no part of me that feels that I'm white or that I have an experience or share an experience with white people. I don't see the world through their lens. I may not see the world through the lens of many black people, but I definitely don't. I'm self-identified. I don't feel that I'm white identified in any way, shape, or form. You know,
the only
thing Miss Toby said. Miss Toby said, Nina, and I don't know if this is true. You'll have to verify for me. But Miss Toby says, Nina, I'm paraphrasing. Didn't you realize the relationship with the police and the black community until George Floyd? I heard
Ronnie Q touched on that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I totally understood that yes, historically there's a horrible relationship between the police and African American people. I knew this, right? I understood that.
Why can't you say black people?
First of all, I feel like white people made up the word black because they just want to identify everybody that's not them as black. And so, no, okay, that's you have to, let's respect each other's, terminology, right? Like, I don't feel that even Indian people in England were called black. It's pretty much, look, you're not us, and so we're just going to throw this word at you, and you accept it. I'm a woman of African descent. Nobody wants.
You can identify. Hey, if you want to call yourself African American, go ahead. But go on and finish the question about George Floyd and the police.
Right.
That's more interesting.
So with the George Floyd and the police, it was the first time that it hit me as much seeing exactly what's happening in 2020, right? Like, it was at 2020. I didn't think that it was. I mean, it was literally like watching Roots or something, right? Like, I thought we had moved. I understood that there are racial issues, but never did it hit me to the core like it did at that time. I thought it was the same experience for everybody. I mean, were you not hit by what happened in 2020 to George Floyd?
I've been aware of police brutality all of my life.
So have I, but I was, I mean, the whole world was hit by it. There were protests everywhere around the world. I mean, I don't believe that I'm the only one who felt as deeply at that time as everybody else.
I think for a lot of white people, it stirred up. I think it might have shed the light, with when it comes to the police and the killing of black people, innocent black people. I think it was shocking for a lot of people all over the world. But black people, we are used to it.
I mean, I've heard about Sandra Bland or Tatiana. What was it in Fort Worth?
She said you read Black history even before. Even before we were born, we were being lynched. Before that, we were slaves.
I get that, and that I thought. What I was thinking was, this is academic, like the autobiography of Frederick Douglass, or reading a Zora Neale Hurston novel, or things like this were just historical. And then we had race issues now, but nothing as deeply and as crazy as the George Floyd thing that happened. So it was mind blowing.
There have been more horrific things done to black people than what happened to George Floyd. And I'm not trying to minimize anything that happened to George Floyd. It was that George Floyd incident was so impactful because we literally saw a man being smothered to death, in front of in real time. The whole world saw that incident. But there have been many more bad things done to black people that are not.
But do you remember Oscar? Was it Oscar Grant where they shot him in the back? He was handcuffed. Yeah. And they shot him in the back, and I think my whole thing, Nina, I want to know: were you shocked that at the way he was killed, or are you shocked by like all the property damage that took place?
I was shocked that he was killed in the middle of the street by a police officer with a crowd of people, and that police officer felt okay enough to do that. Like there was nobody stopped him, it was just like, black bodies are thought as nothing,
I mean, but even before the George Floyd, you had the Trayvon Martin, you had the
I know, but for me,
boy,
that was my thing. For me, it was different. For me personally, it was different. These are not stories that are new to me. It's not like I lived on another planet and I didn't read about them, but I wasn't as emotionally connected as I was during the George Floyd incident.
Do you feel like, how do I say this? Like, do you feel compassionate when it comes to black people, or do you kind of feel like, sometimes we get what we deserve? Like when go ahead.
I actually romanticize being black. I think I've learned a lot more in my time here. I romanticize. I didn't understand why things are the way they are for African American people, for black people, right? Like,
can you define I romanticize about being black?
I guess I just thought of the civil rights era. I thought of the March on Washington. When I think of blackness, I think of, uh, Thurgood Marshall, and I think of, Nat Turner. I think of like these overcoming and all this stuff. I just kind of romanticized being black. I didn't really look at what issues were, in the what dysfunction that was in the black community.
Can I just interject? I've never heard a black person. I've never met a black person that romanticized about being black. Could you define what romanticize being black means to you?
I just saw only the good things.
Mm-hmm.
I only saw the good things. I saw the overcoming. I saw the strength. I didn't see the dysfunction.
So you call the killing of innocent black people dysfunction?
No, I mean the dysfunction within our own community, not.
Could you tell me what you feel like the dysfunction is in our community?
I feel that self-acceptance and is an issue in our community. I think the lack of, and I understand it's the lack of resources that don't have strong families that leads to less education or impoverishment, criminal activity, whatever the heck is going on.
You're stereotyping. Those are stereotypes.
Well, those are some things that are happening in the community, right?
These stereotypes. See, the reason why they're stereotypes is because they like to place those kind of things on black people. Now you have a few people in those types of in those types of conditions living in that way, but for the most part, we are a very productive people. It is only the fact is because of propaganda, those problems get highlighted in our community. We don't have any higher incidences of those types of things going on in our community greater than any other community. It is that they only highlight it in our community. And
I think you're talking about proximity. Like, I'm not talking about proximity murders or anything like that.
I'm not talking about that either. I'm talking about across the board. Any stereotype that you have ever spouted on any other panel, any of that train of thought, that is propaganda. That is all that it is. And so, but anyway, continue.
No, I think I'm done.
Well, you were telling us about you never finished telling me about your black experience. What do you consider struggle? Because you mentioned earlier about you never had to deal with the black struggle. What is your definition of struggle?
Well, okay, so I guess the maid thing is the most apparent example in my mind. That maids and blackness is not like that's not the first thing that I would associate with, or if somebody said that, or if I heard that, that's not this person is pompous, this person is being elitist, they're being classist, whatever. That's what I would think. I wouldn't have thought it's because she's black. And I see that there's probably a lot of microaggressions that I've actually, have had happen to me that I probably was oblivious to because I don't think that way.
Margot said, Miss O, can you please ask her if she was raised by a white woman? I'm just trying to understand. Somebody in the chat asked you that, Nina?
Was I raised by a white woman?
Yes, what she said. She was raised by a white woman.
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, on site. She don't want to answer it. Or was it Morgan or Margot? She don't want to answer that. Why don't you want to answer that?
I don't want to answer any personal question.
Oh, do you feel it's a personal question?
I feel like it, I like the idea of people being very confused about my background. This will make it harder for anybody to find me. And I've heard a lot of people.
But you're not a content creator. You're somebody in the, in the comment section. And who's really worried about doxing you? Like, honestly,
everybody. Like, there's many people.
I don't dox.
Okay, you don't, but your platform is heard by many.
Who said they wanted to dox a subscriber?
Well,
Quite a number of people.
I can tell you that I've doxed plenty of people in here, but I'm not interested in doxing you. Like I said, I think you're interesting. And you know what? I kind of like the fact. I kind of like the fact that you tell us a lot, because I feel like it's almost like a mystery. You know what I mean? It's like I do want to unlock you. I want to figure you out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just me.
I pretty much got it figured out. Oh, who is this? Hold on, y'all. Glitzy lady.
Hi, Miss Olivia. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Hey, Nina.
Hello.
I know you know who this is, right?
No, I can't see.
Okay, no. I know you can't see, but no. Honestly, let's be real.
I honestly
Miss
don't.
Olivia, that's my real picture. I won't.
Okay, so it's really you. Okay, okay. Then there you go. I don't need no. This is a very good stream.
I understand.
Yeah.
Seriously, before this is mine. I've been listening. This is mind-boggling to me because Nina, you know who I am, and I know who you are.
I promise I don't know who you are.
Wow. So the stuff that I'm supposed to I was planning on sending you just don't send anymore, right?
Hi, Jose.
Oh, are you? I promise you, I don't know who you are.
For real. So if somebody can call Miss Gina, she'll tell you who she is.
I don't know who. I mean,
I
don't know who you are.
Okay, my actual name is Sean, and you know who I am. And what you're doing is mean.
Okay. I don't know how to explain it to you. I don't know who you are.
Who is your maids? Who are your maids?
I honestly,
who are your maids? Oh my God. I'm the same person who called and had to rescue you one night, and then now you're on here trolling people. I can't believe you're doing this. I never thought you were this type of person.
Okay.
I really didn't.
This is very strange.
No, it's not strange. You know who this is. Her maids are the maids in the nursing home she's in. She is black.
Okay.
Her mother is black.
Alrighty. Oh, Jesus. Alrighty. Okay, I'm not going to fight with you about this.
I know you're not going to fight with me because you know I'm telling the truth.
Okay.
Why are you doing this?
I'm not quite sure how to react to you. Like, do I play along or do I?
No, because in fact, I even tried to text you because I was trying to understand what was going on. Why were you doing this?
So could you tell me what I am or what this is about? Like,
what is? It's just I just don't like I don't like trolling people. I mean I used to use my full name, my first and last name. I just got tired of people calling you. Well, you already know this. I just don't like the fact that when people saw my name, Sean, they quickly associated me with Sean Bradley, and we have the exact same initials. But you know that already, right?
No, I don't.
Well, now, Nina, are you trolling from a rest home? Now, see, it would make sense because of all of those references that you're using, like shine shoes and maid. It would kind of make sense, Nina. I'm just saying, girl.
Do I at least, do I have a personal assistant in the rest home?
Oh, no, you tell us.
Do you want me to call the front desk right now?
Please do. Yes.
Because that's how I helped you before.
Oh, shit.
When they wouldn't help you before, I'm the one who called. I can't believe you're doing this.
I'm shocked I'm doing it too.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Okay. Okay. Well, well,
I know.
That was a new one.
Okay.
I'm not lying. And I can get somebody else to come and verify your voice. You know that's true.
Alrighty.
That other people know very well. I'm not going to name their name though. Other than Miss Gina. You ran away from Miss Gina.
All right. Okay. Yes. I don't know what to tell you. This is. I don't know.
See,
Okay.
because the first time you started trolling me, and I didn't realize it was you until afterwards when you called me after the conversation happened on James's platform, when you were making the outrageous comments when they shaved gay in that child's head.
What? Oh my
You remember
God.
that?
You are really weird. Okay.
No, I'm not really weird. I'm sure other people were in James' chat when James did the live about when some family members, I don't know if anybody on the panel remembers this, family members.
Lady Tia, I actually found this section by when Little Nas X was doing his thing.
She was
and
no. She
in
was
March, and then I saw.
She was here when Jay Speaks was here. Before Jay
That's right.
Speaks was
Can
here.
Sean? Can I speak?
See how well she knows my name?
You just said your name.
No, I know, but almost everybody else. Almost everybody else probably.
Ma'am, do you want to? They want you to call the front desk and hit the call button or something.
Call my name.
Yeah,
you just said your name.
I'm just hurt because here I am planning for my child's birthday party, but at the same time, I'm on Amazon putting stuff in my shopping cart to make sure you get stuff at the same time I need to get stuff for my child. How dumb am I?
Who is she? Well, who is she?
She's in chat as SD.
Where
SD? I won't say your real name.
Please do. I want you to say my real name.
No, I wouldn't do that to you.
Please do. I allow you to.
But she goes in chats by SD. She goes in chats by Mary D. What else? Nina. But I caught her as Nina, and when she said something to me, and I realized it was her after she ran off of James.
I really allow you to give out my name right now. I want you to go ahead and do it.
No,
I think it's only right because I believe the people deserve it.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't believe any of this.
You don't believe what, 7? You think I'm lying?
Yeah.
Wow.
I really think you should go for it and just, let the folks know.
Moving right along. We appreciate the info, Sean. We appreciate the info. Okay, thank you.
Okay, but I promise.
Okay, you have a nice day. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that was some weirdo Flo Becca type of ish right there.
You know what? I've had a really good time here. I appreciate you guys. And I'm finished. I think.
Hold on, Nina, don't go nowhere.
Girl, come on! I've been through some stuff. This woman.
No, okay. You've been okay with us. That
yeah, we ain't cussing you out or nothing.
That lady was gonna come up here and troll you like.
Did you have a question on the side?
Well, I did, but that chick right there just throw me for a loop.
Okay, she gone, y'all. Let me take the banner down. There you go. I thought she was exposing herself or something. I don't know what.
I was in awe. I was like, well, damn, okay.
That was wackadoodle right there. I don't know nothing about all that.
No, it's something else.
So she in a nursing home.
I'm not feeling that at all.
So she said she. Let me get this straight. She said, let me get this straight. She said the chick in a nursing home, and Miss Gina know her from the nursing home.
Sure.
That would have been a great explanation for why she thinks her black nurses or her CNAs are maids. Okay. I was hoping it was
okay.
Good. All right.
Okay. I was like, okay, well that explains a lot.
Fine.
You're suffering from dementia, girl.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that was something
I
that was
wanted,
different. That was different.
I didn't want Miss Glissy to go because I wanted to ask her, well, where you at? Is you in the nursing home with her?
Okay. That was my. I mean, she said she wanted. Do I have to call the front desk for you? And people
Yeah,
down
I
there.
wanted her to call the front desk. And I
Exactly.
was gonna ask her, is she in the nursing home with her? Because how do you know she in the nursing home?
If
And
you
is
ain't
you in
so.
there with her? Well, she
Mm.
just threw my whole agenda I had to come up here on. So, never mind. I
Yeah,
want to go back.
honestly, I think I've had a good time. Let's just, follow it up with some more good times as you guys continue to speak. And I think I'm gonna go walk my dog because it's 6. It's time for me to walk my dog. So I'm gonna say goodbye to the chat. And Tracy, I'll see
Okay.
you soon. 7, I appreciate you. And Miss Olivia, there you are.
Okay, well, Nina, it was. I appreciate you coming up today. I do think you, if you are black, you are white identified. If you are white, honey, and you want to just chill with with the peoples down here in the B section, because we are very entertaining. You should just be you. You don't have
I'm
to
being
do the.
completely myself, and I don't believe that I'm white identified because I am self identified.
But
It's
if
not
you
black and
are,
white. It's
well,
not
but then,
black
okay,
and
let me
white.
say this. Then. Okay, you got a right to be you and do you, but you need to practice your social cues. Let me put it that way.
All right,
And maybe
fair
you
enough.
won't get so much pushback going
You're
forward. You
you're on
know.
Central Standard Time, huh?
I knew you'd catch
You
it.
caught that 7. You caught that
I
7.
knew you would catch it. I heard as soon as I said it.
You caught that 7.
Yeah.
She got to get one in. You know what I mean? But we didn't want you to feel attacked, or ambushed or
I was
anything.
doing my damnness to make sure you didn't feel attacked because, like I said, I know how
No, you did
fat.
a good job. I'm actually surprised, but very pleasantly surprised and pleased. So I'm not gonna gush over you, but you did a good job, and I appreciate it. And I am actually leaving because my dog is whining at me.
Okay. Well, have a good one. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. Ciao.
Listen, I came up there to attack her. I'm just gonna tell you what I came up there to motherfucking do. I'm just gonna tell you, bitch, you ain't finna keep playing in our motherfucking face. But I'm glad the crazy lady came up. If she is crazy or she telling the truth,
I'm gonna look up
because
all
that
the
would have
states that are
ruined
Central Standard Time right now.
What's that?
what you and 7 had going on.
Uh-huh. What'd you say, Seven?
I said, let me look up all the states on Central Standard Time right about now.
Florida. 7, you caught it. I caught it. I caught it. I said, oh shit, that's my time. When she said it, I said, oh shit, that's my time.
Yeah. She thinks she's slick, but she really is not that slick at all. But okay, girl.
But let me
Okay.
tell you something. I don't think, and the lady, Glitzy or whatever, Sean, I was just playing, calling you crazy. Let me tell you
Yeah.
something. I believe that damn lady, because let me tell you, her voice went up several octaves.
Hmm.
Her voice went up several octaves.
Well, with those, what she's calling those socioeconomic reasons by saying something about shiny shoes and a maid, that's suspect right there. So how old are you? You
But then
got to
the
be
lady
older
say,
than me if you're talking about shiny
but,
shoes, because who does that?
but then the lady say she was black. The
That's
lady
what she
said she
said.
is black. But she just wanted, she done lost her mind. Her kids probably done dropped off in the nursing home, and she ain't got nobody. She figured she come down here and troll the lowest of the people in the black sector, I guess, or the ones she find non-intelligent.
It's very, very, very possible she could be from Wisconsin. Like the way she,
Yeah. 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 I agree, 7.
because she kind of like the
Possible.
monster from Bobby's World a little bit.
But
Like I
that's
said,
just,
if she is
but
black,
that's
she
just
probably not doing
crazy.
it.
But that's just crazy. The lady say she was finna send her some stuff. You know what I'm saying? But for some reason she didn't want to say her name, which I figure like she might get in trouble if she say her name because you in the nursing home with her.
Okay, that's possible too.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to talk to Miss Gina now. Now I want to talk to Miss Gina because she just throwing off my whole plan. Cause I'm finna dig straight in her ass. You got me fucked up. You up here playing in our motherfucking faces with that bullshit. Bitch, you sound like a bitch. I got one black friend. I do. Bitch, get the fuck up out of here. You sitting up here, they asking you what's your black experience. You ain't saying a goddamn thing. You talk like you now let me tell you something. From being in the medical field, she could be in a nursing home because she talked like she's been psychoanalyzed. That's what I was going to tell her. That's what I was going to tell her. You talk like you have been in therapy.
Well, that's me. I'm sorry, April. I was just checking to see you.
I was going to tell her you talk like you've been in therapy, you've been psychoanalyzed, and now you're trying to psychoanalyze certain people in this sector because they don't even know what the hell that means or what that is.
Child.
I mean, I was coming to dig on her ass, but I'm glad I didn't because she can't say she got attacked. I'm glad Miss Glitzy came up here because I was just in awe.
Me too. That was comic relief. That was good stuff. I'm like, okay.
I didn't want Miss Glitzy to leave because now I'm going to focus my questions on Miss Glitzy, aka Sean.
Miss Glitzy, you can hit the link again if you want to, because honey, you're very, very entertaining. So feel free to hit the link and share. You know what I mean? But I felt like she thought she was gonna be attacked so she can have some more content. Y'all know what I mean? You know what I mean? 7 or on site.
Yeah, but you and 7 didn't do that, and so she didn't have nothing. And the way you came at her, she wasn't expecting those questions. She's sitting up like she's sitting there reading a Black History book. You ask her, you ask her about George Floyd, and she go to telling you about Thurgood Marshall and all this here. Bitch, how many Black movies you done goddamn seen? Now that further might confirm Miss Glitzy that she in a nursing home because she's sitting up there watching the Black channel.
Okay, is that you, Ronnie?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought you guys were gone off.
No,
Ronnie. Hi. Didn't I tell y'all she deflect anytime you ask her direct questions? She deflects.
She sure did. She sure did.
I'm gonna have to red ball it back because I didn't hear you guys converse with her. So I'm gonna have to red ball it back. So I didn't hear.
She deflected, Ronnie Q. She deflected on the simplest damn questions, and she went back down. Oh, that sounds like something about in a Roots movie. What the fuck you bringing up, Roots?
Girl.
You understand me? I'm telling you.
I'm not lying. The only reason I called is because I can't believe that somebody I felt sorry for and have been trying to help for the past few months would be doing stuff like that and calling.
Well, Miss Glitzy, can I ask you a question?
Right?
Okay. Miss Glitzy, may I ask you a question?
Absolutely, and I'm not in a nursing home.
Okay, thank you. Is she in a nursing home?
She is. I'm not lying.
Is she Black? Is she Black?
She is. Yes, she is.
Do her children or family come to see her? Because why you sending her gifts? Why you sending her things that she needs? It sounds like to me she don't have no family or friends.
That's limited. I'm not gonna dox her, but
okay.
I mean, I'm hurt, but I'm not gonna dox the girl. But
no, I wasn't trying to dox her. If that's a question that's gonna dox her, I wasn't trying to mean.
She has her mother. She has her mother, and she does have friends and family. But sometimes we all have friends and family at times that don't always help us.
Right. And you say Miss Gina know her?
Well, she said. From what she told me, Miss Gina knows who she is. So Miss Gina should be able to recognize her voice.
Could y'all hold on for a second? Miss Honey, thanks for the super chat, all those big words, key phrases, and pseudo education. And she ain't said nothing. She ain't said nothing. She's a master deflector. I agree. And
psychoanalyze.
Is she in this Glitzy? Is she in the sector? Are you saying that she just over here trying to get attention?
Yeah, evidently because she doesn't have anything else to do, so she listens to what everybody says, and so I guess I just fell into I fell into the same trap because I was going to do what I could do to help her.
So what made you want to help her, Miss Glissy?
Because she was sick. We were on a panel together. We tried to help get some help. I gave her my phone number because I felt bad for her. I was worried about her. I tried to check on her. When she got into dire straits, I decided I was going to try to help her. When she told me what she needed, I didn't say I was going to get it. She didn't directly ask me for the stuff, but because of the person I am, I was going to do it. I have the address where to send it because I needed to help her with something. When they
And
were
that's
treating her wrong, I called the front to make the nurses do what she needed them to do. So I guess that's what she's talking about.
Can I
But
say something, Olivia?
Mhm.
Now it's time for a second round at the nursing homes, and it's time to pick up dinner trays. And when your family members and people do call in, we will get our butts back there, and we will get back there and help you. So I mean that kind of sounds right. But when she said her dog was calling, she got to walk her dog. It's time for them to come knock on that door, and
Uh-oh.
them trays.
and
And
that makes sense, Brandy. And that
Brandy.
makes sense, Brandy.
Brandy.
I'm just saying, I'm seeing they
It's
Brandy.
dinner. It's Jolie. She said it's 6 something. She caught herself, and me and Seven caught it. Yeah, that makes
She
sense,
is in
Brandy.
Central Time. She is
Mm-hmm.
in Central Time. I'll
It's time for them to come get them trays and
Yeah,
check on them
I
and
don't
whatever,
know,
whatever.
but
do that second round, sit
I
down
don't know
for a
where
little
the
minute.
issues are coming from, and it's just hurtful. And at one point, I told someone I was going to help her, and they told me not to because people play games and play on people's sympathy just so you could do things for that you can do things for them, especially on YouTube, and that's
Because
what
when I was
slowed
working
me
in the
down.
nursing home, you right, honey, that shift change. They stay from Sam to a limb.
See, James is on is in the chat. I, the way
It's been
I
on.
had
Dr.
been
Sally,
talking
hey,
to her
everybody.
one on one before she and I had a conversation on James' chat. She tried to act like she didn't remember. James can verify. She was on his panel talking about when he did the live about the little boy where they shaved gay in that child's head. Um, his family members, and she was making excuses, and when I came up, she was going to drop down, and I asked her to stay because I wanted to address her, but I wasn't paying attention to the voice and I didn't catch it. And as we talked more, but as soon as I said what I had to say, she dropped down. And I mean, I don't, James probably doesn't remember that, but I know for a fact he remembers that he did a live about that whole gay thing. I'm not lying about that. I'm not lying.
So Nina, can you say how old she is?
I'm 50. She's not as old as me. I'm sorry, I'm 52. I'm lying now. I'm 52.
Well,
And,
she
she's not
sound
as old
older
as
than
me.
you. She sound older than you,
She's not.
which further lets me know she needed some attention. The whole time they've been on here, I've been in the chat, and I don't know if the same people, Scooter High and everybody in the chat with me, from the time I heard her with Ronnie Q and what Ronnie Q was saying, from the first time I dropped in this chat and heard her, because I didn't know who the chick was or what they were talking about. I've been saying she sound like she need attention. If Scooter High still in the chat, they will tell you. I was saying she sound like she need attention. She sound like she need attention.
Evidently. And I mean, it's been touch and go with being able to reach me. I'm not gonna lie. I have health issues too. So I wasn't trying to make light of the fact that she has health issues as well. But it's like how on one hand when we talk, it's all about the sympathy and about relating, and I was willing to be there and walk and do things for her. And I did. And then come here and you say I'm lying when you knew who I was.
Wow.
And I tried to get her to just leave and stop. That's why when I came on, I said, "You know who this is," and why, and it's exactly why I posted my real picture.
And see, I told Miss Olivia, her voice raised several octaves
Yeah, I
when
got
you
upset.
came on.
I'm sorry.
No, no, not you, not you, not you,
Oh,
her.
oh,
You know what I'm saying? And if you know anything about psychology, you know, you can tell by a person's movements, you can tell by their eyes, and you can also tell by their voice tones when
yeah.
they're lying.
She wasn't ready to go
I'm
before.
in. I chat in Miss Olivia's chat before, but I used to chat all the time with Sean with my
Can
real
you tell
name.
us why she's in the nursing home so young? Somebody want to know. One of you
Um,
answer.
no, I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to do that to her. I'm not.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Can I say something?
No problem.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah,
Can you hear me?
And
yeah.
I'm not gonna be rude because I don't disparage anybody who have illnesses or anything like that. So I don't have anything. It's a lot of the young people who are in nursing homes for various reasons. You know,
Right.
you be in an accident tomorrow and you can wind up in a nursing home. So it's and so to do all these so-called socioeconomic reads about people, if this is real and she is actually in a nursing home herself, that is more egregious, because usually people who wind up in nursing homes, either one, they don't have somebody who is financially able to take care of them, and they have to wind up in a state nursing home on some type of state financial disability or aid or something like that. Or two, they are, if they do have money, they don't have anybody willing to take care of them, so they're in a private nursing facility. But from what you're saying, she was in need of things, so it doesn't seem like she may be in a private facility. So therefore, the socioeconomic reads don't make sense to me. So
They
that
don't. They
yes,
don't. No, that's why I was so upset because it's
that
like
so that is the other conflict that I'm having. And I'm not going to read anybody for their medical condition. I'm just pinpointing my reasons for speaking on the things that alerted me to Nina's BS. And I'm not just gonna disparage Nina if she is sick, but I was
she
just
legitimately is, and that's why I'm just so confused because for me, I legitimately have some health issues myself, and I have to go through a lot of many things. And the last thing I'm gonna do is troll on YouTube. You get bored. Yeah, you listen to YouTube. Somebody asked if I introduced her to YouTube. She came on her own. I think she was here before I was. I've come and I've gone. Tracy, my married. The last name I go by, my last name. Well, I'm not gonna say it now because I don't want to get. I was Sean McNary. Yeah. I was married to
That's who
Reverend
you are.
McNary.
That's how I remember your voice. That's who you are.
I was married to a
I knew your
McNary.
voice, but I could not
I
pick
was
up
married to
on it.
McNary, but we're divorced. But we've been divorced a
No,
while.
but you used to vibe with me, Auntie. I knew your voice, but Ronnie Q, it could be either or those things, and it could also be that they got money, and because you see how you picked up on her and how she pissed you the hell up. People don't want to be bothered with nobody like that, Ronnie Q, and they stick their ass in a nursing home. It don't have to be about
And
no
then,
money all the time. But you see how she came on here with that bull and that BS, and you see how she everybody getting her behind. She probably had like that in real life. And then nobody want to be bothered with her. And when she got sick, it's sad to say, then nobody want to take care of her.
and to be honest, she probably I don't know a thing about her, but I'm just saying when you in a nursing home, we be having people that's, sicker and everything, and then like, she probably just, I don't know if she is in a nursing home, like she probably is just a bothersome person, and and they're bored, and just want to take it out on people, and that could be why they, why people are having to call in and ask for her help and stuff, is because she portray herself one way, and then some of those people, even though they're sick, they are very ungrateful, and shoot, sometimes you get overworked in a nursing home.
Yeah,
Well,
because they're lonely.
she did admit that they were overworked there. But when I
And
did
they get
when I
lonely,
did
and them
call
people,
when I did call,
sometimes them
they
people
wouldn't
treat
do
them
the
nasty too,
community.
Auntie Sean. You got some people that be up in there, and I done seen them, and I'm not gonna say what nationality they are, with they up
Just
their
for a
asses,
check. Just
but
for a check.
but they treat them like crap when they don't see family members and friends coming to see them.
Yeah.
And then when they see how they are, they understand why the family treat them like that, so they treat them worse. And I'm not gonna say what nationality they are, when
Well,
they up their
I
asses,
wasn't
but
trying to make her situation worse when I tried to help her. I just
well,
wanted
I got to
to.
go, but I'm gonna tell y'all this about Sean McNary. I know her. I don't know her personally, but Sean McNary been riding with me for the longest, and I know Auntie Sean, and she's not a liar, and she's a very caring person. So she trying, I guess, not to dox this lady,
I don't want to. Yes,
and no, no,
exactly.
no, I
Thank you.
understand,
Appreciate it.
and it's hurting her that she probably started to care about the lady and wanted to help the lady, and then
Oh,
you
wow.
around here acting a fool, and then when Sean called you out on it, instead of you dropping down or going on about your way, you trying to play like she's a liar. Sean McNary is not a liar, and I'll put my name on that, and I'm gonna tell y'all that. I'll put my name on that. Now that I know who she is, Sean McNary ain't no liar.
Thank you. Yeah, like right there.
Thank you.
MAC3T said you just got a letter of a recommendation from on site, Sean.
Thank you.
That's
But
what's
no,
up.
and I
She
didn't
been
want
riding with
to.
Auntie Sean been riding with me for a minute. She's all my vibes. You go on my back videos, especially when I play music. Auntie Sean been up in there with me, and she a sweet person, and
All right.
she's a caring person. So you know how she met her, ran across her. I really don't know, but if she's saying that lady in the nursing home, she's saying she was finna send her things, it's true. She's saying she black. It's true. I don't understand what's wrong with her mentally, but I could tell she's been psychoanalyzed. I can tell she's had some kind of psychotherapy because of the things that she does and how she deflects and how she tries to get you off subject and not answer you. Go around and beat the question, say the same thing 5 different ways like you dumb and don't know she's saying the same thing.
Right.
So if she's
But I'm going to go ahead and go.
I have one question.
Thank you, April. Thank you.
All right.
Hold on a second, guys. Huh? I'm on. I remember. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. What was your question?
Oh, I just have one question. I want to know what state she's in. I mean, I don't want to know the region.
No, I don't want. I don't want to. I don't want because
I can't dox anyone just from their state. Like
that shit.
No, because of the way I gave.
You know why I asked that question?
I'm listening.
No. Who's that? April.
Yes.
Come sit over here next to me. April.
Okay.
I asked that question because I still don't believe this lady.
Who, Sean?
You don't have to believe.
You don't believe Sean?
You don't ever have to
You don't
believe
know her
me.
personally, but you know her because she's been rocking with you. That don't mean you don't know she a liar.
You don't, Seven. I didn't come here to. I actually came because I wanted her to stop, and so you can believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not here to. I mean, you can think I'm lying. I don't care.
And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna believe what I want to believe. Power that they just sat up there and said my power of discernment is real strong. And to me, what identifying information do we know? Like, we don't know that you know this lady. We don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Now April's sitting up there talking about her voice got high and she psychoanalyzing and all of that. We don't know that. Like,
I do.
Baby,
I do. Seven, baby, let me tell you something. Seven. Let me tell you something, Seven. I had the best Psych 101 teacher in high school. She taught us college Psych 101, baby. And I know when a person is psychoanalyzing. I know when they've been to psych therapy. Every time you ask her a question, she goes all around the world and deflects and takes you way off what you were asking her about. Then, if you ask her a question, when she answer it, she try to answer it the same way, but different ways, but it's the same damn answer.
But here's the thing. The only thing that seemed a little suspicious to me was when she hurried up and jumped off. That was the only thing. But that doesn't,
because she was nervous and in shock. But like Brandon said, it was time for the people come get them damn trays, because I done worked in a nursing home that said my limb shift.
And I was thinking about that.
Nina, hey y'all, Brandy, Nina back in the chat. Did she do dinner that quick, y'all?
No, dinner started like 5:30.
Oh,
and then
dinner started like 5:30.
You know?
Oh, she back in the chat though. There she go.
But listen, I'm just saying this, and Libby, you know, I'm just saying I'm not a good liar, and you know, when I get caught up in my lies, I laugh or turn my head. I can't look at you straight because I know I'm guilty, and all I'm just saying is she had that to me it was the laugh, and she was like, "Am I supposed to play along?" And my thing is, if I didn't know this person down there, I would have instantly got offended and upset. I don't know. That's just my character. But then,
well, I'm gonna tell y'all this, and I got an X7. Can I go? You can't out hustle, baby. You can't out hustle, baby, and you can't out con. Can I go now, 7? Can I move?
Yes,
ma'am. Thank you. I'll see y'all later. Love y'all. Miss Olivia, did you get the video?
I did. I watched the video, and I want you to go back and listen to the beginning of the video, because I talked about it, and I was feeling the way about your video, but I talked about it.
I would have to tell you the circumstances around it and everything, but yeah. Okay, no problem. All right, thank you, 7. I'll see y'all later. All right, Sean, auntie, baby.
Love you. Thank you.
Let me just say
Ronnie Q. Oh, Ronnie Q gone. Okay.
Let me just say this. It's not about standing up for anyone or I like anybody. My whole thing is this. I don't believe it. Listen, you're talking to the girl who's notorious for calling out people that I actually like. And then we get into it and, it is what it is. That's not what's happening here. I don't believe the story. Like,
okay, I'm a liar according to 7. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
Now, everybody have a good evening. I'm sorry.
Bye now.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for coming up. We appreciate you.
Livy.
Huh?
Girl, you crazy.
What though?
I don't understand why she wouldn't tell me what state she was in. Like, that would have been.
No, it ain't me, Brandy is 7.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I was going to try to tell you offline, but.
Well, Brandy, tell the truth now. You know good goddamn well. 7 is some kid does some kind of way.
But
your people got dropped off on another side of the country than we got dropped off down south. And you got dropped off around by Louisiana somewhere, Indiana, somewhere. And your people done made it to the other side of the country, but girl.
You know what, though, Libby? I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know what to believe, because my thing is, I got belief issues. I don't know. I mean, I want to believe. I'm gonna say I believe the nursing home story. I mean, probably because I'm.
Then why she didn't call the front desk like she said she was gonna do?
I didn't want her to call that front desk because I was gonna be able to tell.
That was nothing I could use to identify her. Like, she could have called that front desk. We could have heard it. You know what I mean? Well, actually, yeah, because they probably answer it like, "Oh, hi, this is so and so."
Yeah, they do that.
So basically, y'all help us believe. Y'all agree, basically.
No, I'm on the fence. I can't be choosing because I'm going back and forth because you know I'm shady. But I believe her because I want to hear the drama, and I don't
She
know.
didn't want to spill no tea. She said she wasn't gonna tell what she was sick with while she was in the nursing home, her state. It was kind of random. So Seven's tentacles done went up, and mine went up too. I don't mean no harm. I mean she sounded like a nice lady, but I don't know if I believe that.
That
Well,
woman
and
was
then the thing that I did kind of point out is that,
And then too, wait a minute, Brad, because the other lady, Brad, you listen, because the other lady been around for so long, shoot, they can both be setting up a storyline for all we know.
I don't know, but you know, she said Spiller Boy and something, and he came in and you know he didn't say a thing or two. And normally, you know, his word is bond. If he can vouch for something, you know, he normally vouch. So,
but even if he could vouch, he could only vouch that they was on the show together. He can't vouch for anything. You know what I mean? I said that lady was lying like Bama Girl on a Sunday about a reality show. Do you understand? She is a liar.
Okay.
She could have fooled me. I ain't gonna lie. She could have fooled me. But that's how it is when you so thirsty for some entertainment. Cause she could have fooled me. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I'm like Seven. I don't trust no damn body. If I don't know your ass, I don't trust you. Off the rip. Until I get to know you.
You know, I get up here just to laugh and believe me. It's like I be thinking, does she think she gonna put something up there or something? Because every time Seven go to question it, and then it's so black. You're like, okay, thanks for coming up. Bye now. You know?
I think that Nina was a bit thrown off because she didn't get cussed out by Seven. You know, and she didn't get cussed out by me. So I think it threw off her game a little bit. Do you agree, Seven?
I don't know why people think I'm like that though. I actually avoid. I don't know. Do I come off like that? Because when people get up on the panels, usually they're cussing me out, and then I'm, going off on them. But like, you know me better than that. I don't do that.
No, you don't. You don't do that. You know. And then plus, my hell, you don't never know what you're gonna get when you come up on my chat. So maybe she thought she was gonna get a different reaction from me.
Yeah,
I don't know what it was. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what she thought she was gonna get slapped, cussed out, like Ronnie Q be cussing her out. But no,
I think it was you because you're like Sophia from The Color Purple, so she probably thought she was gonna go in. You know what I mean?
Girl, Sophia. This show is a pretty name, girl. That's me.
Yeah.
You told to beat me.
I don't think she expected me to understand her the way that she did, and I think that's what it was. But like I said, she needs that Black experience. She's kind of it's almost like she's stifled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. She's white identified.
Yeah.
She really is white identified. Let me see this, Shelly, y'all. Hold on, because child, this is a good stream. I like this stream. Hold on, I want to keep it up too. I tell you that. Is this you, Shelly?
It's me, Miss Olivia.
Hey, girl.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me say this. First of all, Sean is not lying at all about anything that she's talking about. And I just got off the phone with Sean, and I mean, I don't have to hide it or whatever. I asked her what the hell was she doing up here, and why did she say anything? Because I know how YouTube can be. You see what I'm saying when it comes to just people, what they do, right? So I was like, why would you come up there? But she's not lying. I just sent Nina a fucking Cash App like a week ago. Of course, not under the name Nina. And she is Black, and she is in a nursing home. And no, Sean's not going to give out her information. And no, I'm not going to give out her information. And yes, I do have a picture of her. And yes, I do have conversations with her. And that's that on that. So however people feel about it is however they feel about it. I don't know. See, you have some people who are, I hate to say it, I guess you can just call it like basically a coon. They're Black, but they don't consider themselves to be Black. You get what I'm saying? Like they try to act like they're all for the movement and stuff like that, but they're condescending. They're all of those different things. But the truth is this: I don't like Nina. I hate Nina. But who Nina is when she's not being Nina, I like that person. The person in the nursing home, I don't like the person that panel hops. This is nothing new. We've been sitting back listening and watching and laughing like shit at all of this. You know what I'm saying?
She's trying to make it sound like you crazy, Shirley.
No.
Said,
I don't believe that shit either. I don't believe anybody who would sit up there and believe a motherfucking Sean Bradley and then turn around and believe a Bama girl talking about they going to a show to get some motherfucking money. I don't believe that shit either. Okay? I don't believe it until I see it. And I don't think Nina's a motherfucking coon either. I think she has been deprived of a fucking black experience. That there's nothing coonish about that. Coonish is when you sitting up here trying to, get accolades and you trying to munch on motherfucking butter biscuits, throwing niggas under the bus and shit. I don't know that to be her. Not at this time.
Well, like I said, I came up here to state what Sean said to validate what was going on there. I'm not getting into no history lesson with nobody. I know what my experience has been with this person for years on YouTube.
All these doctors running around here, but y'all don't want to release her picture. Y'all don't want to release the text messages. Y'all don't want to release what nursing home she's in. So why should I believe that?
I didn't ask you to believe it. I came here to tell Miss Olivia. This is Miss Olivia's platform. I'm not going to argue back and forth with you or anybody else. I came up here. Miss Olivia, do you want the information or not? Because I can drop down.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I do. Thank you so much.
I'm about to click off. I came here to tell you what was going on. If that's not needed, I can bounce.
It's needed. It's needed. I appreciate it.
The reason why I got on Sean for even coming up here and telling y'all is because I told her before, let people learn their shit by their self. You think I don't know shit that's going on between this whole Sean and 5 Day shit? But if I was to say something, you know what that would do? Make him more the enemy and more her the victim. So I'm going to do what? Shut the fuck up. I'm not here to save nobody. I'm not here to give tea. I'm not here to give nobody fucking commentary. But I saw Sean up here. I know she's not. I know what it is. I know she's not lying. I'm not going to put up Nina's Cash App just to prove I know what the hell I'm talking about. This is somebody who's been around for years. I have her phone number. I can call her right now. So yes, she is a black person. And I said what I said. But you take care, Miss Olivia. Okay. This is why I don't tell people nothing. And Sean, hold on. Let me just address Sean while I'm here because I'm gonna address her sideways too. This is why I told you, stop telling people shit on YouTube. Let people learn for their fucking self. This is why I always tell you, stay out of that shit. Let people play whatever games they want to play on here. Let them do that. If you can't handle watching it, click the fuck up off of it. I'm not, because when you sit here and you try to tell people shit, they twist this shit the fuck around, and I don't have time for that shit. I've been sitting on fucking tea from 2015. It's a lot of shit I know. I don't speak on that shit for this very fucking reason. Take care.
Miss Shelley.
Thank you, Shelley.
I wonder possibly can she be spicy dicey? I'm just reaching.
No.
Spicy dicey, hell no. That's a whole different.
That's a whole different world.
No. I know I don't be knowing nothing. I'm just reaching. I'm just.
No, honey, you are reaching for real. Yeah, that's a whole different world, Brand. I ain't gonna lie.
You know, when they say, I don't know, I just be going to think about the people that don't say racist stuff and stuff like that. You know, my mind don't.
So the Sean lady got off of this live and hurried up and called the Shelly.
No, honestly, Seven, in defense, when she said
that's what it seemed like. That's what seemed like it happened.
No, listen. I think in defense, no, for real, listen. I think when she said hold on and she was saying I'm on live or something, it might have been a phone ringing, and Shelly might have been telling her something then.
Oh, no, Quanta, you're not blocked, but I don't know what's going on. And after the day, I don't even know. Let me just be clear. The only reason why we're talking about this Nina person is because Ronnie Q brought her up. I wasn't aware about the problematic things that she's been saying because I don't twerk around in those particular chats that people mention anymore. And hey, it was a good conversation. She get the hell on Ronnie Q nerves. Seven ain't going. Ronnie Q ain't going. I don't give a fuck.
somebody said Nina is not new. You spelled that wrong, boo. But she knew history and slipped up several times. Okay, now that I can believe. Okay, because usually when people come over here, they say they're new and they're not.
And they're not. Right now. I agree with that. Said like the Jay Speaks, she wasn't new.
Mm-hmm.
They be watching.
You know what, Liv, though, did she also come from the did she come from the old boys camp over there? Because some of the people that's coming up speaking about her said she sounded familiar. Wasn't they in his camp?
Why are people cash apping her if she's a subscriber? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, why y'all cash apping her if she's a subscriber? Oh, because y'all think she in a nurse home and she needs some help. Child.
What is she working at the nursing home and she just
acting Are you working for cash apps in my chat, Nina? Is that what you're doing? Because we don't do charity cases over here. This is not a GoFundMe site, love. I'm just saying. Somebody, Jenny said exactly like Jay Speaks her neighbor, child.
Well,
I'm still on here, honey, because I owe my peoples some time. Okay. Kay said Nina has many security clearances. Oh, yeah, that's true. Wait a minute, right. So why are you cash apping her? She said, what was that she said about the security clearances? So you gotta be in a nursing home to get security clearances?
No, she can afford a maid. That's what I'm tripping off of.
Yeah, the maid, the black maid or Hispanic maid or the maid and the whatever else. Child, there's a lot going on. I'm confused.
Is this going towards her shoe shining bill? Like, what's happening?
Oh, yeah, the shoes. I forgot about the shoe shining. Yes, that too. Let's not forget the shoe shiners. Ooh, child, there's a lot going on.
Maybe she got a personal in-home health CNA.
Nina said, I haven't asked. I guess I haven't asked for money at all. It's fine that you keep your money.
But why is Shelly cash apping you, Nina?
Right. Yo, Looking Glass said she kept asking questions about VS and TSCC one night, pulled out a paper and pen, pretended to know nothing. Girl. Now, you've been around here for a long time, Nina. Girl, I think you call yourself running game. You call yourself a master troll, Nina. Girl, ain't nobody going.
It's gonna be a big.
What you say?
It's gonna be a big exposure around here, baby. You're gonna be wrapped up in the middle of watch. They're gonna throw your name in it.
They ain't gonna throw my name in nothing. Everybody know I don't expose nobody. I don't dox nobody because I don't give a fuck.
No, I ain't saying like that.
No, I'm just saying that's not even the issue because everybody know I ain't got time. I ain't got time. We were just on here today talking about freaking logistics, and the only reason why we talking about this chick right now is because Ronnie Q mentioned her. You know, evidently Ronnie Q and her been going back and forth.
Well, I want to say this. I wanted everything to be true about that nursing home.
No, girl, I don't even believe that.
Let me say this. I want everything to be true about this nursing home, but my thing is everybody else around here, they don't mind doxing people and proving people to be liars, but they got some kind of respect or something for it because they don't want to tell it. You know, that is a little.
Okay, that's not my word. I want to hear it anyway.
Somebody said 7. Nobody obliged to give you private information. HIPAA laws. Shut the fuck up talking to me about HIPAA laws. I asked what state it was in. That's it.
You just want to.
What state was this nursing home in? That's it. If they can't tell me, then I mean, damn, did I press the issue? No. I said, fuck it. You know, you're a liar. Bye.
Right. Child, this a troll.
What HIPAA laws was I breaking? Was I trying to see the bitches chart? You know what? I can't stand some of you black bitches. I swear to God.
You want them black, baby?
No.
Oh, well, shit.
Let's finish speaking. Why you keep... Girl. Go ahead, 7.
No, we good. I'm just this fat ass bitch in here in this goddamn chat was talking about I'm breaking the HIPAA laws. Ain't nobody breaking the HIPAA law because I said what state is she in? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Can you were you listening?
But Nina, let me tell you something, Nina. Let me tell you something. Even though you're a subscriber and a troll, you drawing a lot of attention to yourself, right? So eventually, it ain't. I don't know. I ain't saying that it's gonna be 7. Eventually, there's gonna be somebody that's gonna dox your ass because you drawing a lot of attention to yourself, and you a subscriber. What you say, Seven?
I said it's not gonna be me.
Seven said it ain't gonna be her. But it's gonna be somebody.
No. It is gonna be somebody, but I pledge to you this: I will not dox Nina under any circumstances, even if that information comes my way. I won't do it. I promise. Okay, because I told her that today.
When Nina said K Summers, 7K Summers said Nina said she just found this sector a few months ago through Lil Nas X.
She said that. She said that when she was up here. But Little Nas X, I think that had to have been your live because that was around the time that you were talking about how demonic he was. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, he's demonic. So what? Okay. Oh, so she said she was just looking through videos and she happened on like maybe my video or whoever else was in the B sector talking about Lil Nas X. Is that what she mean by she found?
The only people who I knew were talking about it was you and Jay Wilson. I don't know who else was talking about it.
I think Spiller Boy did a video. Conscious TV. It was a couple of videos.
Yeah.
Maria 2006 said, Nina, you better run. They coming for you. Yeah. They gonna get you, girl.
I just wanted to know if I was right. I was like, what state is she in? Because I feel like she's in Wisconsin.
Yeah, because of the accent, the voice, right?
Either Wisconsin or Idaho. One of those predominantly white states. Like, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, if she is in fact black, she is definitely white identified. Now she said herself that she wasn't raised around a lot of black people. And she didn't live around a lot of black people, and she kept saying stuff like, you know, the struggle and the this, that, and the other. And I'm thinking, girl, are you okay?
And when she went to college, I guess there were some black people there, but not enough for her to have a black experience because you know how you get to some colleges and some, you know, them black people are stuck up as hell, and you know
they're white identified as well. Yeah,
they're submerged in, you know, white culture and shit. Like she probably went to them colleges.
Yeah, that's true. It's possible. You do have those types of black people. Yes.
But she did do a lot. She did, you know, call herself doing a lot of studying on black culture. So that makes me wonder, you know, like what her profession is. Like, are you a history teacher? Are you a professor?
Right.
You know, what type of, you doing black studies over here? Like, what is it? Because you know more than the average bear, Nina.
Oh,
and the way you recite, you know, your information makes me believe you've recited it over and over and over again.
Yes, this is true. I feel the same way.
Yes.
I feel the same way. I really do. Sagittarius says her whiteness is reality. Her blackness is a romantic fantasy.
It is at the official 7 stars. So at the official 7 stars. Okay, sorry.
Okay. There you go, Jose.
He's cute.
Well, you know I have to keep putting him up every time he try. He trying to holler.
But I had a lot of fun up here with you. We got to do this again because.
Yes, we do. You done got to hook up and everything, girl. Jose cute. You cute, little boy. You better be good to my girl.
But yeah, I think she's something. She's like some sort of teacher.
Something's going on with her. But yeah. Seven.
Yes. What?
You are a month into the relationship. I would like an update.
Oh my
Because I just said Jose look like he the serious type. He look like he can handle a 7. See, everybody can't handle us. We strong willed, but I don't know, 7. He look like he might be up for the challenge.
I guess we'll find out.
Just looking at his face, he look like,
I'll have a meltdown sometime next month and see if he can handle it.
Hey, guess what? That's the test. Yes, you got to give him the test.
You
You trying to explain the test. Stop talking. Don't explain the test. No.
Don't you?
Don't explain the test, Evan. Don't explain the test.
Let me ask you something. How come when you're dealing with men, they can test you by still cheating with other women? And they're like, well, if you can't handle this, you can't handle no real shit. But if I have a meltdown, like within the first month, it's like, oh no, if we arguing like this, we ain't ever gonna make it. So you can test me, but I can't test you.
You gotta test first, because see, if you test good enough, real good enough, and even though he's scared a little bit, he's still gonna stay because it turned him on. That's the one. He ain't gonna be now. He still might try to cheat, but see, sometimes women take that personal, because like you said, it is just a test. That's all. No harm, no foul. Beat the bitch ass, move it right along. No, better yet, beat his ass and tell that bitch to move it right along and proceed on.
I was gonna say, you tripping.
Yeah, it was a Freudian slip. I beat his ass and tell her to move it right along. That's how you do that. Now, if he's strong enough to withstand that, then he might be a keeper. But he must have a test.
He must have a test.
He must have a test. Yes, he must. Yep. Especially for women like us. Some of us are not. I ain't gonna say. Some of us need different types of men. I'll put it that way. You got to find one that's strong enough. Okay, it's not you, it's them.
It's like honestly, yeah.
But like I said, if you give him the test and he's still there, he turned on by it, his little pecker get hard, he wanting to make up, he really loves you after the test. Yeah, he the keeper.
You're
I ain't lying. I'm not like telling you the truth. I'm girl.
You were funny.
I'm telling you the truth. You gotta try to scare them real good, see if they're gonna stand it or not. And then plus 2, if he can't pass the test and still be standing, he can't protect you. You're gonna have to protect him.
I want to switch subjects real quick because I feel like being a little messy.
Okay.
Just a little bit. Did y'all see Sean Bradley's video
today
that he just posted? Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't. I've been on the phone since. Ooh, this a 5-hour live, 7. So what was it about? No, I ain't seen it.
He was coming at Cookie.
Oh, really?
It was like 7 minutes long. He was coming at Cookie, and I was like, ooh. Okay. So. Yeah, I'm gonna get up off of here. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, I'm on an update for real, because like I said, oh boy, it looked like he was okay though. Just going by the picture.
I'll be back though. I'm always in your bushes, so.
Well, let me know. We're gonna have to co-host again, 7, because I had fun. This is okay.
Yeah, I have fun too. All right.
I appreciate you, babes. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye, honey. Brandy, any last words?
Yeah. Hate to call you out, but you only got 1 day to use my Instapot. I'm coming to get it after tomorrow.
Yeah, when I get off, I'm gonna call you and tell you how to work the darn thing. Because I don't know.
You didn't cook them oxtails, and I know you didn't.
Well, I haven't put them on yet, Brandy. I've been online. Jabari and Pam brought the stuff to me. I was online when they brought the stuff to me. You can hear them talking in the background. Ask some people in the chat. Okay.
I know. I was on Jabari's phone being nosy.
Oh, I was getting ready to say the whole time I was online. I ain't been offline. I don't even know how to work the thing. What do I put it? I'm going to call you when I end the live so you can walk me through it, child, okay? But I had fun, y'all. This live was the bomb.
Call me in an hour because I'm going to be busy doing my own stuff for in a minute.
What you gonna do, your workroom stuff?
We just won't discuss it.
Okay, thank you. Don't stay away too long. Thank you, Choreo. Like I had fun, y'all. Case of oxtails, I'm coming over. Girl, I'm finna put them in this Instapot. I didn't even know what to call the pot. They had to tell me what the proper name of it was, Brandy. You know.
But I'm coming to collect my stuff because I hate to think you trying to keep my stuff now.
Well, I just want to try it out. If I buy me one now, if I really like it, I buy one. But I'm used to the regular.
Oh, if you buy, I know you're gonna like it. You're gonna buy you one. So let me tell you what I want you to do. You keep that one and give me the new one.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Y'all see how she tried to do me? Sagittarius said, "Woo, this was one for the books." Yeah, this was good live, y'all. I really appreciate it. And finally able to text. I'll be listening. Good love, Mrs. Thank you, Crown Selena Overhauls. I appreciate it, y'all. I really wanted to spend some time with my peoples. And as always, y'all are very, very interactive in the chat. At one point in time, who was that getting dragged earlier? Was it Nina getting dragged for filth? I think it was Nina. That was powering on her. But she withstood whatever torture she was going to. And yeah, Nina, thanks for coming up. We appreciate you, love. I'm pretty sure you didn't expect, you probably thought it was going to be chaos and mayhem. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I wish you luck in your endeavors, okay? I hope that you do better with your social cues. You ain't got no spoke. Scooter said you stay gone too long. I be trying, Scooter. I think you should do there. You can tell she got thick skin, Miss Choreo. But if I were you, I would work on my social cues, unless you don't mind, swinging, with folks around here, and so yeah. And if you don't mind, do you? But I will work on some of the references. You need to work on your reads, babes. I'm just saying. Just work on your reads a little bit, because people seem to like you. But I appreciate you, joining the chat today. You be hanging in there and everything. You can hold your own, so I ain't messed up with you. All right, I don't like them reads they was telling me about though. And Ronnie Q gonna cut your head off. So Tracy says, stand strong, Nina. you got people backing you. Miss Honey said, work on the truth, child. Ooh, Ronnie Q going to be watching though, Nina. Ready to drag you in a corner. So practice, right? You gotta practice, Nina. Hey, Kwani. Kwani said, I must watch this video from the beginning. Okay, Kwani, you got to. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be out here poking with people, okay, Brand. If you're gonna be out here poking with people, girl, you better practice. You might be in danger. In danger. This Honey said, work on empathy. K Summers says, Kwani, me too. Yeah, watch it back. K Summers, thank you so much for joining us today, girl. I don't never hardly see you no more. I am the truth. Girl, you is not the truth. Work on not lying on Ronnie Q. Nina. I don't know what lie you told on Ronnie Q or how you rubbed her the wrong way, but Nina, girl. Nina, you made it through the storm. She make it through the storm, Granny Ma? Should hey, okay, girl. But anytime you and Ronnie Q want to come up here in Thunderdome, y'all welcome. I think I'm going to start making special requests, not having random Thunderdomes, but if anybody wants to challenge anybody, we might start doing it like that. So when you and Ronnie Q want to Thunderdome it, let me know. Child. If you made a Miss O, you can make it anywhere. You up next, Choreo. Duchess Kelly Love. Hey, Duchess. I see Spill it, boy, in here too. I didn't want to interrupt the girls and speak, but I saw y'all in here. And thanks to all the content creators that's been over here today. Thank you, Eclectic Soul. I love that. I love your name. That's right. Challenge. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jonay. Anyway, guys, I guess I get off of here. Child. We've been on here. I've been trying to love and attention. I love y'all. I just want y'all to hang in there with me. But like I said, honey, we back on. Maybe I'm a little bit more time now because we back on. We'll take the random Thunder Jones, right, Tiffany? Right. Hey, Miss O, caught the end. Thank you, Trey. You got a red ball it back. I've been live all day. I sure have, Cat Snitch. You're trying to spend time with my peoples. Thank you, Ronnie. Trying to spend time with my peoples. I love y'all. Just haven't been having time. But like I was trying to say, okay, K Summers. K Summers said Spillet came in here because Sean kept calling his name from the nursing home. Well, damn. Oh, dang. That is crazy. Love you, Miss O. And thank you, Scooter High. Let me make sure my notifications are on. I know that's right. Thank you, Corio. Look, y'all made me feel so loved today. I appreciate you guys. I'm promised to do better. Things are a lot slower. It's gonna slow down because when you have to focus on the kids, you know what I mean, and the schedules with the little peoples, sometimes you can get bogged down, and I don't have as much time to do just like the random running around. You know what I mean? So I could just, get my lives back in with the schedule. You know what I mean? And so got a little bit more stability around here now that school done started. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we really miss you when you go. Thank you, Scooter. I'm going to get better at it. Like I said, it's the stability is coming, child. Thank you, Strawberry One, because you got to be on the schedule. There's so many little ones around here, and everybody be trying to pick up the slack. So, you kind of have to be ready. You can't be going out willy-nilly and going on off and doing something to yourself because ain't no telling what's going to pop up with schools and stuff. Thank you, Empress. Anyway, I'm going to get out here. I love you guys. Please hit the like button if you have it on your way out the door. Please hit that, please subscribe, if you haven't. Don't forget to hit that notification bell once and then hit the top notification bell for our notifications so that you'll be notified when I thank you, Liz, when I go live or whatever, because you never know what's going to happen around here. Do you see what I'm saying? Thank you, Miss Honey, for coming up. Thank you, Seven, for coming up. Brandy for coming up. Shelly for coming up. Nina for coming up. Ronnie Q for coming up. What was her name? The lady named Sean. Thank you for coming up. Did I miss anybody? I hope I didn't miss anybody. Did I say Ronnie Q? Ronnie Q came up. Shelly came up. Oh, thank you, On-Site April, for coming up. I appreciate all you guys. And thank all you guys in the chat, okay, for participating. You guys are great. And if that is the real Duchess Kelly love your Duchess. But anyway, I'm going to get out here, y'all. Yeah, right, K Summers On-Site. And, okay, so I'm going to get out here. I love you guys. Like I said, like, share, subscribe. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye. Peace. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, y'all. Corio Lover came up. Thank you, Corio. Peace, y'all. Thank you, Kwani. Bye, y'all.